Good morning, Magic players. Welcome to the NRG Championship Series. I am Niall Joan Rivers. Joining me today in the booth is Mason Clark, and we are commentating a Pioneer 5K event today. Mason, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I cannot wait to see this sort of format in action. I mean, this was a format that was really starting to blossom with the release of Duskmourn House of Horrors. And then, Wizards decided for this year, we're going to focus more on standard and modern. I imagine more Pioneers coming up in the future, but it was really starting to get great. And I'm excited to see what players are bringing this weekend, because not only have we had that time for like those sets to mature, we also have Foundations and Aether Drift that have released some really powerful cards into the format. Things like Ketramos we have seen do really well in Modern. And I'm really excited to see, can players pour that the Pioneer, as we've seen decks like Pixie get ported already with Yorion, which is this, my favorite card when it comes to these sort of things. And, like the light's on me right now. I can't wait to see it. It's so exciting. Pioneer's so great.
Yeah, Pioneer is in a really cool spot, kind of a sleeper format, as you said, not really one of the featured formats in a lot of places. So really cool that the NRG can bring some high-level Pioneer gameplay, which it looks like our first feature match might be ready right now for us to go down to the table and get into it as our players are getting things together. Mason, why don't you talk to us a little bit about the format as a whole, some of the big players, as we're sitting here with Travis Williams on Is It Phoenix and Fancheng Yang on 5-color Enigmatic.
Yeah, so I mean, we're in an interesting spot, right? So, Pioneer hasn't had the main focus, and we're seeing a lot of new decks crop up during that time. And I think the real question for a lot of players this weekend is, okay, are these new decks and these new things actually really good, or is it that people aren't innovating on the format, right? So the decks that were sort of the best before are near the top-ish, right? So like when we last left the format as a competitive place, Is It Phoenix was sort of, the best deck. Maybe Rakdos Demons was. There was some debate in that regard. Those two decks are still near the top, but you're seeing things like Gruul Aggro, Mono Green Devotion, Azura's Control, Dimir Aggro, which, yes, is sort of a Kaito Ninjas deck, sort of playing that mid-range game. Those decks are all sort of in that like 1.5 tier, just a little below the rest. And then we have a lot of other decks that are around still. So like you've seen Fancheng Yang, our winner of yesterday, who was our round one feature, playing 5-color Enigmatic, a deck that, is sort of waxed and waned in the format, really does well whenever the fair decks are doing well, does less in the other regards. We see Jund Sacrifice still doing pretty good. We see the red decks in general doing well. Now, the big difference between now and, let's say, Regional Championship DC, which was the last big American Pioneer tournament, Niall, is that the mice decks, for the most part, are Gruul now. We still see red. We still see Rakdos. Like, those exist. But a lot of players really like playing the green cards, basically for things like Paw Patch formation and Innkeeper's Talent, and a little bit of Paw Patch recruiting as well. And in this format, your mana is a lot better than what we've seen in Standard. So you're actually able to play those cards as 1-drops and not pseudo 3s. And so that's a lot of what's going on in Pioneer on a big picture near the top. But we've seen things like a Zombies deck do fairly well recently, and things of that nature, where players are clearly experimenting and trying out new stuff. So there's a lot going on this weekend. I think there's a lot of attention on sort of like, okay, what are people going to realistically bring? What is going to perform, and what can we expect? Because I bet we're going to see a much wider metagame than we see at most Pioneer tournaments, because there just hasn't been the pressure. Despite that, of course, Is It Phoenix is still, I think, in a lot of our competitive players' minds, like Travis Williams here, someone who likes to grind our events. I think a lot of them default to this because they're like, you kind of got to prove it to me, right? Like, I'm the best deck as things are getting started.
Yeah, things are getting started as Travis kicking things off with a sleight of hand. Now, when it comes to this matchup here, we have, Phoenix versus Enigmatic. Enigmatic, obviously a deck that tends to move a lot slower. What do you think are some of the key cards or moments that these players are thinking about in this matchup?
Yes, I mean, Fancheng was really hoping to dodge sort of something like this on turn 2, an enabler, like Free the Fae to some extent. Some of the builds play Prof, some don't. We have one today for Travis. So, this sort of early developing turns matter a lot, because this is going to set up Travis to really do his thing. And then from Fancheng, a lot of it really is trying to set up these like big go over the top engines. We need to sort of overpower this Phoenix deck, which is where it gets kind of tough, right? A lot of our cards are a lot clunkier. Things like the Green Overlord or the Haunt Woods is sort of something we want to have like on the next turn to really fix our mana and accelerate us to the point where we can play something like Zur, very similar to the standard deck, just an 80 card version of it.
Yeah, so we are going to see the talent come down for Travis here, and looks like we are just going to pass back over to Fanchen Yang. Now, both of these were decks that were fairly popular at the RC that you were just talking about a little bit ago. I know you and I even played this Enigmatic deck, but something that's really interesting about the format to me is that our version of Enigmatic was very different from what we are seeing today. And I mean, as you said, there's just a lot of exploration in this space that is occurring, as it looks like we are going back over to Travis, who's playing another talent. That is brutal. And we're going to be discarding a Phoenix to the trigger here.
And this is the big difference, right? Going into that weekend, players had not figured out artist talent and on the whole, right? And now players have really adopted this card, and it has really turbocharged this deck. This is one of those enablers. And, I think if you haven't seen this Enigmatic deck in a while, you might expect Fanchen Yang to have cards like Fable the Mirror Breaker there in the deck, these sort of rape monsters. The deck doesn't do that anymore. It is much more like 4 colors or 5 colors, skewing away from red. That's sort of its least dominant color. And Tranquil Frillback's a great one here. One of the few one-ups that has a lot of impact.
Very good. And we got to see the Nowhere to Run take out the fairy there at the end. And it looks like the Frillback is going to be exiling the graveyard of Travis. Very nice. Get rid of that Phoenix. Keep him off of Treasure Cruise, perhaps. Really, really good stuff there.
Yeah, and now Artist Talent is going to go off. And we talked about keeping off Treasure Cruise. I think we kept off Treasure Cruise for a turn. I think Travis might be able to cast it by the next turn.
Yeah, I mean, wow. Might be able to cast it by the end of this turn at the rate this is going. Jeez.
Yeah. Free the Fae picked up off that sleight of hand, as well as actually just another sleight of hand when we turned our removal spell into that via the Rummages.
Now, Fanchen obviously also had the option to use the Frillback to get rid of one of these enchantments. Why do you think he prioritized the graveyard over that?
I think Fanchen was hoping that Travis was maybe, relying on like a Treasure Cruise to get out of this, along with there was a Phoenix in the yard, which can be pretty tempting. And there's 2 talents, and I think that's sort of the deal breaker, right? Like I think if there was 1 talent, it'd be a lot closer. And, what I'm talking about might even lean towards doing Artist Talent over the graveyard. But with the second one in play, it just means Fanchen is still going to have to battle through a lot of this. So was trying to basically find one spot to kind of sweep the knee on Travis, sort of put him in a bad position. And
that is a Treasure Cruise this turn. That is crazy. Doesn't even have to exile the Phoenix. And gets to discard another Phoenix. Oh, it's even worse than Fanchen ever could have imagined.
Yeah, and now you're seeing just, why players love the Artist Talent in this deck. Not only do we never flood anymore, right? But we also just always have our Treasure Cruises online when this card gets going.
And I think did we pick up a Profs as well? I think we might have picked up our one of Profs. It's a little hard to tell.
Yeah, Travis is flicking the cards pretty quick and knows that he's in a good position.
I mean, if it is Profs, that's a very good pickup for next turn.
There is some element to this game where Fanchen can theoretically sort of play bingo. And by that, I mean, just kill the 8 cards that can actually, kill him via removal spells and win the game that way. It is not a very likely thing to happen, but it is one of the weird things of playing against the Phoenix deck, especially in game 1. They don't have many ways to win. Now, Fanchen developing this Overlord of the Mistmoors, typically a great play in formats like Standard, even in this matchup, creates 2 blockers for the Phoenix. But Travis has so many, just spells in hand, a lot of them actually being removable too, that it wouldn't surprise me if Fanchen dies on this turn cycle.
Yeah, I mean, so much power on the side of Travis here right now, as we are seeing these token creatures get pretty swiftly dealt with. And I mean, Fanchen does, however, have the Deputy of Detention in his deck as a one-of. So if we can get an Enigmatic to resolve, that could be something we could get out. That could be a nice little answer to these birds. But I mean, Travis is about to have quite the turn here.
Yeah, and I got to see Travis's hand for a second. We didn't actually have the Profs Eidetic, which is great news for Fanchan because, I mean, look at this. We've already drawn, 2 extra cards on the turn. It'd be very easy to get the whole way. But Travis might actually just still hit it here. And if he does, it is going to be a very awkward spot as Fanchan will be very close to death.
Yeah, very close indeed. Wow, it feels like Travis has gone through almost all of his deck at this point.
Yeah. And do you remember at the beginning of the round, I was saying a lot of people are like, hey, you've got to prove it to me that Phoenix isn't the best deck, especially among our, point grinders, right? And this is why. I mean, whether the deck isn't the best or not, it's hard to play games like this or even games half as good as this, right? And be like, this deck isn't at worst one of the best, right? Like, obviously, Travis has had, quote unquote, a lot of it this game, but the deck also works in such a way that it gets to a lot of it in a lot of games.
Yeah, as we are seeing the 4th Phoenix hit the yard there. I mean, Fangen exiled 1 early on. This is all of them. We've seen every bird in the deck of birds.
Yeah, and I mean, our hand still has a Treasure Cruise in it. We still have Spell Pierce, which, I know it seems hard to believe how many game actions Travis taken. This is only turn 5, right? Like, Spell Pierce is still pretty live in this game, at least in any world where there's double spelling going on. And it's not like a single spell for the most part is going to help Fanchan out. It would need to be something like an Atraxa, which wouldn't even be good enough. Fanchan could get that card down and Brazen Bar would unsummon it. Now, we do have a Zur in hand.
Well, I think an Enigmatic would do a lot for Fanchan. If we can get another land down and we can resolve an Enigmatic, I mean, that does result in getting rid of the birds for a minute.
That's true, yeah.
Doesn't look like that's where we're at, but might get a couple of blockers, might get some lifelink. And this is a pretty big swing.
Yeah, this is a good swing. I mean, the real question here is, can Travis find the card Profs? If Travis can find Profs, he can probably, I think he has enough kill spells left in deck. He'd have to find them as well, to be fair, but he can probably clear the way. But if he can't, he does just have issues. He needs to be able to deal enough damage, which is something we haven't really been talking about too much, but that is sometimes a way you can win these games. As there's Profs.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Travis actually chooses to not rummage the second time. I think getting low in deck and knows that he needs to go through his entire deck this turn.
Yeah, he also needs to deal with 3 flyers here.
It's a lot of flyers.
Because, I mean, worst case scenario, Zur can always trump the Prof bird, right?
Yeah. So we need to have a removal spell for everything. We have the Borrower, but that's 2 mana. And that's the biggest problem right now, is that one of our answer spells is 2, and we need to spend 2 on the Profs, which means we would need to find land plus the kill spells here. And if we do that perfectly, we can win. But we saw Travis sort of aggressively got rid of some of these removal spells on the earlier loots. Now we picked up a Lightning Axe and 3 lands.
3 lands. It's like Odawara Hall Island.
Okay, so the one nice thing is that we picked up an untapped land, excuse me. So that we have not played a land for turn. So that does free up 1 mana for us. We had we needed to find that land in order to get there. And we just need our Profs to basically hit perfectly if we're going to win. That is just the way of the world, I think. Otherwise, Travis Williams might not only just lose to damage, but lose to decking.
Yeah, I think he's sitting somewhere around like 15-ish cards in deck.
That seems about right to me. I mean, we've, basically drawn 5 cards minimum a turn. All right, there's the second kill spell.
And and the Profs is here. Is resolved. We've drawn what, like 4 cards this turn?
Yeah, 4, and then 1 from the Prof makes 5.
Oh wait, we also played a Treasure Cruise this turn, right?
Oh yeah, we did. Yeah, so
like 7, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. We didn't use all the Artist Talent triggers. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
All right. So I mean, the real question in my mind right now is: so Travis knows, his deck fully. He knows what's left in his deck, and I mean, like we talked about, there isn't much left there. Does he even have kill spells to get to? As it does look like he's actually only playing 3 Fiery Impulse now, which means we're down a little bit. But yeah, you're seeing him counting. Can he like mathematically just guarantee have his whole deck in his hand?
I don't think he has. I don't know. I don't know if he has enough red sources because all of the lands that we pulled were, Island, Otawara, Hall.
Yeah, and
I think even if we had a third axe here.
Okay, so we need to draw the card Stern Dismissal. This is a 2 of in the deck this weekend. It returns target creature or enchantment to the opponent's hand. It's just an unsummon at instant speed that hits enchantments. Yeah, and we're seeing Travis decide actually that I can't win this turn, but I can force you.
Yeah, you can get rid of Zur for sure, and you're gonna have to take 6 down to 6.
Well, but Travis has left himself dead on board unless our life totals are mistaken, which sometimes does happen here on coverage. We click the button one too many times. But I'm pretty sure Travis Williams is dead to a 7/7.
Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah, I mean, great play there from Fan Chen Yang. Pulling it out. I mean, that you and I mean, let's keep it a buck. We were basically calling it already a turn or two ago.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Travis had seen 80-90% of his deck, and had all of his birds out basically immediately. So our players are going to get ready for game 2. Congratulations, Fanshin, taking down the first game. We're going to take a look at the deck lists here and talk a little bit about sideboarding. We're looking at Travis's Phoenix list right now. Mason, what are your thoughts? We are seeing a second profs here, some disputes, more bounce spells.
Yeah, I expect the second profs to hit the deck. The two mystical disputes, and the sideboard and the brazen borrower are all cards that are pretty exciting. We talked about enigmatic being a card that matters, but also Zur matters a lot. These are both blue things that I want to hit. Aether Gust is really good. Just fighting over the enigmatic, but also typically there's some miscellaneous green and red cards in the deck. Now we talked about how Fan Chang is moving away from red in this build of the deck for this weekend, but I don't know, if Travis knows that. So that's one of those spots where it gets a little awkward, a little weird. And then besides that, we have 2 annuls, which are pretty great theoretically. Most of the cards that matter are enchantments. Obviously, post-board, there's a lot more, sorceries that we just talked about that matter. But I still think these annuls are just something you should bring in.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we're going to want to keep some of our kill spells, by the way.
Yeah,
we're going to keep some of those axes.
That seems good. As we will take a look over at Fanshin's list real quick. Now, in the sideboard, I'm seeing one of my favorite guys. That's a Rurik Thar.
Yeah,
along with 3 Rest in Peace.
Yeah, Rook Thar the Unbowed is very good against these decks that are trying to just cast a bunch of, non-creaturey spells in a turn. Just deal 6 damage to the opponent for every single one of them. Super idle out of the Revel. That one's going to be great. And like you mentioned, Rest in Peace also pretty good. And then I think you could even see a world where, depending on what cards you like in your deck when it comes to tutor targets, you do have a deck of 80 cards. I can see a couple Thought Seizes coming in, even though your deck the opponent's deck, has Treasure Cruise and so many cantrips that it is hard to really strand them. You just might have cards in your main deck that you're not super happy about, right? So, for example, Noxious Gearhulk is a card that, at least to me in my experience, not one that's very good in this matchup. Maybe Fanshin has different plans, maybe expects different sideboarding thing. That's totally reasonable. But that's a card to me that I would cut very quickly. And I only had 4 cards to really talk about when to bring in, right? The 3 Rest in Peace and the Rook Thar are things I'm excited about. So I could see a world where maybe, hey, this Nowhere to Run isn't super exciting. And I cut some of those from my Rest in Pieces. And I'm like, oh, well, I still have a couple more. Maybe I'll cut 1 or 2 of these other kill spells for these Thought Seizes and hope that you mulligan or whatever. And I take your profs or your Treasure Cruise and I put you on the back foot and I buy time. Because that is what Fan Chan needs, is time. I think time, and for Travis to maybe misjudge his position, which I think is really what happened that last game. We saw the last loot from the talent be discarding Lightning Axe, and we left up a dual land. If we had discarded something like Brazen Borrower or one of our other cantrips, or even a Treasure Cruise, we didn't even really need it at that point, right?
Yeah.
Lightning Axing that Zur means 1 less blocker and 7 less life.
Right. Yeah. What about these knockout blows? Is there any world where you think Fanshin might want to bring those in?
I think you could theoretically do something like that, in the same vein as Thoughtseize, right? Like I think we're in the
Mhm.
similar space of just like I got some stuff in my main deck. It's not great. I just want to make some upgrades, that are like minor but might line up well. That one can catch the Phoenix for a single mana, and like we talked about, you are sort of squeezed on it. It's awkward if Prof gets involved, but it's not like the card I suggested is much less awkward, right? Turn three
Sure,
sort of
sure.
undoes it. So it's really a matter of I think trying to find your least awkward friend to bring to the party with you. You got to have a plus
Mhm.
one. It's really who's the plus one.
Sure. Do you think there's any world where play draw factors into that decision for Vanshin? Maybe on the play could value the Thoughtseize a little more. Maybe on the draw could value the knockout blows a little more.
Totally. Yeah, I could see that being the case. I could also see other cards in the deck being worse, which then leads us to those cards, right? It's like, hey, I
Sure.
really want, maybe these fatal pushes on the draw or whatever, right? And then on the play, it's like, well, they're not super great, so I'm gonna do this. Obviously, that's not a great example, but you get the idea. Fanchan might have plans in that regard.
Yeah, as we're
So
taking a look at some opening hands here, Travis with a Iconoclast and two lands. One of them we are seeing right now in the way of this Juari Ruins. We're just going to pass over to Fanshu, who's going to play a Triumph. So we're going to go back to Travis. Got our lands out. And there is our Iconoclast
yeah, and
from
this
the sideboard.
Yeah, this card really filling the role of like young Pyromancer has historically in a lot of decks. Just triggers off all non-creature spells and making colorless blockers, which actually does matter in this matchup. Some players play the Humans deck. It's sort of on the outside looking in now compared to when Pioneer first started. But in that deck, Brave the Elements, unable to really burst through, comes up, and it's a little bit harder to cast, but not really. You never have like a red land base in your Phoenix deck, so ends up basically being sort of an upgrade for the most part.
Right, so we're going to see a card we didn't get to see at all last game, up the beanstalk for Fan Chen Yang. And as we go back over to Travis, we're sleight of handing. We are generating our soldiers immediately, and looks like not finding that. Oh wait, we do have a third land.
Yeah, we found it off the slide. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Travis does have the ability to keep going. Also looks to have to consider and side of hand. I think it's sort of deciding which of these, cantrips do I want to use, and decides to go for the sleight of hand here.
Yep, so we're going to make another soldier. Looks like that might have been Aethergust that we picked up.
Yeah, I think it was.
It's pretty nice as we're getting, up to this turn 4 turn, as we are going to see a Leyline Binding come down for Fanshin. That's going to trigger the beans and draw a card for Fanshin, as we are going to take out the Iconoclast for now. We do have the Brazen Borrowers in deck for Travis here, so there are some ways we can get rid of this enchantment, but not, super helpful ways.
Yeah, we mentioned, your Far's dispersal, dismissal, excuse me, a second ago in game number 1. That's about the cleanest way we have, which is, maybe some amount of respect shown from Travis here for decks like this in the mirror, having that card in the deck, but it's not a very good answer to the 1 mana kill spell. Unsummon it for a second, not going to go great.
Yeah, as we are seeing the Cavern here played on Horror for Fanshin. And we're going to see this this Overlord come down and make a couple of flyers to block these Iconoclast soldiers.
Yeah, we're seeing Travis really tank on this Aether Gust / Consider at the end of turn.
Yeah, it looks like Aether Gusting his own talent, getting the trigger here, discarding the Phoenix.
I have to assume that was pointing towards the trigger, but maybe it was counting our own talent in order to trigger something
Maybe
else.
we're gusting the beans?
Yeah, the beans make sense. Okay. Yeah, and then Fanchan put it on bottom, which is a little heartbreaking if you're Travis, probably. You got rid of it, but they think they didn't eat up the beanstalk.
Yeah, so you're gonna go back over to Travis. We've got a Free the Fae, we've got a Lightning Axe, we've got a Phoenix in the yard. So we're gonna start with Free the Fae, do the Artist trigger. It's like Spell Pierce, Land, Borrower, and then I believe that is the Stern Dismissal.
Yeah. And this is one of the awkward spots, right? Some of your cards line up really well sometimes, the rest just don't that often. And Travis is sort of at a spot where the Spell Pierce might be good, but he doesn't have the pressure to put on Fan Chen to make it great. The Stern you can use for a second, right? We're currently in a spot where the mana is unable to replay the Leyline Binding, but it isn't perfect, and we'd only be using it to get like one more servo, which isn't really mattering.
Yeah, very tough call here.
In spots like this, you typically want to try and think about what does winning look like over the next couple of turns. And I like this decision from Travis. I imagine we're going to see Travis sort of pass, maybe play a land for turn. I don't think we have this turn. And then use this Brazen Borrower if something like a Zur comes down, because then it also gives us a flying attacker. And you're seeing this too from Travis. Yeah, trying to get in now to trade for the Moss so the Brazen Borrower can maybe get in, but Fan Chan's not having it.
Yep, so we are going to go ahead and play that land. And looks like we've got Consider, the Borrower, and a Lightning Axe, passing back over to Fan Chen Yang. And it looks like we are getting the proper tokens out. Thank you, coverage.
Yeah, Servo Soldiers ready to battle.
It's like another Cavern in Fan Chen's hand there. And I mean, just a full grip, really.
Yeah, I imagine this Cavern is naming it, Wizard or Human, whichever makes more sense for the Zur stuff. And telling here from Fan Chan could have hard cast the Overlord of the Hauntwoods, but instead impends it.
Yep, and we're going to get this Everywhere token. Gives us full domain automatically. Got the Nowhere to Run in hand, have the Zur in hand as well. Which next turn we are set up to play Zur and activate both of these Overlords, which is pretty crazy. Or the Leyline Binding if that's what we need to do.
Yeah, it's a really unenviable position.
Yeah, so we are going to pass back over to Travis as he's going to sit here and think about what to possibly bounce. Or you just bring in the actual factual borrower.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, part of the problem is these are all kind of cards you want in your hand. Now you can rummage away the Consider because it's kind of like on it, but yeah, it is just worse than spending your mana.
Yeah.
So
As looks like we did hit a land off of the rummage there. Not sure what card we picked up for turn. So we're going to swing in. Fan Chen happy to take the 2. Down to 12 to Travis's 18. And we're going to play our Prankster. And it looks like a Lightning Axe. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, playing that land there too is pretty telling that Travis has like big dreams mana wise, because with the artist talent, obviously in 5 lands, you're looking pretty solid, and being able to turn that land, even if it's just moving through the next land, right? Like just not having to draw it for turn can be pretty huge here. So tells me Travis is really planning on drawing a card like Treasure Cruise, which means Fan Chan's cards like Tranquil Frillback are at a premium right now. This is what we talked about in game 1, where Fan Chan went for the Frillback. It ended up not really working out. It bought him a turn-ish, sort of, and ended up winning the game, obviously. But Here, that would actually be devastating as Travis is basically out of resources. As it does look like we have Vanishing Verse, which is going to exile the artist talent.
Yeah, very powerful play here from Fanchen. We also got the Nowhere to run down at the end of Travis's turn to take care of that Prankster. Looks like we're going to shock in this Overgrown Tomb. Looks like exactly enough mana to play Zur, activate Zur to me.
It's looking that way here. This Overlord of the Mistmoors is so large. As you see, a Null's just stuck in hand for Travis. And this is what I mentioned before, right? It's like, yeah, Null's really good. It can get a little awkward post-board. There's more cards that, are mattering that aren't it like being hard counterable, but it's just the Travis's deck is full of just awkward spots after awkward spots.
Yep. And we are going to go ahead and Lightning Axe the Zur, but I mean, the damage has already been done, right? Like, we're attacking with this Overlord. We're gaining life. I mean, the other Overlord's just going to naturally, the impending is going to happen.
Yeah, and there's just all these blockers too, right? If there isn't Treasure Cruise, there's no good draw on Travis's deck, right? You could theoretically cantrip a bunch into a Profs, and that's pretty good. Oh. And there's Prof.
Prof into land, not really what you want to see. We can get a counter on something, but those moths are still really good blockers.
Yeah, the second counter would have been so huge here. It would have forced the double moth trade, which is obviously still not great for Travis. But yeah, actually, I think, Travis making kind of a on-board I'm dead again attack. 7 + 4 is 11.
Yep.
So really, I'm just going to uncharacteristic from Travis sort of play. I think he is just sort of hoping that my only way to win is for Fanchan to completely and totally botch this game. But Fanchan won yesterday, isn't going to stop winning now. Moves on from undefeated yesterday to 1-0 today.
Yeah, congratulations, Fanchan Yang, taking down the first round of our Pioneer 5K. Very well done. Congratulations. We have a time-shifted backup to look at here in just a second as we get that together. But Mason, what did you think of that match? Did it go down about how you were expecting? Any big surprises?
I think Travis sort of dropped the ball and showed why Phoenix is so hard. I think game 2 was sort of Travis, there's not much that he could have done. Game 1 felt like his game to lose. And I think this is why we see Phoenix sometimes struggle still, is even in the great hands of the players like Travis, who is so great at playing this deck. I've seen him play really well before. You have to make the bunch of these decisions, and if you get them wrong, it can be devastating. And it was devastating in game 1. And we sort of lost the game we were supposed to lose, but we lost the game we were supposed to win. That's not how your Magic tournaments are going to go if you're going to be top 8ing.
Yeah, it looks like our match is ready. Our time shifted back up. So let's go ahead and get down into that. We have Andrew Ellenbogen once again on Is It Phoenix versus Will Kruger, who's on Rakdos Demons, which, going back to that Pioneer RC, this was a deck that some people were starting to figure out, but was definitely not super prevalent, but seems to be picking up a lot of intrigue in Pioneer for those who are still playing it. What are your thoughts on the deck, on the matchup as we are watching Will Thoughtseize Andrew turn 1 here?
Yeah, so I mean, the Demons deck is sort of, like Rakdos mid-range's, evolution, as it were. This is like it's Charizard to that's Charmeleon, to, use some other references. And it got a lot more powerful. But, oh, wow, see, Andrew here kept a 1-lander.
Wow, yeah.
And, has an opt as well. Okay, I saw the consider only at first, and I was like, oh, we didn't decide to cantrip in response. Interesting. But anyways, this matchup can be pretty tight. My understanding is a lot of Demon players feel pretty good about their post-board games and don't feel good about game 1. Which is how a lot of people feel about Phoenix, basically. Like, game 1, if structurally my deck isn't well positioned against yours, it's like, kind of a bad matchup. But, generally speaking, post-board, I have a bunch of cards for you and I make it work. In general, what I have found is that it is up to the Demons player to sort of pick apart the Phoenix player enough combined with pressure in order to sort of take over the game. And you're seeing there from Kruger, it's a really tough spot of, do I take this Treasure Cruise, which I know will be this huge problem in the long term, or do I take the Consider to try and hopefully, strand Ellenbogen without mana And it's also the the cantrip spell that makes the least amount of ramping towards that treasure cruise. And also maybe Will just
Oh,
had double Thoughtseize and knew he can go for it later.
yeah. Second Thoughtseize coming down as we see the Fiery Impulse here. And there goes the treasure cruise for Andrew. So we're just going to play a tapped crypt. And a Free the Fae is going to come down. We're going to find a new treasure cruise to replace the old one. We've got 6 cards in the yard. Pretty good position to be in.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew can cast his treasure cruise, right? And this is sort of why we talked about Thoughtseizes a bit in the last match. Is like they kind of work, but not really. You know, like they can cause issues. Like Andrew much rather have the second treasure cruise in hand than the first, but we still are able to sort of cast this if we want to. And you're seeing Andrew sort of start off with a Free the Fae.
Yeah, so you're going to see 3 lands in a Consider, but you know that still plays, and we are able to cast this treasure cruise pretty easily. So we're going to exile these cards here, leave a few things in the yard, draw our 3 cards, and you know it feels very rare that you go Thoughtseize, my opponent has 6 cards in hand.
Yeah. And, you know, that is really not what it's about. And Will, you know, the second Thoughtseize was pretty good, given that, you know, before there was another treasure cruise. Andrew sort of, you know, did what his deck does and found it again. You're pretty good at finding, you know, the first 2 copies of a lot of cards. But that pressure is what's needed here. And Will's finally getting it down. But Fable, you know, is just far from being, you know, the saving grace it used to be in Pioneer. The other decks have caught up, I think, a lot in power, and it's just not a ton of pressure in a timely way, and we really need to limit the time.
Yeah, we are going to go back to Will, whose Fable is going to go up to Chapter 2. Looks like discarding 2 lands to draw a couple more cards here. Gotta love that. And Will's going to make a attack here, but before attacks, it is going to get impulsed by Ellen Bogan. No treasure token for Will today. And Thoughtseize number 3. Let's go.
All right.
Will has taken 8 damage this game. All done by himself. And another Fable. Now, 2 Fables. 2 Fables. That is a pretty serious threat.
Yeah, 2 Fables represents a lot more pressure. And, you know, considering the other cards you could really play for 3 mana as like an Holy Annex in the new builds of the deck, this is a lot better. This is one area where I think the deck has lost some amount of power, where they used to play Graveyard Trespasser, which is way worse than the cards we're playing now. But in this matchup would actually sometimes be kind of clutch. That all being said here, I think this is a real turn where we need Andrew to whiff if you want Will Kruger to do well. You know, we picked apart Andrew. He was a little low on resources. If Will Kruger can get through this turn with not much changing, he's going to be in a much better position.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're taking a look at Andrew's turn here, with also, you know, a lot going for him. We have this Artist Talent. We are going to Impulse, discard a Phoenix, get rid of that Goblin again. Will is never getting a treasure token as we slide of hand, discard another Phoenix. Will's going to be taking some damage this turn.
Yeah, this is. Remember, I talked about sort of, you know, we need things to not change too much if you're a Will Kruger fan.
Yeah,
this is things changing too much. You know, it's not the end of the world. It's not a treasure cruise, but it's bad. Oh, that's a treasure cruise.
Speak of the devil.
Yeah, and you know, this is one of the things too. There is some amount of, I know some Demon. I was about to say Rakdos Phoenix players. Rakdos Demon players are like, well, if I can dodge the first cruise too until like turn 5 or 6, even if they chain them, I can sometimes pressure them enough. That was not the case here. We saw Will try to even set that up along with the potential of high roll with the first couple of Thoughtseizes, but Andrew has just been moving through his deck so efficiently like this deck does, and it's just a bad spot.
As we're going to discard a couple of cards here to the Fable once more, as the other one is going to flip. Now Andrew does have lethal on board, and that is something Will needs to be dealing with. But does he have the means to deal with that? As we're going to take a look through Andrew's exiled cards, could this just be a matter of trying to figure out how many cruises are left, how many
I think
counters?
I think it's cruises and like spell pierces. I think Andrew just put his Phoenix in the exile zone. It's time shift. We can't really fix it, but I'm sure these players.
Well,
might
it was
know.
it was a torch the tower, right?
Oh, it was a torch. Excuse me. Sorry, I for some reason did not notice that. Good catch.
As we're going to try to play a third Fable, which is going to get spell pierced. And we're back to Andrew. Has half of Will's life on board. Just needs to find the other half.
And luckily, the Phoenix deck not very good at finding cards.
Yeah, especially not with 2 artist talents. There's a consider.
There's the Phoenix.
Oh yeah, that's. I mean, surely that is game, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, Will can basically win if Andrew draws like a bunch more Phoenixes. Yeah, Brazen Borrowers, lands, like the things that don't really trigger. Obviously, with these talents, it's so hard for the, as long as there's a second one here, you're such a huge favorite. But the fact that Andrew's tanking this much, oh, okay. He was just double checking. Well, that's a good reason to be tanking.
Yeah. And that is going to do it. Congratulations to Andrew Ellenbogen taking that one down here. Looks like Will won game 2, and we are just going to jump right in to our game 3 to see who is going to win this match of round 1. So we'll have that ready in just a second here. Yep, looks like we are getting down into it. So this will be game 3. Andrew will be on the play here. Oh, as we are starting pre-game action on the side of Will Kruger, Leyline of the Void. How big of a deal do you think that is, Mason?
It's pretty big if Andrew can't find one of the unsummon effects pretty quickly. We saw before, this missile from Travis. It looks like he is not playing that. We do have an Into the Flood Maw that we saw at the end of game 1. I'm assuming that stayed in. That would be a great way to pick it apart. But, that is going to be our main ways to get off the table. And then Crackling Drake in hand here is one of the few cards that actually can fight through these sort of, graveyard denial cards as well. But also Kruger's deck typically pretty good at fighting creatures. So as you see there, he's even not even that worried about it. Just takes the artist talent, doesn't want to deal with that card.
Yeah, as we are going back over to Will here for turn 2. And here's Thoughtseize. Pick it apart. And
Brazen Borrower.
Brazen Borrower to bounce the Leyline in response to the Thoughtseize. Pretty nice. Makes it to where we don't get to exile this Phoenix, like I'm sure we wanted to. What do you think? Do you just take care of the Drake while you can? Do you take care of the Free the Fae because of how much it's going to fill the yard?
Yeah, my gut is to take Free the Fae just because that's the enabler and finds you everything else. It depends too on how Kruger has sideboarded. I see a Fatal Push in hand, so we do have the Crackling Drake checked if we can get Revolt. Now, getting Revolt in the Pioneer format is a lot harder than Modern, right? In Modern, we have 8 to 9 fetch lands in every deck. Just makes it so Fatal Push is such an easy card to kill at 4 drops. Here in Pioneer, not always the case, and you're seeing Kruger tank on it a lot too. Really makes me think that he is struggling between something like Free and Crackling Drake here. Because if he takes Free the Fae, and, Andrew just hits a couple lands, the Crackling Drake does count cards in exile for its power toughness, so it will still be pretty large even if not much else happens, So, yeah, he's going for the Free the Fae. It's definitely not, a free pick by any means, but I think it's the one that you kind of most likely leads to victory.
Yeah, as Mutavault is going to be Will's land for turn. Now, what does that, if anything, say to Andrew?
Yeah, a card like a shock land we'd rather play here, right? Because we turn our Verge on and we not get shocked, so you can kind of infer things like that. You could also, if you don't see a fast land here like a Black Cliffs, you might be a situation where maybe Will wants to attack with the Mutavault, right? And he wants to get it off Summoning Sickness here. So the second Verge maybe makes me think, this is a spot where Will just wanted to have the option to vault. And here's Unholy Annex.
Yeah, Unholy Annex coming down. This is going to let Will draw a card at the cost of a little bit of life at the end of his turn here. And looks like we are flashing in that Brazen Borrower.
And so far, this is the worry Will had with, leaving Crackling Drake, is if Andrew slams Drake here, it would have been pretty bad. Even slamming a Phoenix here, even if we just had another island, maybe we didn't have the mana color for it, it could have been a problem, but he dodges it now.
Yeah, and I mean, we have the mana for our ley line if ever we want to play it again. Now our life total is getting low, but Shieldred does quite a lot for it. Quite a lot for it. Looks like Andrew might be choosing to play this opt with Shieldred on the stack. Save a little bit of life here.
Yep.
Maybe
and this
search for a way to respond to it.
Yeah, I don't think Andrew has any counter magic or anything like that, but just not taking the 2 life from the op is more than enough reason to, do this sooner than later. And this is one of the things you notice too. So we named the deck Rakdos Demons. That's sort of, the colloquial name for this deck. Its only demons this day are Blade of the Oni and Mutavault. Players have just gone and removed Archfiend of the Dross from their deck for the most part and just play a bunch of Shieldreds. Because Shieldred essentially undoes the Unholy Annex tax for you and is a bit of a stronger card on rate. So that's why you see, not many demons here from Rakdos Demon. There's still 8. We got a lot of them, but we don't have, that 12-ish that you kind of saw before, or 10, depending on the player's build.
Well, we also have the demon from the enchantment itself in a pinch, right?
True, yeah, definitely. That is a good point to bring up.
Yeah, I could see Shieldred, I mean, counteracting the life tax, but also putting that pressure on your opponent, especially against a deck like Phoenix, where they are drawing so many cards. I mean, we saw last match just how many cards they're drawing at any given point. This is obviously a huge card that Andrew needs to deal with as soon as possible.
Yeah, something like... Yeah, and you see the Adventure Zone token there versus the Exile Zone from the Leyline of the Void cards.
Yeah.
I think Andrew's trying to figure out, do I shock here? Yeah, and if I do, what am I supposed to play? Because it's interesting. Crackling Drake is sort of the quote-unquote best threat. It does lose you a little life. And it's also the one that, Will would like to clean up sort of the most, right? But if you're willing to maybe block, maybe you want to block with the Phoenix now and try and set up, okay, I draw a Lightning Axe and then I pop off, kill the Shieldred, and then, my Drakes will follow up. But decides to lead on Drake, and I believe the Drake is big enough to actually not trade with the Shieldred. Yeah, it's just a 2/6. A 2/4, excuse me, I spoke.
Yeah, just a 2/4 at the moment. Surely soon will be bigger. So Will could certainly swing in if he wanted to.
Yeah, I do imagine Will's going to attack. I mean, he can't really block anything in this point of the game, at least.
It's going to level out the life totals. Oh, looks like maybe we were a little bit behind. Andrew is now down a little bit of life from Will as we are making the 6/6 Flying Demon, which, I mean, now Will's really going to be gaining life here off these Annex triggers.
Yep. Yeah, and so, I mean, Will's going to gain 4, right? Because there's a drain from the Unholy Annex and then the 2 from Shieldred, while Andrew's losing 4, draw for turn, plus the Annex drain. Basically puts Andrew in a must-answer position right now. Yeah, and you see him being like, all right, well, I better consider and see what I can get to because I am in a pretty rough spot. Now, it's a winnable spot. It's just a rough spot.
Yeah, winnable, but very difficult. I mean, this demon is massive. 6/6 flyer. Crackling Drake's up to a 3/4.
And this is sort of what we talked about, right? Like game 1, the Demons players sort of hope to get lucky, right? Like they hope their Thoughtseize are good enough, they have a pressure. And then post board, now we didn't get to see game 2, but we know Will Kruger won. The post board, they feel a lot better. And I would not be surprised to learn something along the lines, Will Kruger, Leyline of the Voided, Andrew, or maybe he played a card like Go Blank and it was very timely. Things like that do a pretty good job, of checking a lot of this. Says Beacon Bolt gets found, but it's a little late on the Shieldred. And there's still the demon you have to fight through as well.
Yeah, and I mean, even if we do get through both of these things, we still have the Annex. We still have Mutavault. Like we have a 1 mana drain you for 2 at the
Yeah,
end of turn.
that's a great point. And we know Andrew will have to be tapped out if he's not dying because he has to kill one of these things. Obviously, the most likely answer right now is Shieldred. But yeah, that's a great point. And we can't really attack either.
Yeah, because I mean, the Brazen Borrower, that's not gonna block much. It can block the demon. You get a Phoenix out. That's not. I mean,
It's
really, really tough spot for Andrew.
Yeah, and he's tanking a lot, and I can't tell if that's because like he thinks it's close, or if he's just like, I'm probably dead, I'm double checking. You know what I mean? This is one of those
Yeah,
spots
yeah,
where it's like,
totally.
I would not be surprised to see a lightning act at the end of this. And it's basically comes down to like, am I supposed to have beacon bolt in hand, or am I supposed to have like, this opt in order to find more things? Those sort of questions are good. But I think there also might be some life total double checking here.
Sure. I mean, a lightning axe, discard the Phoenix. The Phoenix comes back. Maybe you buy a turn.
Yeah. And that's, we're assuming all this time too that Will doesn't have something like second Childred or some
Mm-hmm.
other big card. There's a lot of things that Will
Right.
could have in hand. Now I think his hand's actually just for the most part, Fatal Push, Fable, and Land. Not a
Yeah.
bad hand by any means, but definitely not the hand you're jumping over the moon for.
But he has drawn like 4 extra cards, right?
Yep,
So,
true.
we've gone through a decent amount of the deck here. So many things that Will could draw would either just straight up be lethal or put Andrew in such a tough position as to effectively be lethal. I'm gonna pick up the beacon bolt, it looks like, which, as you said, a little late here with our 1 mana remaining, but could be very relevant next turn if Andrew can make it to next turn.
Okay, I am of the belief Andrew has a lightning axe. I just
Mm-hmm.
can't imagine him taking this long, or he has some way to get rid of Shieldred, or something like that.
Sure.
There's something in hand that's doing something. I think because at this point, Andrew has to have found the time to realize if I can't kill one of these things, I have to be dead.
Yeah.
So there's a Spiral Bluff Canal and a passing of the turn. This makes sense if
Mm.
Andrew has an lightning axe, you would want to lightning axe at the end of turn, so that way Will can't play like let's say second Childred, right? As Will's going to fire for duress, yeah, and Andrew's going to pick
Right.
it up. He knows he's dead. Congratulations there to Will Kruger. What a game!
Yeah. Congrats to Will. I mean, very well played by both players. Really cool to get to watch such high level Magic be played there. Now, we have a lot more high level Magic coming to you just a little bit later. We're going to take a quick break before our round 2 starts, so stay tuned. Welcome back, Magic players, to round 2 of the NRG Championship Series, where we have a Pioneer 5K happening today. I am Niall Joan Rivers, joined in the booth by Mason Clark, and we've got some really exciting Magic that's already happened, a lot more really cool stuff to come. But first, let's take a look at some of our players to watch at this event. So Mason, I know you are a long-time NRG grinder commentator. Talk us through some of these names.
Yeah, so I mean, Fan Chen Yang won our event yesterday, so they were 1-0. We saw them in our future match area. Garrick, our player of the year last year, 1-0. Ray Zhang, better than a CFT stock combo for the sake of combo. Sort of one of the best players in Magic right now in general. I mean, for my money, probably one of the best players, if not the best in the room. 1-0. We saw them play Esper Pixie yesterday, missing a couple cards. Still put up a good performance. Robert Taylor, better than his Fire Shoes, doing great as well. Sean Gallagher, another one of our well-known grinders here, playing blue-white control. Wesley Hickman, similar spot, likes to play red decks a bit more. I think he's playing one today as well. And then Andrew Ellenbogen lost round 1. We saw in the backup feature match area, our Pro Tour champion here in the room today. But still a lot of Magic left to be played, and similar for Benjamin Ungar as well at 0-1. A lot of great players starting off really strong today.
Right, and speaking of great players, let's take a look at our 2025 leaderboard. Now, this is, players can earn points by playing in the events in our series that can qualify them for the championship, the invitation only tournament at the end of the year. Now, the names you see in orange here, these people are already qualified for champs, but they're still worth fighting for those points for, the player of the year MVP spots. So Mason, what do you think about this leaderboard so far, so early into our year?
Yeah, like you said, it is early, so we only have two players. Those two players won Showdowns, Fan Chan yesterday, Grayson Nimitz back in February, won our, I believe, modern one. And these players are, in good positions, especially Grayson for player of the year. Like 60 points is 18 points up on Ben. Obviously, we're on event 4 today of, what's going to be, I think, about 20 events we play across the year. So it's still a long way to go. But Grayson in a strong position. And a lot of these players just want to be sort of the 3 players not in orange when it comes time for the midseason break. We break up the first half of the year, season 1. And then after our Indie Team Sealed Final Fantasy event, which we'll talk about later that you might want to head on out to, we're going to have part 2. And our top 3 non-qualified players would join. So really quickly, that if this would end right now, it'd be Ben, Ungar, Jake, and Harrison. Those players would make it. So that's what a lot of players are fighting for. They don't even want to be the one who really wins the tournament. They want to be in the top 3 spot when the time rolls over so that they can make it to our $30,000 PTQ at the end of the year. And speaking of end of the year, it's the end of this segment, Niles. I think our players are ready.
Yeah, let's get down to the matches. We are going to see Joey here on the left on Mardu Greasefang, and then familiar face to any people who are a little too online with Magic the Gathering. We have Robert Taylor, better known as Fire Shoes, on the right here with Demir Ninjas. Now, Greasefang, this has been a Pioneer deck for ever, it feels like. This has been a Pioneer deck for a very long time. Obviously, it has gone through some iterations. Duskmorn gave it some really cool tools. But Demir Ninjas feels a little bit newer, a little bit fresher. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing is Kaito, Bane of Nightmares, that you see in Standard so often. It is such a powerful card, and 2, just Ninja Lord, being able to buff them all up. It's really led to this deck being the blue-black disruptive deck that people have always wanted to play. And they sort of always loved the idea of in Pioneer, but it was never quite good enough. Finally getting good enough here for players to sort of pull the trigger on. And it's been like a solid tier 2 deck in Pioneer for a while now. We actually saw it make the finals of one of our events at the end of last year. And players have continued to sort of innovate and work on the deck and try and refine sideboard plans.
Yeah, as we are going to see Joey start off here with a Thoughtseize, getting rid of a Flood Pit's Drowner, and then Robert going to just play out a Mockingbird as itself, mocking nothing at all.
Yeah, and Mockingbird is another great get for this deck. Sort of gives you another good 1-drop, which you kind of need when you're having a bunch of ninja creatures. But it synergizes with your own deck with things like Spyglass Siren and Fairy Miscreant, getting you some redraws, but also doubles as a kill spell in a lot of spots. Most creatures, if you copy them, they trade with their own power, right? So Mockingbird sort of acts as this 1 enabler and 2 clunky kill spell. Clunky kill spell is sometimes exactly what you need in decks.
Yeah, absolutely. As Fire Shoes going to swing in here, Ninjutsu in the Moon Circuit Hacker, which is going to let him draw a card. Last turn, Joey played the very powerful standard card, Fear of Missing Out, which, if you're following along at home, we are at 2 pieces of Delirium, so halfway there.
Yeah. And Joey, too, we mentioned, Fire Shoes Chronicle Online. Joey got 9th place in our event yesterday, just on the outside looking in, playing a very innovative blue-black control list from Standard, playing the Doomsday Executioner combo. And I think Joey, willing to sort of pull the trigger on decks that some players might be a little hesitant to. Marty Greasefang, another example of that. Very powerful, but some players, they aren't in love with it as much. But Joey willing to say, hey, this deck has a lot of raw power. I can sort of, play through some of the clunky draws that appear every now and again. Very similar to my Standard deck I played yesterday.
Yeah, some resilience there, but also still with just some of that tried and true Greasefang. Sometimes I have the nuts and hit you for a ton of damage on, turn 3 or whatever.
Yeah. And I think that's the real advantage of something like Mardu Gersfang, right? Is you get to play cards like Fable that are sort of, just play your mid-range game a bit more, but still enable some of these wild draws. So Joey's deck doesn't have like the Asika's Chariot backup engine that we see from, things like Abzan and Greasefang. We just have 4 Parhelions and 2 Sky Sovereigns. So it's much more kind of like, imagine you're playing, a mid-range deck with a combo and not a combo deck that can play mid-range.
Yeah, so we're going to see Robert Taylor attack in here, and Jujutsu in another Moon Circuit Hacker. Draw a card.
So I've played a lot of this deck, specifically on Arena with, it's where I like to play this one. It's one of my go-to. I'm on the treadmill at the gym decks. And this card is, I would say, have a high correlation with winning. When I draw this card, kind of like Robert is now, you get to just move through your deck so much and get to reuse these powerful ETBs. Now, Spyglass Siren isn't, blowing the doors down or anything like that. But it is letting you just accrue some incidental value. And you combine that with things like, Fatal Push, Thoughtseize, Spell Pierce from this Dimir Ninjas deck. You get a lot of, ways to sort of disrupt your opponent, put them on the back foot. You see Robert kind of shakes his head. I think his hand's just all threats, no interaction for the most part.
Yeah, and we're going to go over to Joey, who's now going to have a Fable trigger. I mean, this could potentially put Delirium in the yard, depending on what is in his hand.
Yeah, and if we get Delirium in the yard, we probably also have a Greasefang vehicle. This deck is pretty good at Delirium, but not the greatest.
Yeah, not sure. Is that an Overlord?
I think that is Overlord, which would give Delirium.
Right, that's enchantment and creature.
Yeah, and that's a huge one.
Now, so we might trigger the Sphere of Missing Out.
Now, the real question...
Robert does have a surprising amount of blockers, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, the downside of, not having any interaction in your deck that kind of wants a mixture of interaction and pressure is you do get a lot of blockers / the fear of attacking in. This is also one of the awkward parts about the Ninjas deck is if you don't have Kaito, your deck is a little underpowered. You really need like these Kaito Thoughtseize sort of things. And if you don't, you kind of, stumble your way across the finish line if you do. But the game is far from over, especially since Joey did not put something like Sky Sovereign. Sky Sovereign hit the graveyard and we played Greasefang. As it does look like we actually have the Sky Sovereign in hand. Maybe just lacking the Greasefang in this spot. But if we had, we could have Fear of Missing Doubts, attacked with it twice, shot down the entire board, hit Robert for 12. I mean, it would be just disastrous.
Yep, and it looks like we are going to block the... trade with the Goblin Shaman there. Joey's going to get his treasure. And I mean, like you said, we have the Sky Sovereign in hand. Definitely would have seen it hit the yard, we think, if Greasefang would have been present, but also can just cast it. And that'll deal with the other Moon Circuit.
Yeah, I think what maybe happened is I think we're just wrong about the card in the graveyard. Because, Joey, very tight player, I think would have seen this interaction, especially if you're someone who plays this deck, right? Like, that's sort of the salivation moment. One of the reasons you want to play the Mardu version over the others. So I imagine what happened is we just have misseen the card here, with our Sky View. It happens. Yeah. We're sorry about that at home. And Joey's just hard casting the Sky Sovereign, getting it on the board. As speaking of getting on the board, Niall, here comes Kaito.
Yeah, very... very huge get for Robert Taylor here. Going to attack in with the Kaito. And now we've got some choices here on what exactly he is going to do as far as loyalty activations.
Yeah, it looks like we're going for the old Surveil to draw a card. Could have tapped down. Yeah, we could have tapped down the Fear of Missing Out, but decides to try and find a permanent answer to that instead. And looks like we're going to bin a Kaito and add a spell to the hand. Robert keeping it close to the chest.
Yeah, and we're going to replay our Spyglass Siren here. I mean, Robert, no shortage of clues over there.
Yeah, he's going to find the way with those maps as the Fable flips, and that's going to guarantee the crewing of the Sky Sovereign, which, I mean, means that at worst the Kaito is dead because we could shoot down the Spyglass Siren and attack it. Now, Joey might have a different plan in mind.
Sure. Yeah.
But
yeah, I
doing
mean,
a
it's
little nice.
entirely possible Joey's just not that worried about the Kaido, you know? I mean,
yeah.
Life total starting to get low.
It looks to me like Joey's trying to figure out what 3-drop to play, and it looks like we're going to go with second Fable the Mirror Breaker. Just sort of playing Mardu Fair, as it were.
Sure. And we can tap both of the summoning set creatures to crew the Sky Sovereign. And then we can also swing here. And we'll find out real quick if there is Delirium or not. Although I think you're right. I think that might be a land that we thought was the Overlord. Might be one of the flip lands.
Yeah, maybe it's like a fancy version of it, because it definitely looks like it has a fancy frame. That's kind of my, if you're a caster trying to figure out how we do it so much, I often don't actually know. I just use little inferences, and I was like, oh, fancy frame. All the enchantments have fancy frames these days.
Yeah. But Joey is going to take out the Kaido by shooting down the Spyglass Siren. So we're going to go back over to Fire Shoes here, playing the Fairy Miscreant.
Yeah, and you're seeing Robert and Joey laugh about it. He's like, yeah, Sky Sovereign kills everything. Very strong. I'll draw a card, make a 1/1. Oh, we have another monster.
No shortage of card draw here.
I'll say there's no shortage of shock lances. Robert's only drawn shocks in Mutavault. Very painful draw here.
Very painful indeed. So we swing in, we ninjutsu.
The Moon Circuit Hacker again. Here's the thing. Robert is surprisingly very close to assigning like lethal. We've knocked Joey down a couple times for 2. Joey's shocked a little. We're not actually like that unrealistic for things to go our way if Joey doesn't have something else to do this turn, right? Because we can't really assign lethal. The Sky Sovereign can only kill one thing in his for 6. That's also all assuming that, we don't have Delirium from the Fable the Mirror Breaker trigger, which could very easily occur here. So we're going to have to see.
Right. We could either get it from here. We could make a copy of Fear of Missing Out and perhaps get a thing into the yard. Lots of paths home here for Joey. But certainly looking dicey if you're a Fire Shoes fan.
And you're seeing Joe think, okay, if I copy my Fable, I get a Rummage. I get, the Rummage is now from the Fable trigger that I assume we're responding to right now. What are my odds I can actually hit Delirium? Also, if I do have Delirium, how much damage is that? Because that seems, at least in my mind, like a ton of damage.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, getting to untap the Sky Sovereign, do it all again.
Then do it all again.
Yeah, do it all again. That's gotta be lethal.
Yeah, I mean,
it's like 6 ways to lethal, it feels like.
Yeah, so clearly Joey is either 1, triple checking the math, or 2 is a little short. And it could be a situation where what's happening is, okay, we're discarding the Fear of Missing Out. That's definitely a creature.
That's Delirium. Yep.
It might be short on ways to crew the Sky Sovereign. That could be the problem. It's like, okay, I can make another Fear of Missing Out. I need to hit something off the Fear of Missing Out in order to crew.
Yeah.
Which, we have a lot of good draws at this deck, 4 Blood Tide Harvesters, excuse me, more Fear of Missing Out, Grease Fangs, even Croxa works. You can crew it before it leaves. So, a lot of good draws here for Joey, if that is the issue. But there's something on Joey's mind.
We do also have a Grease Fang in hand, so there's always just the potential of if you end up able to discard a vehicle that matters. We have that as well.
Yeah, you're right. He did have a Grease Wing in hand, so
looks like we're gonna play Blood Tithe Harvester. That'll crew.
That will get it done. And it's got us a blood as well. So, I mean, if you pop the blood and you put instant in the graveyard.
Well, we already have it, don't we? We have land, sorcery, enchantment, creature.
Lands. Oh, yeah, we do. Excuse me. That's right. Yeah, because Fear Missing Out is both card types. Yeah, so we have it all covered. I guess it's just a matter of.
I think we just have to do it.
Yeah, I think Joey just is wanting to make sure we don't accidentally. You know what might be? This might be Joey's first time with this interaction with the Fear of Missing Out. I mean, like we talked about, players haven't been playing a ton of Pioneer.
Right, totally.
So it's very easy to imagine, maybe Joey, longtime Greasefang player in general, first time Marduer, or first time with this interaction coming up as well, and just wants to make sure we get it right. You play on Arena or whatever, it does it for you. But we do see the copy coming down here.
Yep. We're going to get the ETB trigger for Fear of Missing Out. And I mean, this should be all she wrote. You're going to get like a million Sky Sovereign triggers.
Yeah, and you have the 6 on the ground.
Really path out. Yeah. 6 on the ground. You have to block the 6/6. I mean, there's just no way.
Yeah. You can also untap the Fable to make another Fear of Missing Out for the next combat step.
Spicy.
Yeah, you might as well. And you're seeing Robert now needs to double check how it works too. But I think even if it didn't work this way, I think we were in a really bad spot.
Yeah.
It looks like the players are checking with the judge, I think, just to make sure, which I think confirmed my suspicions about what was going on with Joey. It's just making sure.
Yeah, and I mean, good for them to find out now. They potentially have 2 more games of Magic ahead of them. And just trying to make sure everything works how we think it works. I mean, again, even if it doesn't, Joey's just got it wrapped up. But yeah, really tough sequence of draws here for Fire Shoes. I mean, like you said, all Shocklands and Mutavault for 1. And then just like, what if your hand was 4 Mockingbirds, 4 other 1-drops, Not quite what he was wanting to put together.
Yeah. It's one of those things where it's like your deck needs to kind of have a mixture for it to really work, right? You need to have the Spell Pierces and the Fatal Pushes and the Thought Seizes and those sort of things in order to interact along with this pressure, because the pressure isn't big, right? It's not like we've seen from some of these other decks where your creatures can sort of just like go unchecked for 2 or 3 turns and you run away with the game, right? They're all 1/1s and 2/1s. They're not the world's largest things, but there we see, the judge confirms that is how it works. And like we even said, you could have gone again with the Fable. We've seen that trick happen a couple times. It's pretty exciting. But speaking of exciting, I'm excited to see how these games 2 and 3 will go.
Yeah, let's take a look real quick at the deck lists and the sideboards that are here. So this is Robert Taylor's Dimir Ninjas list. Taking a look at the list itself and also the sideboard. What are you thinking against Greasefang? I mean, I see these 3 Leyline of the Voids. See some Anoint with Afflictions. What do you like?
Yeah, I mean, both of those jump out to me. I like those call outs. And then I could even see maybe something like having a Shieldred if you just want to have a card because the games can sort of stall out and maybe go down a bit on some things like, the Thousand-Faced Shadow, which is just like, this miscellaneous 1-drop that is like okay, but not great. Minor Misstep is pretty good, but not great. Basically trim down some of the things that you kind of play to make your deck work / are better against some of the other decks in the metagame and sort of tune your deck up to be a little bit better pound for pound in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely agree. I mean, it's kind of as we were saying earlier, Robert really just needs to find that mix of spells that he was not getting, with just a bunch of 1-drops. And I mean, pretty unfortunate too. He drew like 20 cards
Mhm.
with all of his Moon Circuit hacker triggers and Mockingbirds and Fairy Miscreants and Kaido. Just couldn't find it.
Yep, and that's the strength of these decks that, like, on the opposing side, that do present these really strong end games, is they force your opponent to have it. And so even though Robert has the tools to sort of win that kind of game, right? He needed to get a lot of it, don't get us wrong, but he did have sort of the cards available to him. A couple of those very miscreants or fatal pushes, or Mockingbirds with fatal pushes, and that game's a lot different. But cards like Sky Sovereign and Parhelion, they just win the game so strong. Excuse me, so effectively because they are so strong. And that's one of the big advantages of Greasefang. Speaking of which.
Yeah, I could take a quick look over at Joey's Mardu Greasefang list. And as we mentioned earlier, Greasefang, a deck that has been in Pioneer for a very, very long time. Mardu Greasefang, kind of a little bit of a new take on it. We've got the Fear of Missing Out, and we've got the Overlord of the Balemercs from Duskmoor, and we're running Fables and Cruxa, and all of these things that seem to work quite nicely. But taking a look at the sideboard here, what do you think Joey is interested in against the Dimir Ninjas?
Yeah, so it kind of depends a bit on how much you want to stay in on the graveyard stuff. Like we talked about this before, the Mardu deck is sort of not being as all in on the combo as something like Abzan is. So we could see a world where maybe we want to trim down some of these Parhelions, take out a Croxa, and then just bring in some like Portable Hole / Reckoner Bankbuster, Torch the Towery type cards, and just play that game. And just sort of like, hey, I'm going to out mid-range you. My cards are a little stronger pound for pound, even though I also have these synergy cards. And you just keep the Sky Sovereigns. We saw in that game, hard cast Sky Sovereign is good enough if the games are in the fair shape. And those are the games that you're most likely going to be playing if your opponent's hard mulling into a thing like Leyline. And even if you don't expect Leyline, there has to be something in that vein from Robert's deck, maybe something like Go Blank, because players are going to have plans for Phoenix. That's kind of the one thing everyone knows going into this weekend. Phoenix, Rakdos Demons, those are the decks that you're going to see more of than most. So I have to have plans for those.
Sure. Yeah, well, we will see very soon how our players did decide to do this as they are getting ready down in the feature match area. But real quick, let's talk about some of the upcoming NRG Series events. We have May 10th and 11th NRG Series in Chicagoland. Saturday, we have a 10K Modern Showdown, and this will be well past BNR. Very excited to see how that shakes out. And then Sunday, the 5K Standard Trial. So, two formats that have been seeing a lot of love lately, a lot of iteration and, depth to them. Really excited to see how those two events shake out. So if you want to participate in these, get your name on the leaderboard, win some really great prizes, and maybe qualify for the championship invitational at the end of the year, come on down to Chicagoland, May 10th and 11th. And then after that, we are going to be in Indianapolis, where we are going to have the 10K Standard Showdown on Saturday. And then Sunday, this is the one I'm so excited about, the 10K Team Showdown, Final Fantasy Team Sealed. Now, this is, I love commentating the NRG events. This is the big one that I'm like, maybe this one. I fly to Indianapolis and I don't commentate and I play Final Fantasy Team Sealed.
Sure.
It's exciting. It's exciting. So if you want to get in on some of that, grab some friends, play Team Sealed June 28th and 29th in Indianapolis. And then at these events, we've got a pretty interesting format here, Value Vintage. It's going to be side events at all of our events this year. Mason, tell us a little bit about Value Vintage.
It's kind of everything you know is on the slide, but it is very simple. It is vintage. We play by the same, legality and restrictions. But the one trick is your deck needs to be $30 or less. If you scan the QR code on screen, you're going to learn all that in more detail. But honestly, now what I just told you is all you need to really know to get out there and go play with your friends or play at our events. We're going to have Value Vintage going on at every NRG event this year. It's very exciting. You might have seen these people who are promoting the format also at other things like Magic Cons and RCs. I saw them at Charlotte this past weekend. They had a lot of players over there having fun, sort of playing some wild decks in the vintage format.
Yeah, very, very cool. Interesting format. Keeping it gated by money makes some really interesting responses to the meta in terms of what is and isn't allowed to be played at any given moment. But it looks like our players are shuffling up, just about ready to get into our game 2 with Joey up a game here on Mardu Greasefang against Robert's Demir Ninjas, where he will be on the play, and our players are cutting each other's decks. We're about to get right into it. Now, Mason, how big of a deal do you think play draw is in Pioneer just as a format?
I think it's pretty big. I think a lot of the decks are trying to snowball an advantage. We just see some control decks or whatever. We might even have some in our backup feature match area. But for the most part, players are trying to like run each other over because the tools you have to answer all the threats are not as efficient as they are in formats like Modern, for example, where like Solitude and Friends are just these zero mana ways to cover all the issues.
Yeah, for sure. So our players are resolving their mulligans. Look like we are ready to get down into the game. And it is going to be Fire Shoes kicking us off with, is that a Fairy Miscreant? Just a little 1/1, a nice guy to enable our ninjutsus.
Yes, it is. And
another one. This one we'll get to draw a card.
Well, only if its friends around. And Joey could Fatal Push this Miscreant. And you're seeing a real tank moment here. I mean, we're either Hollywooding or tanking, and it looks like we're fine.
Yep. Oh, it looks like... Okay, we do have the land. Go ahead and attack in. Nothing swapping places here, as we are just going to play a Mockingbird, make another Miscreant, draw another card.
Yeah, great play there from Robert. You could ninjutsu, but it seemed like Joey really had some interaction. And Joey can't ever Fatal Push once you get to the declare blocker step, because if you do, then the ninjutsu happens as Parhelion hits the graveyard.
Yeah, and we are going to see Fear of Missing Out as the play for Joey here. As you said, Parhelion in the graveyard. Always scary against Greasefang to see Parhelion hit the graveyard on turn 2.
Yeah, I mean, that is just threatening, why players play this deck that turn 3. As we do see an army of Fairy Miscreants come in.
Yeah, and the Mockingbird going to get swapped out with a Moon Circuit Hacker. It's going to be more card draw for Fire Shoes. Looks like the Mockingbird coming back down, drawing another card. Classic play pattern we're seeing from this deck here. Make a bunch of Fairy Miscreants.
Yeah, and I mean, this is one of the nice parts about this. When the games are like playing and mattering in this regard, if it's about cards, then this deck, when it has these draws, does sort of outscale people, right? Now, obviously, we know Parhelion could be coming down. That's going to overwhelm this army of 1/1s. But if you try to play the fair game, Robert's in a much better spot this game than we were last time.
Right, as we are going to have a Spyglass Siren as the last play for Robert. Now, he is tapped out, so if Joey has the Greasefang, we can get it. But the fact that he's not just slamming land Greasefang makes me think that maybe he doesn't. Yeah, as we're going to see a tap land and then a pass. That, if you're Robert, you've got to be pretty happy to see that.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing that is on everyone's mind right now is Kaito, Bane of Nightmares. Joey didn't have anything. We have all these creatures we'd love to pick up and sort of, exchange for a Kaito, and Joey can't really stop it. There's too many bodies.
Yeah, I mean, also just like 4 damage in the air.
Yeah.
That's not nothing.
This is a huge swing. And you're seeing Robert be fine with it if Joey is, and now Joey needs to make a decision. Am I going to Fatal Push one of these? And if he does, and Robert has maybe not even a Kaito, but a different ninja, we could see the swap, and it'd be pretty devastating.
And then we are going to play, looks like Mutavault as our land for turn. and then just play out a Shieldred, card we talked about in the sideboard here.
Yeah, really like this inclusion here from Robert. I think it makes a lot of sense. I would imagine he did a lot of what we talked about in sideboard, trying to play that fair game. Yeah, we're seeing a Fatal Push on that Moon Circuit Hacker.
Yeah, and we're going to go to Joey's turn. Shieldred trigger, take him down to 9 health to Robert's healthy 18.
Yeah, and I mean, if Joey can't put a Parhelion in play this turn, this Shieldred's probably going to go the distance. As you know, there's 4 in the sky. That would knock Joey down to 5. Shieldred puts it to 3. That's dangerously close to lethal.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see, I think another Fear of missing out a Sky Sovereign, some lands in Joey's hand. Swinging at Robert. Robert, not going to block, not going to turn on your Fatal Push that easy. We're going to play another Fear of missing out. Discard a land here.
And takes 2 from the draw.
Yep. Down to 7.
And this is what we talked.
Does that make us not, well, I mean, basically lethal if we can ninjutsu in a Kaito. Because you'll just die to the Shieldred trigger.
Yep. We also have this Mutavault activation. If we can, hard cast. I'm sorry, we can like a ninjutsu into something too. So some of the ninjas can buff. It gets kind of weird sometimes. There's also the discard ninja we didn't talk about on the sideboard. Robert might have that in his hand. So I'm curious to see how he wants to play this here, as we have a lot of mana available to us. And it looks like we're going to pop a map, maybe trying to set up some damage.
Yeah, we're going to see a Thoughtseize there, put a counter. I mean, now a Kaido ninjutsu would be lethal.
And you're seeing Robert keep it on top. He seems to like it enough.
Yeah.
And let's see here. Part of the problem too is if Joey, answers the answers the ninjutsu creature, then we're not really getting anywhere else. And the Fear of missing out kind of has to block the Shieldred. It sort of wants to anyways to turn on Revolt, but
now you have to deal with one of these creatures that's attacking.
Yeah.
Because we've got 7 on the board, and that's going to do it. That's going to be Robert Taylor taking down game 2. We're going to have a game 3 on our hands here as we jump back to the booth real quick. Congratulations, Robert Taylor. Very well played. Getting there with exact lethal a couple of different ways. So very, very nicely done. Excited to see how this game 3 shakes out. Now, do you think there's going to be any changes based on that play draw dynamic we were talking about earlier in how these players either sideboard or just generally approach game 3?
Yeah, if we pull up Joey's deck list real quick here, we can show the players. There's a bunch of 1 mana interactive spells in the sideboard. I could see this being a situation where maybe there's a few more of them when we were on the draw, hoping to maybe, break serve. I could see some of those maybe coming out of the deck and for more of our tappy out cards if we had them. But it's unclear how Joey wants to play it, as there's a lot of different ways to approach what's going on in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, playing against Greasefang when they are on the play is always pretty scary. Even if it is less all in on the combo is still possible. It is always just possible that you get turn 3 Parhelion, and that is hard to answer. That is very hard to come back from.
Yeah, I mean, it basically isn't for Robert's deck. I'm sorry, it isn't possible to come back from. Pardon me. It is like what you're saying. It's beyond hard. He just can't really beat 2 4/4 angels without having a bunch of fatal pushes. But if we got to the point where the angels are in play and we had fatal pushes and we couldn't fatal push, the Greasefang, it's just getting out of hand, right? Like we're just in a spot where realistically, how did we actually get here? So it becomes a spot where it's like, if Joey can just early on, I should say this, when not basically dead on board, can put the Parhelion in play, it's going to take over the game. And that is really worrying from Robert here. And if you look at his sideboard, he has some tools, and we're seeing him actually, we have a little view, I can see the players at the table while we're talking here. Robert's changing how he sideboard a little bit. I don't know if that was just a little theatrics, a little in, a little out of the same card.
Yeah.
But he was touching his deck some, and it makes me think that maybe he, on the draw, might even want a card like Spell Pierce as a way to maybe try and stop some of these enablers for Greasefang. Now, the Mardu deck typically leans more on creatures to do that, but it still has things like Fable that can set up the Parhelion. So I'm excited to see sort of how this game goes.
Right. Now, we do have things like Go for the Throat. And I mean, even Floodpit's Drowner can sort of answer turn 3 Greasefang, right?
Mm-hmm.
Get in there, tap it down, keep it from, actually getting to crew the Parhelion.
Yeah, I mean, it's huge too because, we never really talk about it too much, but, the vehicle does return to hand after the turn, pardon me. And that means that, if you tap it down, they don't get to crew with it. Yeah, they get a card in hand. It's like they drew a card, but it's not really what they want to do with their 8 mana.
Right, it's not a card they want to draw on turn 3.
Exactly.
As we are getting down into the match here, getting ready to start things off. Looking at some hands, resolving some mulligans. Looks like Robert might be taking a mull to 6 here.
Looks to be the case.
Looks like Joey happy with his opening 7, which another thing you hate to see if you're up against Greasefang, who's on the play.
Yeah. And Robert here might also just be hard mulliganing for a Leyline, right? Could have been a situation where on the play, Robert was fine to just have, like a 2-lander with a bunch of redraws and some creatures. Knew that he would have some extra time if things go sideways to maybe interact with the Greasefang proper. But here on the draw, it's not a huge difference like you might think in your head, but in reality, it plays out pretty huge, being sort of the one who's behind.
Sure. Yeah. No, I definitely see that as we are going to draw the new 7 here. Take a look at this. Hard to tell how he's really feeling about it. Would not say he looks thrilled about the hand.
Yeah, this kind of has the vibe to me as like it's either a leyline hand that's like, kind of medium.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's the leyline.
And Joey nods his head. So the real question is, did Joey keep a hand that was, pretty in on doing the thing? And let's see what else Robert has as we are getting thought seized.
Yeah, we are going to take a look here. So we're seeing a couple Mockingbirds, a Moon Circuit, a Fairy Miscreant, and 1 land. I mean, what do you take here? The Fairy?
Yeah, it's awkward. I think it's Fairy or the Moon Circuit. And I kind of lean towards Fairy so that, if Robert misses on the land for a turn, he can't get that redraw going. Those are just going to be Mockingbirds in that regard.
Yeah.
Moon Circuit Hacker obviously, draws a card or whatever, no matter what. But you could do something like Fatal Push on the Mockingbird to maybe prevent that and strand Robert's hand a little bit.
Right, and that Thoughtseize is going to get exiled, which actually could be very relevant for Joey's game plan with the fear of missing outs and delirium and all that.
Yeah, the fear of missing out fair game plan is a big part of it. Like just getting to attack a couple of times with Blood Tithe Harvester and Friends is pretty good.
Yep, we're going to attack in with his Mockingbird. Ninjutsu in the Moon Circuit Hacker. Take the damage. Robert's going to get a card draw. Will we find land number 2?
No, we do not. Looks like Anoint with Affliction was one of the draws there. If we can find some lands, that'll be a good one to have in a little bit.
Fable, pretty nice in the face of what Robert has going on here. Definitely a way to just kind of steamroll him. And that's going to be our second land, Urborg. We've all got swamps. We're going to deal with that Goblin Shaman immediately.
Secret Lair Prize Fatal Push from Robert. I didn't realize he had that kind of game.
Yeah, of course he does. Of course he does. And we are going to attack in. This Moon Circuit Hacker to draw, discard here. And looks like a Spyglass Siren going to be the follow-up play. As we go back over to Joey, got our Fable trigger, discarding. Was that a land and a Parhelion?
I think so, but I think we also just drew Parhelion from the redraw.
Yeah, I think we drew land Parhelion, so tough, but that's 2 turns of having to draw those cards that we get to skip.
Yep, and that is huge, like obviously you'd much rather have your cards turn into pieces of material that you actually want instead of, just sort of like moving through it. But you were going to get stuck drawing those cards anyways. So it's going to help you get out of it sooner. As I do think Joey has a Containment Priest in hand.
Ooh,
That could be a way to
pass back over to Robert, and we'll see. We'll see if that Containment Priest does come down. We do have 2 in the sideboard. Very reasonable they could come in here. But we are attacking. And that's going to be a Bitter Triumph, discarding a Parhelion to take care of the Moon Circuit Hacker. And just going to take the 1 from the Spyglass Siren. No ninjutsus. Do a little Expiration. Kaito on top. Gonna have to Bennett. I think we're really looking for a land here. So we're gonna make another Siren. Give us another map. There's Greasefang. Not gonna do too much at the moment.
Yeah, it's really just a 4-3 for 3, which isn't bad. Like that's a good stat line,
Sure.
but doesn't really block either, which would be sort of really want. Joey would love like an 0-3 reach right now. Just something that could hold it down.
Yeah. So we're going to shock in our 5th land here.
Robert is hoping this isn't a Sky Sovereign. We know it isn't.
Yeah, as we are seeing Greasefang with 2 mana held up for that Containment Priest, which looks like that is the last card in hand for Joey.
Yeah, and I mean, this isn't, an awful spot for either player. Robert's in a good position of being ahead on the race, but his creatures deal so much less damage in the race that he does need to sort of like, this is the turn we need to push a little bit more. We need to be going through. But if we get Containment Priest on one of our creatures, that's going to be massive. All right, well, Leyline of the Void's pretty good. Might want a second one.
Yeah, as we're going to get another counter, though. That is pretty relevant. Yeah, changes the clock from 4 turns to 3 turns, which does outpace what Joey is presently presenting.
Yeah, I totally agree. And also, Niall, I think it's doing a weird thing where basically it's making it so Robert doesn't want a ninjutsu and turn his 1 into a 2, right? I think he has the Moon Circuit Hacker in hand, and if he had hit a land there, then he maybe would have, or excuse me, didn't have the spell, like the pressure. He'd be like, oh, I want to get this Moon Circuit. I want to kill Joey, and Joey would Containment Priest and be a blowout. But instead, he kind of gets rewarded for that Leyline of the Void on top and just has lethal in 2 here.
Yeah. And Joey, I think that's a Takanuma.
Yep.
Tough. I mean, Robert, 4 damage in the air still. Reading Containment Priest.
That's a good one to read. We're seeing Robert taking a read on one of his cards. I wonder if he's maybe checking, how this card might work in regard to Containment Priest. Sometimes magic rules get weird and you just want to double check. But yeah, I mean, Robert's presenting lethal next turn. Joey is 3 turns away.
We're going to play a land. And there's a Mockingbird making another Spyglass Siren. And we're just going to pass, not cracking the map. You spotted perhaps an annoying, and that is going to be the handshake. Congratulations, Robert Taylor, aka Fire Shoes, taking down round 2, becoming 2-0 in our Pioneer 5K. Very well played on the Demir Ninjas.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit about it, how this is sort of one of those like tier 2-y decks that we've seen pick up a little bit towards the end of Pioneer's kind of time in the sun. Now it's a little bit, a backup format in a lot of regards. We are supporting it here, of course, but it's really good in those kind of games, right? Like if the game is a fair game and our interaction kind of lines up and our creatures aren't being able to interact with, that's like a pretty good spot. When things are kind of, doing older eternal formatty things, that's where the problems happen. I think we saw that reflected in those games. Secret is, though, a lot of the formats trying to do fair stuff. So Robert's deck kind of pretty good in that response.
Yeah, I also think it's worth calling out that, Pioneer has for a long time felt to me like a format that really rewards good mulligan decisions. And I think we definitely saw Fire Shoes be rewarded for his mulligan decisions in that last game there. I mean, that ley line made all the difference, it looked like, and really set him up for success. So well played, well executed, very well done, Robert. I mean, well played by both players, but congrats to our 2-0 Robert Taylor. Now, I think we are taking a little bit of a break before we get back to some more Magic. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back before you know it. Welcome back to the NRG Championship Series. Today we have a Pioneer 5K being played, entering into round 3 right now. I am Niall Joan Rivers. Joined with me in the booth today is Mason Clark. Mason, we've got to see some really cool Pioneer gameplay. I mean, obviously we've seen a lot of Phoenix. That's kind of one of the big, powerful decks of the format. But last round we got to see none other than Fire Shoes take it down with Dimir Ninjas. We're going to have some really cool decks this round, which we'll hear about in just a little bit. But while we're getting ready for that, we've got some cool stuff coming up, later this year. We have more NRG events headed your way. The next one, May 10th and 11th in Chicagoland. Saturday, we've got the 10K Modern Showdown. And then Sunday, we've got the 5K Standard Trial. Again, that's May 10th and 11th. Come on out if you want to get your names on the leaderboard. You want to qualify for that championship series invite. And then after that, in June, in Indianapolis, we are going to have another event on June 28th and 29th. We'll get the slide up for that in just a second here. But this one, very exciting to me. Saturday, we've got the 10K Standard Showdown. And then on Sunday, the 10K Team Final Fantasy Sealed. Really cool, really neat event. Very excited to see how that one shakes out. Now, we took a little bit of a look at these earlier, but we've got some players to keep an eye on in today's event. Let's take a look at this list real quick of players. Now, on this list, only a few of them have made it to 2-0 in our round 3. We've got Fanshin Yang, Ray Zhang, better known as CFT Sock, and Robert Taylor, better known as Fire Shoes. And it looks like our players are starting to get ready. We're going to get down there soon. But Mason, what are some of your thoughts looking at these players to watch?
Yeah, I'm seeing that, a lot of Phoenix doing pretty well and a lot of battling to happen. I think one of the big things about Pioneer is it's a format that really rewards the fundamentals a lot. You playing good, clean Magic, you're really rewarded. And, you can't always win every round. We see a lot of players at 1-1, but very far from eliminated. A lot of Magic left to be played and a lot of strong technical players here. I'm excited to see how their weekend develops.
Yeah, and it looks like players starting to shuffle up here. Let's take a look and see who we're going to be seeing and what they're going to be playing. Got Jacob Addis on the left with Selesnya Company, and then Kamari Bolger on the right with this Ace Rack combo.
Yeah, Ace Rack combo, if you haven't seen it before, basically it's very much like a deck that just does the same thing over and over again, like most combo decks. But this time you just enter the dungeons over and over, casting Ace Rack, and eventually you drain your opponent out to win. So it's sort of like a creature combo deck that involves casting a thing over and over. It's pretty strong against certain types of decks, and it has these sort of incredibly fast draws available to it too. but it also struggles against things like Phoenix from time to time if it doesn't have a good backup plan. We'll have to see if Kamari can do that in the future rounds. But this round, Selesnya Company, typically a deck that does not interact very well with what Ace Rack combo is doing.
Yeah, and I mean, both these decks running 4 copies of Collected Company. So probably in for seeing a lot of them resolving here in this match. Now the Ace Rack combo deck, see a lot of familiar players from the standard Slogurk decks if you are present for any of those. We've got Honest Rusty, we've got Rona's, we've got Relic of Legends, the Channel Lands, Plaza of Heroes. Really a lot of ways to make a ton of mana and pop off here. As we are getting started, it's like Kamari mulled to 6. And Jacob gonna start us off.
Experiment 1. It's back off the Cavern of Souls nonetheless.
Experiment 1. And we're gonna pass back over. The Cavern is on humans to Kamari, who's gonna get a little elf out, little mana dork.
Yeah, Thalia sometimes really good because it stops Relic of Legends on turn 2. Rest of the time, pretty rough against this Ace Rack combo deck. But this is the time where it'll be good. Like our opponent could have put it on play turn 3 as, oh my goodness, Nile, we're going fast with Gwenna coming down.
Yeah, Gwenna, Eyes of Gaia, really, really strong here. We've got a ton of mana available to Kamari if he is able to untap with this Gwenna. What is that? 5 without playing another land as long as we're casting creatures?
Yeah. Now it looks like we do have a bit of a spicy one here. The Kite Sail Larson is coming down. That's going to turn one of these things, I imagine, Gwenna, yeah, we see it flips upside down, into a treasure until it leaves the battlefield. And that's one of the nice parts about these, Selesnya Company decks is they get to play a lot of pretty powerful creatures and sort of put your opponent on the back foot. Honestly, Niall, I think the way to look at this deck, I think we were maybe tricked. This is sort of just humans. This is not the Company deck that players are thinking of that's grinding out a bunch of value with innocence and stuff like that. This is just like old modern humans, but in Pioneer. It's pretty exciting looking at it.
Yeah, and it looks like we are going to go ahead and use Gwenna as a treasure to cast this Collected Company.
And we hit another Gwenna. It's just good deck building.
It's just good deck building. A Gwenna and a Kennen Bonder Prodigy.
Yeah, Kennen's going to give extra mana. Kamari does have 3 Atraxas in the deck. So, I mean, we're at Atraxa mana if we untap uninterrupted. But these humans decks are very good at sort of disrupting your opponent a little bit and applying pressure, as we see Reflector Mage doing just that.
Yeah, and I mean, this Experiment 1 really growing quickly. We're going to tap 4 for this Relic, thanks to Thalia.
And that's game. Kamari wins with the Ace Rack.
Yeah, so Mason, for people who aren't familiar, why don't you walk through this Ace Rack combo?
Yeah, so what's going to happen is we're going to keep exploring the dungeon over and over. We're going to make a mana with the Ace Rack by tapping it to the Relic of Legends. And we're going to go through the dungeons over and over and over again. One of the dungeons is Drain. I don't know the name of it. I'm sorry, I'm a bad commentator. But basically what happens is Ace Rack will always go back to your hand as long as you haven't explored the one tomb. And when they made this card, they had such pure dreams. They're like, the Archlich will summon the demon. That's its goal. Players will want to do that. That's cool. And what we said is, what if we played this one card 1,000,000 times and drain our opponents to death? And that's what Kamari has done here. And that is the strength of this deck. If you don't interact enough or get Kamari done dead soon enough, Kamari will just kill you.
Yeah, and let's take a look at these deck lists real quick. Taking a look at Jacob's Selesnya Company list. I mean, as you said, kind of feels a bit like a humans list. What do you think we don't like or want to bring in? What do you think is important in the matchup?
Yeah, so this is one of the awkward spots where, like we talked about just a second ago, you are good at disrupting a little bit and applying pressure, which is what you need to do, but you just need to make sure that you can stop Kamari from getting there. But you don't have any hard removal. We don't have anything that's like an instant speed way to interact. So we have Brutal Cathar. That's the closest thing to removal we're going to have. That's going to remove a creature until the Cathar leaves play. And honestly, I think that's probably it. We might see Cathar Commando come into the deck over one of these other main deck creatures as a way to fight over the Relic. They can win without the Relic in play, if I remember correctly. It's just harder. But making it harder, if you have a good pressure, is a great way to go about it. And I imagine we're going to see something in that regards when it comes to sideboarding here for Jacob.
Yeah, and let's take a look now at Kamari's list and see sort of what we're working with here. As we mentioned earlier, a lot of the legends that play really nicely with these combos. Taking a look at the sideboard, though, what do we like here? We've got these 4 Thoughtseize, we've got Fatal Pushes, and Abrupt Decay, Assassin Trophy.
We just want the removal, right? We just want to bring in our Fatal Pushes. We probably want to bring in this Abrupt Decay. I'm down for maybe a trophy as well. And just sort of cut on some of our cards that don't line up super well and just sort of have ways to prevent that snowball from happening to us, right? That would be a huge problem. And really the question is how many humans does, Kamari know about that could be in this deck? Because there are some that we're not playing, like the Silver Quill Silencer, that you name a creature, or you name a card, every time the opponent plays that card, they lose life, right? So Kamari might be like, oh, I need all my removal to stop something like that because that would stop my deck, Now, we know Jacob's not playing that this weekend, but it's easy to sort of, if you know enough of the humans to be like, oh, I might need to have a ton of removal. I think in reality, Kamari probably just wants 4, maybe 5 pieces of interaction and wants to go fast. I think we're good in this sort of matchup. We just need to make sure that we don't get completely run over. Let's not worry about these Atraxas. They're going to get answered in a lot of worlds. Let's just do our thing and go from there.
Yeah, and it looks like our players are finishing their sideboarding now, starting to get shuffled up and ready. Just quick reminder, we've got a next event coming up. It's going to be in Chicagoland. That's May 10th and 11th. But the 10K Modern Showdown and then the 5K Standard Trial. So make sure to come out for that. You can qualify for the Invitational through this. Also, Modern and Standard, just really cool right now. Especially this is going to be, post BNR Modern. Really interested to see what that's going to look like. And then after this in June, we're going to have the Indianapolis event where we're going to have the Standard Showdown on Saturday and then the 10K Team Final Fantasy Sealed on Sunday. Absolutely cannot wait to see that as our players are cutting decks now, getting down into the game. Drawing up, we're going to have Jacob on the play here for game 2 with Kamari up 1 game.
Yeah. And Kamari, someone we saw at Champs this past year, wants to get back. Starting off pretty well today, at least at 2-0. Today's event is a trial, not going to punch someone's ticket, but the points could be the deal breaker in a future weekend.
Absolutely. And, still a 5K, still a lot on the line for these players. It looks like Kamari going to take a mulligan here. Now, with these sort of combo decks, like what Kamari is playing, I was about to say pretty common to mulligan fairly aggressively, right? We're looking for pretty specific key pieces as Kamari takes another mulligan, which, I think sometimes to the untrained eye looks like a sign of weakness, but I think in a lot of these decks can sometimes be scarier than anything. Mulligans are very powerful.
Yeah, there's a lot of just 3 cards Kamari wins the game combinations, which obviously you want more cards to have more looks at that, but you'd rather have, 5 of the perfect cards than 7 pretty good cards when you can just win the game on the spot, as we see a mirror of game 1 happening here.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got the Cavern on Humans Experiment 1. Is this going to be a Thalia? Are we going to see the perfect? No, it is not going to be a Thalia. Is that the Werewolf?
It's the Werewolf Pack Leader. It is one of the 3 cards in a year that was released with Pack Leader, all spelled differently. It's a fun MTG fact.
That is fun.
Yeah.
as that pack leader is going to get swiftly dealt with, but Experiment 1 still going to grow. We're going to see a Mana Confluence as our land for turn for Jacob.
Yep, and remember, Jacob's deck is just a human's deck. It just plays creatures and applies pressure. So all of our things are going to be uncounterable. Our mana is going to be really good when it comes to these caverns, secluded courtyards, unclaimed territories. We're just all creatures. Every card in our deck except 4 is a creature. We have 4 collected companies. We have 21 lands, 4 companies, 50 creatures. Jacob came to attack.
Yeah, now worth noting, Kamari did not find a second land drop. Mold of 5, 1 lander. I mean, we do have a couple mana dorks, so he's definitely not unable to cast spells here. As we are seeing the Hopeful initially, and that is a Gwynna again for Kamari. And even on 1 land, this is very scary.
Yeah, I mean, if we see something like Relic into Acerak, that's game, right? We talked about this before, and that forces Jacob to have to leave up the mana for this Cathar Commando. But there are other iterations of the combo where we get to dodge having Relic in play. So we'll have to see, if Kamari has one of them. Like Gwynna, Rustine, and Acerak, I believe, is also a kill. Old trusty Rusty making things cost less. Yeah, and you see Kamari had a lot of mana, but the pressure, and that is what Jacob needs to be doing here in game number 3 as well. Keep that pressure up, disrupt just enough so your opponent can't quite get there. Mulligan helps a little, and then cross the finish line.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations, Jacob's. We're going to have a game 3 on our hands. I mean, very well played. You saw things like playing that Cathar Commando before attacking so we could grow our Experiment 1, get that extra point of damage across the line there. Those things really stack up and add up, and very, very wise of him to see that he needed to be just dealing as much damage as possible, as fast as possible, and find that line to victory. And we'll see in our game 3 here if Kamari is able to maybe get a little bit of a nicer hand. Maybe some like a second land would be cool, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, second land's nice. I mean, that is one of the benefits too of Kamari's deck, right? Is we have a lot of mana dorks. So we can pull it up on screen here and take a look at it for the people at home. You have a lot of mana dorks in a lot of ways to sort of cheat on mana or things that are mana light. So these 2 to 3 land hands can actually produce 7 to infinite mana pretty easily. But you do sort of still need to play your things in a good, timely way. And that is sort of what Jacob's hoping to stop. Things like Reflector Mage can be really powerful against this deck. Those are the cards Jacob is going to want to lean on in these games. And Kamari's just hoping to be a little faster than that, Hopefully you tap out for like a turn 2 Thalia or, maybe some sort of Lord effect. And, hey, doesn't really matter. I'm just going to kill you. That's the plan.
Yeah, I mean, talking about how brutal the 1-lander is, but kind of as you mentioned, even with just the 1 land, Kamari was in a position where with the right cards had lethal. With the Rusty Acerak, Gwynna combination, that's enough. And that's wild that he's able to get there on just the 1 land. So really interested to see how this 3rd game goes between these 2 players. It looks like they are shuffling up and presenting their decks now. So we'll just hop on down and see how this one ends up. Both players, of course, 2-0 at the moment in our round 3. Going into round 4, 3-0. Very nice. Put you in a really good spot.
Yep. 3-0 is the best start you can have after round 3. These players want to be there. Yeah,
caught a few of the cards that Kamari was drawing there. I think I saw Relic of Legends, an Elf, and Acerak. So seems like a much, much nicer start than what he got last game.
Yeah, if you have that plus 2 lands, I mean, you're looking at a potential, turn 3 kill, especially if you get Gwynna down.
Jacob. There we go. Cavern, Experiment 1, like clockwork.
Yeah.
If there's Gwynna, next turn could be it.
This is what we were talking about. Jacob, I mean, has some cards that can kind of interact here, but turn 3 is when all the real stuff comes on. A pack leader gets played, but we can't even attack into the Gwynna.
I think that's game.
There's Relic into Acerak, and Kamari wins the game. This is the strength of this Acerak combo deck. This is why Kamari brought this here this weekend, Niall, because it does that sort of thing. And, even imagine against some of the other decks of the format, if they were to tap out playing creatures where maybe these permanents accrue advantage, Kamari gets to sneak in those wins and really shows why this deck is something that a lot of players turn to. Unlike that, once again, that like tier 2-ish part of Pioneer, that's like a card away from being a real menace in our format.
Yeah, I mean, that was incredible. There's just so few things that he could have done to stop it at that point. I mean, really, really cool to get to see. And I think we're actually going to get to talk to Kamari here, have a little interview in just a second. Hello, Kamari.
Hi,
can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello. All right. Congratulations, first of all, on winning that, becoming 3-0. Very well done. Very excellently played.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm off to a good start, especially after my day one ended pretty badly. But yeah.
Nice. So what led you to wanting to play this Acerak combo deck in Pioneer?
Well, the last time I got interviewed, I was playing Ronaluka, and I had just luckily gotten over Grayson, who was on this deck here. And right after I got home, I ordered the deck because it looked super cool, and I really just love cool combo decks like this. I think that it's one of the most underrepresented decks in Pioneer because, despite how powerful it is, as you saw there, I was able to get a win on turn 3. The deck's really good, but you cannot play it on MTGO. Not until Wizards adds some sort of loop mechanic to the format. But yeah, you just can't play it online. Too many clicks, so it's only ever represented in paper. But yeah, this is the kind of decks that I'm usually drawn to.
But yeah, we were talking about the game to Mold of 5, and obviously stuck on one land. But even with being stuck on one land, you're in a position where, like, with the right cards on that last turn, you still could have comboed off, right?
Yeah, like if my hand was just Relic Acerak in that last turn, still just have it, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
You can mull pretty low and still just have the win presented on like turn 3, turn 4, which is awesome.
Yeah, very cool. Now, going into the rest of the tournament today, are there any decks that you are particularly hoping to dodge, or any that you're particularly hoping to run into?
I like running into the less interactive combo decks like Lotus Field and Mono Green. They just don't have a lot they can do against you. Mono Green has Stonebrain post forward sometimes, but usually only 1 or 2 copies. And then Lotus Field can bounce your stuff, but usually isn't fast enough to beat you. Usually I try to dodge Phoenix and Rakdos. They are some of the most presented decks in the format, and I think I'm pretty fine into them as well. I'm a Coco deck. I have Kinnan and Atraxa. You can hard cast Atraxa often in this deck, which is fine. Decent against Phoenix, decent against Rakdos, but they just have the pieces to tear apart your combo. They have the Thoughtseizes, the Fatal Pushes. Phoenix has Fiery Impulse, Axe, and the ability to see their whole deck in the game. I beat a Phoenix player in round 2, but I feel like I got a little bit lucky. He never had any of his engines on turn 2, like the artist talent, and had to wait to tap out for like a treasure cruise for like 5 mana in one of our games. It was like, I feel pretty lucky. But yeah, like generally it's pretty 50-50 against Phoenix, especially when you're facing a really good pilot. So mostly trying to dodge that, but we'll see.
Makes sense. Well, thank you so much for taking some time to sit down and talk with us. We're going to get to our backup feature match. We're going to give you some time to go relax, and hopefully we'll see more of you later today.
Awesome. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I hope to see me later today too.
Hey, go check the mirror. You can always show yourself there. We hope to see you in this feature match area though as well. We'll see you around.
Awesome.
See ya.
See you guys.
Yeah, I mean, really impressive stuff there. Talking to, I think, very honest and open about it too. I really respect sort of like, hey, I've got issues with some of these top decks, but it's not zero. I have plans, and I really like that. I think a lot of players sort of delude themselves sometimes thinking like, oh, I'm still good against the best decks by a lot. And Kamar's like, hey, it's tough. Yeah. Like I have game. I'm definitely not wanting to play them. So it's a sign of someone who really knows what's going on with their deck. Right.
Well, we have a backup feature ready, and it is a very interesting one. So let's get down to that. This is Angels versus Demons. Will Kruger, who we saw earlier on Rakdos Demons, versus Mason Grode here on the Selesnya Angels. Very, very interesting battle here.
Yeah, Constantine level battle here.
Now Angels, also has been something of a deck in Pioneer for a very long time as well. Common pattern that we've seen from Will today, this turn 1 Thoughtseize. And oh man, so much redundancy in Mason's hand here.
Yeah, this matchup's a tough one for Demons. You have some cards that can matter, but basically the Angels deck is really good at battling through like people trying to 1-for-1 them. I mean, you're seeing Enduring Innocence, you're seeing, Kayla's Reconstruction, the deck plays Collected Company. It's just very good at sort of putting something on the battlefield. And then since Kruger is trying to win via damage, the actual life gain from the Angels comes up being pretty huge, and the flying makes it hard for them to be, blocked in combat. We saw this with, Robert Taylor's deck in round number 2 with Ninjas. Flying just actually meant, even though we're only chipping in for a little bit of damage, it isn't the end of the world.
Right, as we are going to see one of the Enduring Innocence taken as the card, as we're going to see the Giada come down for Mason here. Now, do you think most of that is just, obviously Enduring Innocence, very powerful card, also one of the harder cards for Will to actually fully deal with?
Yeah, I think Will is just like knows this game is going to go long and basically is hoping that the Innocence won't play a huge role. And you can't keep Mason off of Giadas with there being 2 without using a kill spell. And you really want to fight over specific Angels typically in this matchup. There are some of them that just sort of get out of the hand, like the Righteous Valkyrie or Spin-Linded Angel. And yeah, you're seeing Kruger here even hoping to maybe put Mason behind on mana a bit longer by sacking that Blood Tithe Harvester.
Yeah, it looks like Mason missing the 3rd land drop, which would have, let us get that Enduring Innocence out, perhaps. And there is the land. Oh, but it's going to be a Skyclave taking care of the Annex.
No. Niall, if we kill this Skyclave, we get an 8/8 illusion.
That is huge. That is enormous. And there's a Blood Tithe Harvester. Pretty nice way to deal with the Skyclave next turn.
Yeah, and Will also has Go for the Throat in hand. We talked about how, you want to use specific things. If Mason just like land goes, okay, there's one of the specific Angels. That's going to stop Kruger from, maybe wanting to use this Go for the Throat and get 8 damage across the line. But
yeah, this is Righteous Valkyrie.
Yeah, this is really the Angel that makes it all work.
Yeah, this is going to do a lot of the life gaining for the deck as we see it on screen here. Thank you, production. And we are going to go for the throat that Skyclave. We are going to get our 8/8. Pretty nice.
Yep.
Pretty nice.
And probably assign Kruger's fine just trading the Blood Tithe Harvester for the Valkyrie. He has 2 bloods, so he will still be able to get it as a 2/4. It has not grown out of range yet. Makes a lot of sense.
And now just gets to swing for 8. Oh, sorry, 10 with the Mutavault.
Yeah, and this is how games where you beat Angels as Demons typically look, is you either play a really long game where they don't draw enough Cocos to really do something, or you disrupt them a little with your Thoughtseize Fatal Pushes, and you push across a lot of damage. Now, typically that damage is done with Shieldred or Blood Tithe Harvester, but the Skyclave Apparition actually doing a great job of helping Kruger take over this game as, Lenora Elf coming down.
Yeah, and man, this is so tough for Mason here. We've got multiple Mutavaults. We've got the Blood Tithe Harvester that can clear anything out of the way, really. We have so many blood tokens, we're able to use one on the end of Mason's turn.
Yeah, and Will had a hand of all lands, but picked up Shieldred as his redraw. If you're going to get flooded out, that's one of the best ones that be flooded out with. There's Thoughtseize, Niall.
Yeah, Thoughtseize is big get here. But I mean, Mason swinging, or sorry, Will swinging in with the 8/8. That was a gift from Mason. Not attacking with any of the Mutavaults, just, attack with the 8/8. You kind of have to block it. Shieldred exists. Annex exists. both these cards could mean death if you don't block this 8/8.
Yeah, I think that's what Kruger's trying to do. He's saying, hey, I'm going to put you in an awkward spot. If you block, I'm probably going to Blood Tithe Harvester down your other mana dork, and you won't be able to play your cards. And I think he's trying to tempt Mason into being like, well, I can't win either way. I need to just, make a risky play. And now this Thoughtseize clears up another card in hand from Mason. And yeah, I mean, Will can take just about any of them, and they're all pretty good takes.
Yeah, looking at the Kayla's reconstruction here. I mean, like you said, any of these are pretty reasonable cards to take. We're going to see the Shieldred come down. We're going to see the Mandork get taken care of. The third Mutavault. Shieldred comes down. Take Mason down to 8.
Yeah, and I love this play from Will. He's basically, even though there's all 3s in hand, he wants to play around Collected Company. So even though the Blood Tithe Harvester could have cleared up either of the creatures played, Will knows the only card I lose to here is something like the other Kayla's or like an extra Collected Company. So you know what? Score 1 on the board there for Demons.
Yeah, very well played. Will, congratulations taking that first game. We're going to take a look at the list real quick, taking a look at Mason's Selesnya Angels list. Now looking at the sideboard, I've seen 4 portable holes, some Get Lost. We've got Elishnorn, some Archons and Guardians. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, structurally, our deck's pretty good against what Will's trying to do. We're just going to do some more little upgradey stuff. We're going to get some Get Lost in our deck in order to fight over the Annex, fight over Shieldred type stuff. Just have some removal. Probably going to see something similar, when it comes to Skyclave. Just sort of, some small changes, try to interact a bit more, probably rely less on some mana dorks. Call it a day here. Mason's really happy to play this matchup, and Kruger is really happy to steal game 1.
Yeah, and let's take a look actually at Kruger's list real quick at these Rakdos demons that we saw earlier today. Seeing again here in the feature match area, we've got, as far as removal goes, we've got Extinction Events, we've got Angers, we've got Torch the Towers. We've even got a few Invoke Despairs. What do you like here?
Yeah, so I mean, Extinction Event's a great one. A lot of the best cards are odd when it comes to this Angel deck. We have a bunch of 3 mana Angels that are really good, and then we have a bunch of Llanowar Elves that sometimes we lean on for mana, like we talked about. I'm expecting those to go down a little bit, but not get cut completely. So I can imagine we'll bring those in. You can also even does have a couple, bangers. We didn't really talk too much about the card Bishop of Wings, but that is one that can really get out of hand. So you get 2 or 3 of those on board, which is very easy to happen with Collected Company. Being able to clean those up can be very nice. So I imagine we're going to see that. But then here's part of the problem. We don't have a whole lot else we want. Part of the nice thing about Angels is a lot of their creatures' toughness outsizes the red removal in the format. And so it really falls on Fatal Push to sort of clean up the rest. So these Torch the Towers, yeah, sometimes they hit things like they can get the Giada. You can bargain to get a Resplendent Angel if the Valkyrie isn't too big. But Will is just sort of in a position of my deck is not very good here. Angels is not a huge part of the metagame. If I play against them, I'm going to hope to get lucky, hope they get a little unlucky and call it a day. And I think that's what we're going to see here for game number 2 from Will as well.
Yeah, and excited to see how this game 2 ends up shaking out as our players have resolved their mulligans. Mason on the play here. Just a little tapped land, and Will going to play a land and pass as well. And there's that Bishop that you were just talking about, Bishop of Wings, hitting the field. Turn 2 for Mason. Will's going to double check, make sure understands how exactly this works. And we're going to go back over to the turn. So no in-step deal with your Bishop there.
Yeah, Bishop of Wings is a really strong enabler for triggering a lot of the best Angels. A lot of them either want you to gain X amount of life in a turn or be above, X life total. So Bishop does that, but also insulates you from removal a little bit. Obviously, a 1/1 Spirit is not as good as, my mythic rare Angels I put in my deck, but it's not nothing, and the fact that this Bishop means, okay, if you want to actually kill that Resplendent Valkyrie like we saw in game number 1, I'm going to get a little bit of something left behind, that can be really annoying for this Rakdos deck.
Yeah, so you're going to see the Harvester take care of this Llanowar Elves, and then Fable of the Mirror Breaker as the play for Will here. And another bishop from Mason. Are we stuck on lands again? Looks like yes.
Yeah, we've been missing a couple land drops. Now, Mason's deck has a lot of 3s and 4s. If we draw a third land into an angel, we're going to gain 8 life, assuming Will can't interact with these bishops. And that's going to undo a lot of the pressure that Will's going to try to put down here. Also, those are 1/4s, Niall. That's just going to be able to block this Goblin Shaman down.
Yeah, absolutely. As on Will's turn here, we are processing our Fable trigger, discarding a couple lands, seeing an Annex, and not sure what the second card there was. I think certainly happy to have the Annex.
Yeah, it has Annex and Mutavault in hand, and looks like he's willing to potentially throw away the Goblin in order to make a treasure. Now, this could just be Will bluffing. I have some damage-based removal spell, and is trying to catch the bishop / catch Mason.
What if he did bring in Anger of the Gods? How crazy would that be?
It'd be really good here.
Extinction Event, gonna take care of both of those bishops.
And this is what we talked about in sideboarding, right, Niall? There's a lot of good odds, and that's probably what Kruger wanted to. But sometimes you catch 2-3 bishops and you're over the moon, and that's where Will is now.
Yep, and there's Skyclave, take care of the Fable. This time, when the Skyclave dies, gonna get a much smaller illusion.
Yeah,
good for Mason.
Yeah, I think those players are joking about it as you see them both laughing there. That hey, if I got the kill spell this time, it's a lot less of an issue.
Yeah, well, we joke about it, but it really shows how much Mason respects Annex as a card for Will. That he was willing to sort of make that trade.
Yeah, he incurred a lot of risk, but it was a risk that he kind of had to take. You're right. And Will's playing the Demon half.
The Demon half. We're making a 6/6 for Mason to have to deal with.
And this is a great spot for Will. The Demon is actually going to be able to chunk Mason's life total very meaningfully. You can gain a lot of life, and you need to and be at a certain life total for some of your cards to work. So even if the Mason can get back there, thanks to a timely Coco or a bunch of angels entering later, buying that time now is huge. And Skyclave Apparition, one of Mason's best removal spells here, doesn't hit tokens.
Yeah, we also have, because of the treasure token, Fatal Push with Revolt online at any time. If we need to take care of anything on Mason's board.
Yeah, and this is one of the issues and why, Slazing Angels theoretically has a lot of pretty good matchups to great matchups, but your cards are really clunky, and you're kind of relying on cards like Collected Company to overpower your opponents in certain spots. You don't have as much raw efficiency as a deck like Will Kruger's does here. Rakdos Demon's just sort of bread and butter Jund deck.
Yeah, and no Fatal Push there. We do have the Extinction Event. We have Go for the Throat. Looks like it is going to be Extinction Event.
Oh, this is huge. That's 11 power and illusions getting added to the board.
Yeah, that is enormous. But Mason's wishing he had an Extinction Event in his hand right now.
Yeah, being able to name even here would be very good. But, Mason's best draw is something like land so that he can draw Coco. But even if he does, Will's done a great job of capitalizing on this stumble here from Mason, and just keeping him on the back foot, making sure to prevent him from ever getting a trigger. If Will had spent that turn prior when we Extinction Evented the bishops, instead maybe playing a threat, we would have played a Resplendent Angel and got 8 life, which would have triggered the angel, which would have got 8 more life. Yeah, and you're seeing just a concession here from Mason. He knows he can't do it.
Wow. Congratulations, Will Kruger. Very well played. As you were saying, Angels favored in that matchup. Will's got to be pretty thrilled to have run into Mason short on lands 2 games in a row. And played very well around that as well, making sure to heavily prioritize the mana dorks and keep Mason off as much mana for as long as possible. So very well executed.
Yeah, great plays there by Will. I know if you're at home, it might be sort of silly saying like, "Oh yeah, he killed everything" or whatever. But there were some key points where we could have chose not killing stuff and instead developing. We picked the fights when we needed to. We developed when we needed to. And listen, everyone who top eights a tournament, especially a big one like this, has a story where they got lucky in one of the rounds. To me, this was Will Kruger's round where he needed to get lucky. He got lucky, and now it's up to him to sort of clutch it out for the rest of the rounds and see if he can make another top eight here today.
Yeah, and we will have some more rounds of Magic coming up leading up to our top 8. We are going to take a quick break, but don't go too far. We'll be right back with more Magic. Hello, welcome back to the NRG Championship Series Pioneer 5K. We are getting into round 4 of our event today. I am Niall Joan Rivers, joined in the booth today by Mason Clark. Mason, we've seen a lot of really cool Magic, very, very talented, high-skill players. Let's actually take a look at some of those players to watch that we've been coming back to all morning long. As we're seeing Ray Zhang, better known as CFT Sock on the internet, 3-0 currently. And looks like of our players to watch, the only one with 3-0, followed by Sean Gallagher in the 2-0-1 spot. What do you think? What do you think looking at this?
Yeah, I mean, Ray really showing why they are one of the top players in Magic level in the field today at 3-0. And then, a lot of strong finishes or performances so far, from these players with the ability to have a very strong finish that just keep on winning.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, something we haven't talked about too much is the prizing for this event. So let's take a look at that real quick because there is some really, really cool stuff on the line. So first of all, the thing everyone really cares about, we got cash prizes. First place, $1,200. Second place, $600. Goes down, pays all the way out to the top 32 from there. But also, we have those leaderboard points. I mean, 30 points to first place. That is a huge number of points. While the trial does not automatically punch your ticket into the championship, those 30 points go a long way. And what it does automatically punch your ticket for, first and second place get an invite to the regional championship. So this is also, a 2-slot RCQ, which is very cool.
It's very awesome. It has a lot on the line here this weekend.
Yeah, and something else we want to touch on is Value Vintage, which we have as official side events for all of 2025. This is a really cool format where, it's vintage, but the cards in your deck cannot exceed $30 in value. So if you've wanted to get into some vintage gameplay, but it's always been a budget concern, this could be a cool way to start. So check it out at any of our events this year. It looks like our players are getting ready for our round 4 here. We have Jacob Tano on the left on Mono Green Devotion, and then Isaac Van Til on the right with Dimir Ninjas. Now, Mono Green Devotion, we've seen a lot of these like Pioneer mainstays today, and I feel like this is another one. And I know, Mason, you have played a lot of different versions of this deck. So what are your thoughts on it in Pioneer in general right now, and then also specifically against Dimir Ninjas?
Yeah, I think the Mono Green deck is doing some really powerful stuff just like at its core. It really takes over the game and just, does a ton of things in a single turn a lot of the time and just puts the opponents in an awkward position. I will say I'm a little curious as to like why Mono Green has been picking up. I think part of it is just the deck has always been pretty good and players have just, been reluctant to play it over other things when it comes to top performing decks and like at big events because it hasn't really gained much recently, and the other decks that are good against it are all still quite popular, but the core game plan is just so strong that I think it can overwhelm a lot of decks in the field, as we do see the Invasion of Ixalan pick up the Sunken Citadel, naming green and entering play.
Yeah, and I think that Mockingbird came in as an Elvish Mystic.
I think it did too, yeah, which means we have a lot of extra mana here for Isaac.
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead and attack in, and then here comes the Kaido.
Yeah,
so it's going to get some damage down, and interested to see how Isaac chooses to activate.
Yeah, this is the thing we did not see when we saw Fire Shoes playing a bunch, was the Kaito never really came down, and the deck is very different when it does and doesn't have Kaito.
Yeah, and Isaac really respecting the ramp part of Mono Green Devotion, putting the stun counters on this Elvish Mystic, which I think we should have one fewer counters at this point.
Yeah, I should be down by one because we had an untapped step. I'm sure the players will catch that in a second. If not, we'll have a judge look into it. But Pelucanos,
there we go.
Yep, very easy. Just forget to do that here. Pelucanos Reborn, though, hitting the battlefield. And this is the only, I think, reach creature at this mana value in the deck. It's just a one of. And having a flying, I'm sorry, having a deck full of flyers normally means you get across, but reach is going to really stop that.
Yeah, I mean, very powerful, just brick wall against Isaac here, whose game plan is so centered around, get in with these small flying creatures and get them unblocked. Looks like we are upticking Kaito. That's going to be an emblem. All the ninjas are going to have +1/+1 for the rest of the game for Isaac here.
And it looks like Isaac's just passing back. Can't get through the Pelucanos Reborn.
Yeah, and that's going to take the last counter off of this Elvish Mystic. Still tapped for this turn. But no more stun counters. Oh, and looks like we have the Enduring Curiosity in hand for Isaac, which we will be able to flash on. It's going to be an Elvish Mystic for Jacob. And tapping a couple lands. Oh, we were tapping the Nykthos. I see.
Yeah, Nick, we made 5 Devotion, and we played Old Growth Troll, and then, with the 2 and the 1, we played another one. And now, I mean, going to this next turn, Jacob has, I believe 12 Devotion, which is just so much mana. We're going to be able to play anything we want. And Isaac's deck has a bunch of soft permission, We have Spell Pierce type cards, Those aren't going to be able to stop these Nykthos draws quite often.
Yeah, now we are going to get in with the Spyglass Siren here. Draw a card thanks to our Curiosity. We've got that Pelucanos stunned down with the Kaito. And there's the Fairy Miscreant. I'll take a quick look at this.
Little Thoughtseize action as well.
Yeah, Thoughtseize. We're seeing an invasion. What can you tell what card?
Festivals.
Yes.
And then a land. The old hostile. Well, hostile, excuse me.
Yeah, Storm the Festival. I mean, obviously one you gotta deal with, but also, I mean, Jacob just so much mana. Should easily be able to flash this back, right?
Yeah, I mean, we have enough to flash it back and pay for a Spell Pierce.
Yeah, that is crazy. This looks like paying 3. Are we making an Old Growth Troll here?
It looks like we started to, but we decided to go for the Pelucanos Reborn. We figured out 4/5, bigger than 4/4.
True. 4/5 flying reach.
Yeah.
Don't try to get over that one. We're going to see the invasion come down. Yeah. Resolve that ETB real quick.
It looks like Jacob hit another Nykthos.
Yeah.
And it looks like Jacob's, doing a little math here before we take a pick off the invasion. I mean, it was 12 Devotion a second ago. It should be 13 now since we added 1.
Yeah.
Which means this other Nykthos in hand, we're going to have access to 24 mana this turn if we take Nykthos. Which is a little bit.
Yeah, it's a little bit of mana. Now, Mason, what are some things that this deck can do with all that mana?
Well, here's one of them. Emrakul the Promised End in hand for Jacob after this invasion. It costs 1 less thanks to Storm the Festivals. So it's only 12. So we can actually play the hostile, excuse me. But yeah, I mean, this is like really, really big. It looks like maybe Jacob's playing a different card first.
Yeah, the Outcaster Trailblazer.
Yeah, this makes sense. The Trailblazer will get a mana on ETB, and then you play the Hostile for turn. Now you're at 12 thanks to the Storm of the Festivals in the graveyard. Emrakul enters, you get the cast trigger, and you get to draw a card. Tight play there by Jacob.
Yeah, very tight play, and feels like the door closing on Isaac here.
Yeah, I mean, Isaac is not in a great spot. These Old Growth Trolls can basically kill the Kaito if we want them to. And then you can just sort of attack everything else into the Emrakul. You can also just animate like the Mutavault and attack the Kaito into these trolls and these elves. And you just assign damage in a way that, only does what you want. But
well, don't forget the Kaito is a 4/5.
That's true. Don't forget Emrakul is the biggest.
Hey, who knows? It could flood Pit's Drowner, the Emrakul, tap it down. Jacob could make some crazy plays here.
Yeah, I think the first thing Jacob's supposed to do is zero the Kaito and just put a land on top of the deck or get rid of any spell that's good. And then move to combat. That Mutavault is a 3/3 thanks to the emblem. So you're going to want to make sure that you put enough in front of it. Now, that won't be a huge issue with Emrakul. And Jacob might be forgetting the emblem.
Oh, looks like maybe he's reading it, figuring it out.
Yeah, this is a moment where you're really letting your opponent misreads because. Okay,
double block.
The elf will assuredly have lethal assigned to it. Only a little bit of an interesting attack here. I wonder if maybe we're losing this Outcaster Trailblazer for very little value, all things considered. But Jacob's like, I'll go to damage. Isaac's like, you're in control of my turn.
Yeah, so looks like we are going to let the Old Growth Troll die, put it on a land. All of these other creatures are going to die. We're going to get the Curiosity. And now Isaac gets to actually take a turn.
Yeah,
and could be worse. It's not good, but it could be worse.
Yeah, I like this from Jacob. Flood Pit. Put the Flood Pit Drowner on this elf. You don't really need it. And then try and get this Mockingbird just to copy something that kind of, doesn't matter / nothing at all.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this keeps you from being able to tap down the Emrakul, draw any cards off of the Enduring Curiosity.
Yeah, and the biggest problem here is really that Emrakul's threatening to attack, and we're at 18 life, which would normally be a lot, but 13 is a huge chunk of that. And you're seeing Isaac try to figure out, how am I supposed to navigate my way around this?
So we're going to see an attack. Emrakul going to block one of the Fairy Miscreants. We're going to get to draw a couple cards. Looks like is that 2 Fairy Miscreants?
I think it was 2 Miscreants, but it's not enough. Isaac's going to pick it up.
Wow, congratulations, Jacob, taking down game 1 there with Mono Green Devotion and Oldie but a Goldie. As we're going to take a look at these lists. First, we're going to take a look at Isaac's Dimir Ninjas list, a deck that we've seen earlier today, saw it do pretty well. What are your thoughts, as a seasoned Mono Green player, what you would be scared of Isaac bringing in against you?
Yeah, this was open deck list. The things that I would be expecting is stuff like a North Affliction, especially on the play, is a great way to remove that Pelucranos or the Old Growth Trolls and get rid of their devotion and clean them up nicely. Also can hit an elf, which sometimes is pretty huge. Similarly, Cut Down does a very similar role in that regard. I'm kind of actually worried about Shieldred. Anytime the game is sort of fair, Shieldred can sort of outclass a lot of my creatures on the battlefield, and it makes my redraw effects, which I normally rely on a fair amount on the combo-y turns, into actually a liability. So if I was sideboarding with the Ninjas deck, it'd be something I want of those cards, then sort of maybe upgrade some of my awkward cards, like this main deck Spell Pierce. Theoretically get something, in practice never really does. Turn some of those types of cards, like Enduring Curiosity, maybe one of those as well, into these maybe higher impact cards that can hopefully disrupt the green deck, because that's what you're needing. And we saw it in Robert Taylor's feature match in round 2, that you disrupt a little bit while applying pressure. So Isaac really wants to kind of craft the deck to be more disruptive post board.
Yeah, and let's take a look real quick at Jacob's mono green list and see what he's got. Now, Mason, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not seeing a whole lot in the sideboard that I'm too excited about for this matchup.
Yeah, the mono green sideboards have always been a little tough. They've gotten better recently. You've gotten some cards that really help in that regard. Things like Monstrous Emergence is sort of a removal spell that, green desperately needed. It's a fight spell still. Keen-Eyed Curator is a great graveyard hate card, but those things aren't really great. The big thing that's jumping out to me now is Scrap Shooter. It's just a 3-mana 4/4 with reach. It has other text. It can technically be a disenchant. Those things maybe come up if some weird sideboard card type thing happens.
Sure.
But for the most part, it's just a 3-mana 4/4 that can stop these flying creatures. And that's good enough. I think that's what you're looking for. I could see a world of maybe bring in Cityscape Leveler if you're worried about a bunch of counter spells. It might be a situation where Jacob isn't used to playing against the Ninjas deck. I'm not sure how much Jacob plays Pioneer. He seems to love Mono Green. His deck is beautifully foiled out.
Right.
But maybe he hasn't played in a little bit, or maybe this isn't just a matchup he's experienced too much. And I think it's very reasonable to be like, oh yeah, this sort of blue-black deck probably has a ton of counter magic. Maybe I want to have something that's a little strong there. And I could see something like that happening as sort of a hedge. But overall, I think, our game plan is pretty good as long as we can just untap with an elf. So let's not make it too complicated. Let's not make our deck too expensive. Let's say a lean, mean fighting machine.
Yeah, Scrap Shooter also one that jumped out to me just for the reach. I mean, the rest of the text does not feel like it'll be that relevant that often, but something that I think is also cool is, a lot of times having your mana tied up in the same colored pips is a downside of a creature, but in this deck, it actually makes it even stronger that Scrap Shooter is 1 green as opposed to 2 green. So just really works super nicely with what Jacob's trying to do here as we get down into our game 2. Isaac on the play, down a game. Can he come back and win the next 2 to take the match?
Yeah, Scrap Shooter is really great for the deck in general. It's something where I think actually, is pretty reasonable to even be in the main deck. I think it's competing with cards like Polukranos Reborn. And I think I like Polukranos a little better for a few reasons right now. But there's a lot of worlds where I can imagine just playing 1 or 2 Scrap Shooters in my main deck and sort of just having that main deck disenchant, if those kind of decks are very popular in the format.
Yeah, absolutely. It's getting shuffled up here. Taking a look at some hands. Seeing Anoint with Affliction. I think a couple of Sirens. Not sure what else. Looks like Isaac is willing to keep this 6, though. Oh, Jacob maybe taking a mold of 5?
Yeah, going to 5. What I'm really curious is does Jacob keep in the Leyline of the Guild packs? Some green players just always keep them in because they're just such a strong mana accelerant with Nykthos. But this is a matchup where your opponent's going to interact a lot. So maybe it's okay to sort of, not have that in your deck. Another way to look at it, though, is that, it is sort of a mana dork as long as you have Nykthos in play. And it's one that Isaac can't really interact with. So I'm curious to see how Jacob approaches this, as he seems someone who plays a lot of the green deck.
Yeah, very interested to see as Jacob drawing his hand for this mole to 5.
There's Cityscape Leveler, so we did decide to bring that in.
And there's an elf. We've got a mana dork. I think that's a battle as well.
Yeah, I think we're on 1 land elf, which is not where you want to be, but on 5, you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, and we're going to see a Siren immediately for Isaac. Make that map token. I'm going to Nykthos for turn. We're going to play our elf.
Yeah, and Nykthos is a good land, but like we were talking about before, sometimes the colored pips matter a lot. We'll have to see if Jacob has one of those hands as Moon Circuit Hacker comes down.
Yeah, it's going to be a couple points of damage and a card for Isaac. We're going to play a Dark Slick Shores. And, looks like has a lot of options in terms of 1-drops. Going to replay the Siren, make a second map token, pass back to Jacob.
Oh, this is massive for Jacob. We have in our hand the Outcaster Trailblazer, which you can plot and later come down and be a mana. All right, we're going to go with the invasion to start.
Yeah, start with the invasion. Take a look at these. Seeing a Kiora, some elves, another invasion. Yeah, taking a look at our hand here. Got the Nykthos, which maybe starts to push you towards the Kiora.
Yeah, that's a very powerful interaction. And use your Nykthos a couple times. Honestly, the thing I'd be most tempted by, which I'm not sure if it was there, would just be Basic Forest. I really just want to have mana. The
Yep,
Kiora
and it looks
is
like it
second to
was
none.
there.
Yeah, I mean, I really like this play from Jacob. It's very disciplined of just like, I think if I just get to cast my cards, I can do it. I don't need to go super crazy right now. That might end up being wrong, but I think it's a very disciplined and hard choice to make, and it's exciting to see Jacob go for it here.
Yeah, is Isaac going to play Mutavault as the land for turn? Looks like thinking about maybe anointing this elf. But just going to... Flood Pit's Drowner, tap the elf down in Jacob's upkeep. And we've got the Mockingbird as another Spyglass Siren. So it's up to 3 maps for Isaac.
Yeah, and I love this play from Isaac here, tapping the elf down. Keep that Annoyance Affliction for Pelucano Reborn. I think that's a card that Isaac is worried about as the Outcaster is plotted here.
Yeah, very nice, very nice. Yeah, I mean, these map tokens can represent a bunch of damage out of nowhere. But not if we're hitting lands off the top. So we're going to go for another one. Oof. But, these are saving Isaac the turns. He would have been drawing through these.
Yeah, I mean, drawing these 2 lands in a row is basically a death sentence. So while you much rather would have pressure in a spot like this, getting to actually, play the game potentially from here is good. And Moon Circuit Hacker is something that allows you to, loot here. So getting the extra land in hand, not the total end of the world, as we can always just discard it here. And yeah, you see Isaac very quickly be like, yep, don't want that.
Yeah, and I mean, Isaac's swinging in for 8 damage, taking Jacob down to 7.
And this is what we talked about, right? The clock plus disruption. We even haven't had a ton of the disruption, just Flood Pit Drowner, but even just a little bit can go a long way here.
Yeah, and I mean, Isaac, very rewarded for playing that Flood Pit Drowner at exactly the right time, making sure that this elf is still down for the count on this turn, because we're going to get to play this for free. That's a mana. We're up to 4 without a land. We can tap this Nykthos to go up 1, I think. Yep.
Well, yeah, you'll break even, but you will turn one of your colorless into a green.
Sure.
Now you're up 1. But it looks like we have nothing to do with the mana.
And we've got the Anoint in hand. I mean, this could be a lot of damage for Isaac here.
Yeah, I mean, if you... Actually, a double Anoint. You could just kill both things. Your opponent didn't have anything to do last turn. If you put them down, an elf and a 2 devotion, that's got to be close to good enough.
Yeah, we're going to start here with the map. That's going to be a Kaido on top, which means we will get that counter. And then Mutavault for turn. We'll anoint the Trailblazer, animate the Mutavault, and that's going to be game. We are going to have a game 3. Congratulations, Isaac. Very well played. Really got the damage out when he needed it. Very well done. Well piloted.
Yep, capitalized on the situation at hand, played the Flood Pit Drowner right, went for the pushes when we needed to. A lot of tight spots. We could go a lot of different ways, made a lot of good choices and rewarded. And that's what this Dimir Ninjas deck really requires of you, is to be able to navigate those positions. Doing a great job here today. I mean, 3-0, looking to maybe be 4-0 if things go well. And really the question is, on the draw, can we keep up with the explosive games that Mono Green can present?
Yeah, well, I'm glad you mentioned that, because I was going to bring up, we've talked a little bit about play draw disparity in the format as a whole, but it feels like that might feel even a little bit more severe against a deck like Mono Green Devotion, or against really any deck that's playing effectively 8 Llanowar elves, right? I mean, just their ability to ramp so quickly and you're really the one who's pressured to respond to that. Do you think that is going to affect Isaac's decision making in either sideboards or mulligans or anything like that?
Yeah, Isaac's going to be a lot more tempted by fatal push hands or hands that have a ton of ones in order to try and, put Jacob on the back foot in some angle ASAP. But you're right, when you're on the play with an elf, if you get to untap, especially with a deck like mono green, you have so many powerful threes, and now you're just snowballing this lead, right? Like you got to do the first thing, and now you're a turn ahead of your opponent in mana, and if they can't answer that thing, it just gets out of control so quickly. And that's one of the big strengths of mono green devotion, is it puts your opponent to that test the most. And you see here from Isaac has a hand with some removal, but it's going to need ley line.
A ley line, no elf, but a ley line. Very powerful. We're going to see a fairy miscreant.
There is Isaac. A Nykthos in hand, Niall.
That is tough, as we're going to see the invasion come down.
So this is 5. Oh, we have the Cavalier. And this is what we were talking about with the ley line in game number 2. Would Jacob keep it as sort of a, Llanowar elf that dodges the interaction? And it looks like we did.
Yeah, oh man, Jacob about to have quite the turn here. Isaac going to draw with this Mockingbird Fairy Miscreant. Play Mutavolts the land for turn, trying to get damage on the board as fast as possible. But Jacob just already so much faster. I mean, our green devotion is 5 at the moment.
Yeah. And
there's Kiora. Oh, so we're going to get to untap and do it again for 6 now.
Yep, and we know we have the Cavalier from a second ago. We could even storm the festivals here. And yeah, we are going to storm.
This is disgusting.
Yeah, and another ley line was hit, so it's another 4 mana. And then the Trailblazer. This is tough. I mean, now with the Nykthos, that's just so much mana on the next turn. And we do get to draw from the Trailblazer entering thanks to Kiora. And this is sort of what we talked about, the explosive draws that green can have. It can just do stuff that the other opponent can never hope to keep up with when it comes to mana usage. I mean, Isaac could use every mana for the next 4 turns and not do as much as Jacob's going to do in the next turn.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, Isaac got kind of lucky in that turn, even though it doesn't feel like it. Like, that Storm the Festival could have been way, way worse.
Oh,
but it's going to come back next turn. Jacob's got infinity mana, basically, till the end of time. And, it's really, really making this pile of tiny little 1/1s just look so insufficient.
Yep. As we see the Nykthos activated for 10, down to 9 for the Llanowar Elf. And we're probably going to see stuff like Cavalier and other things get developed, and then Storm. Typically, if you're going off on the turn, Storm is often the last thing you want to do, because you want to have the perfect information before you sort of play your, kind of soft tutor. We did it last turn to really play around counter magic, I think was the idea that Jacob had there. Basically, Isaac could be having negate or something like that. We wanted to do it, but we'll have to see what he's able to pull off, because we've upped our devotion by 4 since the starting point, which means we're able to keep going even harder.
Yeah. And we are untapping Nykthos.
Yeah,
I think just making sure we agree on.
I think Isaac thought the Kiora came in at 6 loyalty, so I think he thought it was supposed to be 1 loyal, but it comes in at 7. It just, players often think of it as 6 because you just almost immediately activate every time. So that's something that's definitely happened to me before. And I believe we have 16 mana in the pool right now.
That's crazy, because we play an Old Growth Troll. Draw for Kiora. It's like a invasion was the pickup.
Yeah, and notably, Jacob has not played land for turn yet.
Oh
that land was put into play off the Cavalier, and Jacob has another Nykthos. This could very easily be game of Ulvenwald Oddity is found. Oh. And that's
the invasion. Off the invasion. You can just see it on Isaac's face. He knows.
Yeah, I mean, this is why so many players will play the green deck. It just does things like this. And even when you hit matchups where they have some cards that are good, you can just overwhelm them so much.
Yeah. And we're going to get a Trailblazer here. Go ahead and play it. Make a
Isaac's
mana,
making a
draw off
doodle.
Kiora. Yeah, Isaac is making a doodle. Love that.
It looks to be a penguin.
It does look to be a penguin. And we're going to play a new Kiora, which is a lot like playing a new Nykthos. Yeah, I've got our invasions. Untap, Nykthos, make, I don't know, like 20 mana. 2, 4, 8, 12. I think I think actually literally 20.
Yeah.
And then we're going to Storm.
It looks like a Nykthos was found along with some other lands.
Yeah, we're going to get the Nykthos.
Keened Curator decided to come on in.
Yeah, I got the Curator.
No, maybe that's not Curator.
Actually, I think that's a Scrap Shooter.
Yeah, as I
Yeah.
said, we just drew cards. That makes me think it's a Scrap Shooter.
Yep.
Here's Old Growth Troll.
Yep, there's some more card draw.
Still
The name of the game is Find Ulvenwald Oddity as we storm again. And we still haven't even tapped our new Nykthos.
Yeah, and we just found a Cavalier. Honestly, I wonder, there's the Ulvenwald Oddity. Okay, I was going to say, you might want to not take Cavalier to play around Oddity. But yeah, there we go. Jacob showing us why this green deck is so impressive.
Yeah, I mean, that was incredible. Very cool to see Mono Green Devotion doing its thing. Congratulations, Jacob. Very well played. Very well played by both players. But congrats, Jacob, for making it 4-0 so far in the event. I think we do have a backup match just about ready to go. So excited to get down into that as soon as it is ready. But yeah, it looks like we are ready for it. We have Rodney Bedell here on the Dimir bounce deck, and then Jake Conan on Is It Phoenix?
Yeah, and this bounce deck is sort of similar-ish to the Dimir one you've seen in Standard, where it is a controlling deck. We just have Yorion as this way to bounce everything again. You actually see some players do Esper in the format for cards like the Wandering Emperor and Pixie, and the Pixie picking up the Yorion is my favorite thing to do in Pioneer right now. Just go forever and ever. But Rodney deciding to have better mana. We've seen this deck pop up recently on Magic Online. I think it actually got second or third in a challenge yesterday. So I would not be surprised if this is actually Rodney's first time playing the deck, or at least this iteration of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we've talked a lot about these Pioneer mainstays that we've been seeing all day, but Dimir Bounce definitely one of the newer decks to the format as we are Thoughtseizing. Spoiled for choice. Treasure Cruise, Talent, Profs. Looks like we are going for the Talent. But wow, what a crazy hand to be looking at.
Yeah, I like this take here from Rodney. There's a lot of good things going on, but the Talent is the one that makes them all kind of operate at their best. So while maybe Profs or Cruise are cards that are more threatening, the Talent is going to really amplify that. So trying to sort of split the middle there makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and it looks like going to play this Profs, draw a card, pass back over to Rodney, going to play Mutavolt for turn.
And I think Rodney's playing... Oh, picked up Yoran, excuse me. I was saying Rodney drew Narset for turn, but did not want to develop it this turn.
Yeah. And just going to be land go for Jake here.
That's because that's a swamp that's blue. It all makes sense now. I could not figure out why Rodney would not play Narset into it because it'd be an illegal play.
Yeah, that would have been an interesting one for sure. And we are going to do a little Free the Fae here. And then we're going to cast a Consider. And then we're going to Jake's turn proper.
Rodney's deck plays 35 lands, a good number for sort of these Yorion controlling decks, but sometimes you have like the quote unquote right numbers, but just still doesn't work out for you.
Yeah, Rodney missing a 4th land drop here. So we're going to go ahead and start casting spells, getting through our deck. Will this be the turn that a Phoenix hits the yard? Well, there's Treasure Cruise.
Yeah. And
that's going to be 3 cards for Jake. Do we have anything? Are we past? Do we not have?
Yeah, it looks like we didn't have anything we could play or any way to get a Phoenix in the graveyard. Jake's just going to have to settle for drawing 3 extra cards that turn.
Yeah, it looks like Jake has exactly 7 in hand, maybe? No, actually, I think it might be 8. Hard to tell.
It is. And Rodney picked up the land for Narset. We're going to have to lose a life for it. But now we have Narset Parter Avails. And the real question is, do we want to minus or not? And I like this from Rodney. Just holding the Narset at 5, making it so that the Arclight Phoenix cannot easily kill it. And you get to play the game around this. And with this town big enough, you can actually maybe make this game about Narset for a while.
Yeah, as we are going to play the Phoenix, swing in, take Narset down to 2. Back over to Rodney.
Rodney has Momentum Breaker in hand and Grim Bobble, a bunch of just standard all-star cards when it comes to killing stuff, which all answer Phoenix. And because of the Narset, actually do a really good job of answering the Phoenix.
Yeah, we're going to start with the Thoughtseize here. Temporal Trespass. We see a bunch of cards. Looks like Treasure Cruise is the pick for Rodney.
I like that pick a lot from Rodney, despite sort of being a little awkward because Temporal Trespass looks tempting. The rest of the hand doesn't really work. And the only real way you're going to lose from this spot is if your Narset dies quickly. So just leave your opponent with the 1 card that sort of maybe kills Narset, but not really unless a lot more goes right. And just buy time. Your Yorgon will do a lot here. And Artist Talent, really strong card, but not in the face of Narset.
Yeah, absolutely. Rodney, doing a very good job of being the control deck here. I mean, we still have the Yorion in hand as well. Really, I mean, Narset just shutting down so much of what Jake is trying to do. And here is the Hopeless Nightmare. Gonna go ahead and get some more cards out of Jake's hand.
I love this play from Rodney. Fear of Isolation to pick up the Shipwreck March and replay it so that I have this town ain't big enough to protect my Narset.
Yeah, very, very nice. Looks like Narset going to be bounced to Rodney's hand with Otawara. This town ain't big enough. Doesn't really help if what they're trying to do is bounce it anyway.
Yeah. We could see Rodney respond and bounce. It looks like he's already picked up the bubble. I think what we're thinking about now is, do we want to maybe pick up our Hopeless Nightmare and bounce this Artist Talent in order to not let it go too crazy? It looks like Rodney actually wants to pick up both of his own things. And I like this play a lot. There's 3 kill spells in hand from Jake. Don't let Jake have an opportunity to maybe convert those into a Phoenix. Yeah, force them to be redraws.
Yeah, as we're seeing them get discarded to the Artist Talent. Yeah, and there they go, getting discarded. And we've drawn 4 cards on the profs.
Yeah, and we have the pick. I'm sorry, the Picklock Prankster in exile in order to play. But it looks like we're actually going to take
Temporal Trespass. And
yeah.
looks like Rodney happy to scoop them up at that. So congratulations, Jake, taking down the first game of our backup feature match. Looks like Rodney did take down game 2 is what we're hearing. So we're going to go to their game 3 and see how that's going.
Yeah, as we have not much time left in the round, but we want to get you the full feature match. So we're going to skip ahead a little bit with the power of time-shifted magic.
Yeah, so we're going to get into game 3. So Jake will be on the play as Rodney won game 2.
And it looks like Jake is maybe taking a mulligan right now.
Yeah, it looks like Rodney keeping 7, perhaps. I mean, that was a very, very well-timed Otawara, so very well done, Jake, there. Looks like we are going to keep the 6. Play canal, pass. Rodney just going to play tap land, pass. Taking a look here. Going to put that on bottom, draw. Go back to Jake's turn. And just land go. And Rodney happy to do the same. This is going to be a free the Fae from Jake. Looking at a Phoenix, a Treasure Cruise, a Mystical Dispute, and a land, taking the Treasure Cruise.
Yeah, wants to have more ways to move through the deck, try and take an aggressive stance. Mystical Dispute can be really tempting against cards like Narset, which are pretty big players in the matchup, but looks like Jake's hoping to maybe get around that as it comes to pick up Prankster.
Gonna play the Prankster, and Rodney going to go ahead and get a Omen of the Sea down.
I think Rodney, because of time, maybe shuffled Yorion into the deck, and I think it's in hand. Because I was like, where's the companion? I was about to say it's probably off screen, and then I see there's a white card in hand, and Rodney only has one whitish card in the deck.
That is very funny. So you're going to see Rodney just land go. Looks like we're going to draw the top card there at the end. And then back over to Jake.
Yeah, these Esper Yorion decks are actually really good at just kind of grinding through what the opponent is doing. And in this matchup, it's a lot about setting up the right pieces and then sort of just taking over from there. Rodney really needs something like a fatal push. If we had a fatal push last game instead of, this town, the game would have been pretty different and maybe could have actually, ran Jake out of resources. And I imagine that's probably what happened here in game number 2 that we didn't get to really see, is Rodney just sort of locked Jake out and then Jake concede or get, sleeper hold to death while Yorion slowly hit them.
Yeah, and Rodney sacrificing the Omen to scry 2. Happy to play the slower paced game, but also does know that he needs to be taking care of what Jake has going on in hand at the graveyard, all of that. So interested to see if he is able to interact on any of those. Was that a extinction event in his hand?
No, it wasn't Extinction Event, but it's a very similar one. I think that might have been our sideboard, The End, which exiles all creatures of the same name. So that's a great way to catch all of these Phoenixes. And if you're at a low life total, it costs 2 less as well. It has the Fateful Hour mechanic without having the Fateful Hour mechanic.
Wow. Yeah, and it looks like Treasure Cruise for Jake. We've got a Phoenix in the yard. And we're going to be considering this is our second instant sorcery.
Negate picked up here for Jake.
Is he going to go for a third one, get that Phoenix out? Or is he respecting Rodney's mana?
Yeah, it's a tough spot. And, we don't know. Maybe the end played a big role in game number 2, right? We had to sort of skip that match for the sake of time. And if that did happen, Jake might be thinking, well, I lost, last game to the end. I don't really want to lose this one to it as well. I can wait a turn or two and then get to it. I've got enough interaction.
Yeah, we're just going to get in for a little damage. Got all that interaction in hand. Looks like Rodney maybe wanting to lean on a duress here. If he wants to play anything, looks like we are going to start off with this duress. Will Jake let it resolve?
Yeah, this is an interesting one. You have 2 different counterspells in hand. So in theory, if you're worried about a card like Narset, you do have it covered as long as Rodney doesn't go, another land plus another discard spell. But if you negate and they have that same line of thinking, then it's not like your Mystical Dispute is going to make it through anyway. So
Sure. And it looks like Rodney has a mystical dispute of his own.
Yeah, and that would be a great way to maybe fight a fight here. If Jake's willing to negate, he might be willing to dispute. Yeah, and you see Rodney snaps it off. He's so excited to exchange resources here. As this is basically what Rodney wants to do anyways.
Yep. And Jake is fine letting this one resolve. So we do see the mystical dispute.
And
We command the spell pierce. We see the axe. It looked like for a second there, Jake considered disputing the dispute or something like that, but thought better of it. And I think that was a good call because now there is no way for Rodney to safely deploy something like a Narset where he would have been able to had Jake gone for it.
Yeah, and I love this play here from Rodney. Just get this Fear of Isolation on the board. Don't let the Picklock Prankster be a free little hit you thing. Force Jake to do something and play into the end, while also maybe representing more interaction.
Yeah. I mean, once again, picking up the land to effectively make it a 1-mana creature. Very nice. As Jake is doing what Phoenix does, going through the deck like crazy.
Jake bought an artist talent pretty quickly there. Makes me think that, yeah, it looks like maybe another sideboard card was drawn. Jake trying to play the slow and steady game with Phoenix here.
Yeah, really showing a lot of respect to Rodney in his deck right now. As we're going to see Prof's Eidetic Memory. That's going to resolve. We've drawn, I think, 3 extra cards so far.
I think you were right on the first one because we sleight of handed once.
Oh, so, sure. Okay.
Yeah.
So with Profs, yeah.
Yeah. Profs are real stickler. And it looks like we're going to Lightning Axe down this Fear of Isolation, which I believe gets us our Arclight Phoenix back. Yeah, now, Phoenix can't be targeted by the Profs, but...
Right. Yeah, so we're going to put the counter there. Maybe it was 2 sleight of hands.
Yeah, maybe.
I think Rodney does also have an Extinction Event in hand.
Yeah, he might have both. That might be, and I mean, Extinction Event on even here would be kind of nice. The problem is Rodney knows there's a Spell Pierce in hand from Jake.
Yeah, we really need like land plus a Spell Pierce of our own or a Mystical Dispute.
Rodney picked up Cling to Dust. Looks like maybe firing that off just on a random card to get a redraw.
And there's a Duress.
Duress is a nice one, but...
Yeah, gonna go ahead and fire it off immediately. Here we go. We've got free Picklock Prankster, Spell Pierce, Mystical Dispute. So there goes Spell Pierce. That's a good call. Mystical Dispute, harder to cast against Extinction Event if that's what Rodney's trying to do next turn.
Yeah.
It's like passing from there.
Yeah, and that should be a loud sign to Jake that Rodney is trying to do something non-creaturey, non-blue, right? Mystical Dispute's just strictly better if it was something like Narset. So the jig's up on that being what we're fighting over.
Yeah, there's another Phoenix and a Treasure Cruise, which is devastating with this Profs on the field.
Yeah, Rodney would love to have an Orcish Bowmaster right now.
Yeah, I bet he would. So I think that die is tracking how many extra cards we've drawn this turn. Let's consider. This is an absurd amount of damage.
Yeah, I mean...
We are successfully off of Mystical Dispute counter Extinction Event, but we are, I think, 1 draw away from this just being lethal. So that's lethal unless Rodney has a way to, deal with one of these creatures.
And I don't think Rodney does. Maybe there's a Fatal Push hanging out, but yeah, and you're seeing Rodney just pick it up.
Yeah, that is going to be game. Congratulations to Jake for taking it down, making it to 4-0 going into round 5. Very well played by both players. Now, we're going to take a quick break as we get ready for our 5th round, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back once again, Magic players, to the NRG Championship Series Pioneer 5K. I am Niall Joan Rivers, joined in the booth today by Mason Clark. This is going to be the last round of Magic that Mason and I are bringing you. We are going to be handing it off to Corbin and Doomwake just after this. But first, let's take another glance at our players to watch list and see how everyone's doing. All right, so last round, CFT are only 3-0. Looks like they have taken their first loss. No one in our players to watch is 4-0 at the moment. Mason, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long weekend for Magic. All these players played yesterday as well. We've caught some L's, but a lot of us are still live for top 8, or at least the top 16 finish, which can be great for that leaderboard race. And I imagine we'll see a lot of that. And there's still a lot left on the line as we can pull up our prize pool and see what exactly these players are playing for.
Yeah, I mean, a lot on the line. First of all, we've got the cash prize that pays out from first all the way through 32nd place with $1,200 going to the first place finisher. But then on top of that, we have the leaderboard points, which can earn you a spot into the Invitational Championship at the end of the year. Some players are going to qualify by winning our showdowns, which we did yesterday, but some players are going to qualify just by having the most points on the leaderboard. And then also, we've got 2 regional championship invites for the top 2 places. So a lot on the line. And speaking of the leaderboard, let's take a quick glance at how that's looking so far. I mean, we're very early in the year, but already, Grayson Nemitz, 60 points. That is a huge lead out the gate. So, as you can see, his name's in orange, already qualified, but still live for Player of the Year contention. So really cool. We've got a match for round 5 just about ready. Looks like our players are shuffling up, and we've got a pretty exciting one for you here. We've got Mono Green Devotion, which we saw last round. Jacob Tano showing us, what exactly that deck can still do in the format. But then over here on the right, we have Charlie Dusterberg on Rakdos Transmogrify. A very, very cool deck. Mason, why don't you tell us about it?
Yeah, I mean, this deck is got one trick to it, and it's trying to do it a lot. It is trying to put a big thing into play off the card Transmogrify, and then it's trying to play a fair game to back that up. It's really, like, what if the Rakdos midrange deck had a combo finish instead of cards like, Graveyard Trespasser and Blood Tithe Harvester. Excuse me. Sorry, I lost my voice there for a second. And that's going to make it hard for things like Llanowar Elf to battle through. But traditionally, these mono green decks are very good versus Rakdos. But sometimes the cheating out of an early card like Atraxa can totally change that dynamic.
Yeah, as we're going to see some mana dorks get dealt with swiftly by Charlie, really prepared to deal with that aspect of Jacob's game. But then turn 3 here, we're going to get that Old Growth Troll. A little bit harder to deal with, but we'll see what Charlie has up his sleeve.
Yeah, if you kill this one, it's going to accelerate Jacob. And with the Sunken Citadel in play now, if we have Nykthos, we're actually on 5 mana already, because we can use the 2 lands to go up 1.
And it looks like we're going to Cling to Dust one of our own Torch the Towers just to get a little value there.
Yeah, and it looks like Charlie is missing lands, and that's why we went for that Cling early on. And this is just what Jacob wants to see the opponent stumbling.
Yeah, very, very much not what Charlie is looking for at the moment. I mean, Transmogrify, obviously a 4 mana sorcery. He wants to get there as soon as possible. Like you said, there's one thing this deck is doing, and that is trying to cheat out this Atraxa ASAP.
Yeah, and look at this. We used our Nykthos plus Citadel combo to make 4 green, and then we played the Leyline of the Guild Pact. And yeah, Charlie's picking it up. Jacob has 8 mana. He knows he can't keep up when he's behind on lands like this.
That is crazy. I mean, what a quick game one. We're gonna take a quick look over at these lists. So talk to me about the Transmogrify deck. We've got Charlie's sideboard here. What he might be interested in against Mono Green to make sure another one of those games don't happen.
Extinction Event's a great one to clean up most of the cards that matter. I mean, basically every card in this deck that does matter is 1, 3, or 5 when it comes to creatures and mana value, meaning odd basically annihilates this deck. So Extinction Event is one you're going to run to in this sort of matchup. After that, something like Withering Torment is a great way to actually have a kill spell that also goes up that ley line. We mentioned this when we saw Jacob earlier in the day, that the ley line is sometimes as hard to answer Devotion Stick. While Withering Torment is something that isn't great, it can answer that. And if you've answered all the other pieces, that can really stymie the development and could be a great way to fight those fights. Besides that, we might turn some of our awkward kill spells into different kill spells, things like Anoint, in order to maybe line up better with cards like Old Growth Troll. But for the most part, we don't have a ton. We're really just hoping to interact enough, get Atraxa, and hope it crosses the finish line.
Yeah, well, let's take a look over at Jacob's list. Something in the sideboard for him that I really want to point out are these 2 Stone Brains. How big of a deal do you think that is in the all I want to do is get out my Atraxa matchup?
I think you found the line, Niall. This is going to be a massive card. If we can name either Atraxa or Transmogrify, whichever one seems better to us at the time, given our game state, that is going to be massive, massive, massive. I imagine normally your name Atraxa. You might see Transmogrify named just because Jacob might be unsure if there's something like a Valgavoth that's a pivot threat here from Charlie. Sometimes you see players do that. This part of the tournament is not open deck list. Only our top 8 is, which these 2 players are playing for right now. But that might mean a situation where Atraxa is better, but we don't know that, so we name Transmog to sort of split the difference here. And, for what we know, Jacob can assume this is going to be the Transmogrify deck, given what he's seen so far. Torch the Tower is in both decks, but typically you're going to see a lot more of that in Transmog. So besides that, we don't have a ton. Cityscape Leveler is sometimes one that comes in this matchup just because they're trying to get 1 or 2 big things down. And if you just leveler it, that will do a good enough job.
Yeah, it looks like our players are taking a look at their opening hands here for game 2. Charlie down a game on the play. I think we've got 2 7s. Oh, but Jacob starting off with the ley line. We'll see if Charlie has an answer. Ley line into Elf. Really, really strong start.
Yeah, that's going to put Charlie on the back foot if he can't answer some of this. But there's no Nykthos.
Yeah, that's a duress with 1 target, which is that battle.
And the battle was the one that we wanted to be able to find some good action.
And is that 2 Bosejus as the lands?
It is, and Charlie has the torch to answer the elf. That's going to put Jacob in a very awkward spot here.
Yeah, not able to play this Old Growth Troll. And we're going to get an Annex down. I mean, we've got the Boseiju, so we can answer it if we would like. But, I mean, answering it also ramps Charlie a little bit and denies us this possible play, which is tap Boseiju, play Boseiju, plot the Trailblazer. That's going to be a mana we have banked for the next turn.
Yeah, and a redraw as well with the Old Growth Troll if it goes down well enough. And this is one of the strengths of Charlie's deck now, too. The Unholy Annex, a great get for this deck. Makes it play even more just like a good Rakdos midrange deck with that combo we finish when things go sideways.
Yeah, we're going to activate Mutavault, go ahead and get in for a little bit of damage, and then just go to the end of our turn here, draw a card for the Annex, and we're going to get to drain because Mutavault does count as a demon. Here comes down the Trailblazer. That's going to make a mana. That's going to get the Old Growth Troll, which is going to draw us a card, just like we drew it up, but no 3rd land for Jacob.
Yes, Cityscape Leveler in the hand for Jacob. Looks like he did decide to bring that one in. But right now, it's a really interesting spot where Charlie, is just, ooh.
Oh, activate Mutavault. Use Mutavault for mana to transmogrify the Mutavault. We all know what's coming next. We're going to flip cards till we see Atraxa.
Yeah, and I was going to say, this is a spot where if Jacob keeps playing the fair game, he can maybe get out of it by drawing Nykthos right away. This Atraxa forces us to, we need a Nykthos now plus some extra. If we do, we're going to have 8 mana available to us on that turn. That's a ton, but we have to have a follow-up as well. A lot of pressure here on Jacob's draw step as we're going to take a look at all of this.
Yeah, Jacob gonna get to look at most of Charlie's deck.
Yeah, I can't. I always forget which one shuffles the deck and which one goes on bottom, as creativity and transmogrify are worded a little differently. But
this one shuffles. So this is going to be a full shuffle for Charlie before we resolve this Atraxa.
Yeah. Still a lot of good value to get learned there for Jacob. You know, what did you bring in? Maybe the lack of seeing a card might help you play around something in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Saw a lot of the deck there.
Going to present the deck here and then resolve this Atraxa. I'm going to look at the top 10. We got a Thoughtseize, a couple lands, Torch the Tower, Extinction Event, Fable, Fatal Push, Fountain Port. I mean, really good choices here for Charlie.
Yeah, I mean, these are all great cards. You talk about the Extinction Event being a back-breaking card. That's a great thing to have. If Jacob does somehow answer this Atraxa, you can just clean up the rest. And it looks like Charlie maybe even wants to circumvent that and just hold on to this Thoughtseize.
Yeah. Also, shout out Charlie for so quickly dividing those cards into piles. Makes it real easy for coverage. Also, real easy as your opponent to see, you know, here's what I have. Here are my choices. Very, very good table mechanics there.
Yep. And we see Charlie draw from the Unholy Annex. Has to move to discard because there's so many cards in hand. And the question is, does Jake... All right, Jacob's going to take a couple turns. We're not quite dead yet. Atraxa is just a lot of value.
Yeah, I mean, not quite dead yet, but the door is closing rapidly as we are getting in with this damage from Atraxa, making the life point disparity enormous. We're going to Thoughtseize Jacob. Got the Cavalier in hand still. Cityscape Leveler, Kiora. The 2 Kioras?
Yeah, 2 Kioras and a Cityscape are what's left over.
Yeah, and then we're going to push the elf there. And then we're going to torch the Trailblazer.
Yeah, and this is why Charlie took that Cavalier, right? Even though the Cityscape Leveler can answer Atraxa, Charlie's plan was to pick apart all of these devotion mechanics.
Yeah, Reckoner, Bankbuster as well. And then we're going to draw off of this Annex. Lose a little life. Not that we're too bothered by it. Oh, and just straight back to Charlie's turn. I mean, this is...
If that card in hand isn't Storm the Festival or Cavalier, something that can catch us up with the Nykthos off the top, it might just be over. We really needed something like a land there to play Kiora at minimum. But yeah, it looks like we're going to make the Demon, and then that's going to drain Jacob out before he has a chance to draw for Nykthos.
Yeah, we're going to have a game 3 on our hands. Very well played, Charlie, there. I mean, very tough for Jacob to be so mana screwed, but Charlie really taking advantage of that and making sure Jacob stayed off the ability to play anything. So taking a look at our lists once again, anything change?
I don't think we saw anything that really moves the needle. I think for the most part, you know, we just we kept a hand that was high risk, high reward. You know, we had the Guild Pact, we had the Invasion to move through our deck, get, you know, a ton of looks at Nykthos, and worst comes to worst, pick up, you know, another land. But Charlie had the interaction disruption, and that's one of the downsides of the Guild Pact. You know, it's not all sunshine and rainbows here in mono green land. You go down a lot of cards to have these things, and you're hoping to hit your pieces that capitalize on that, right? Otherwise, Leyline, you know, you don't really need the mana fixing in your all forest deck for the most part, right? So not much going to change over here. Charlie, on the other hand, I imagine stays mostly the same, but I could see some small changes on the play and draw. Sure.
Now, as our players are getting ready for their final game here, this Transmogrify deck, very similar to the Indomitable Creativity decks that play a very similar kind of game, but obviously a different key card, Creativity instead of Transmogrify. What are some of the key differences, and why would someone choose to play this deck over that one, or vice versa?
Yeah, so the big thing about Transmogrify is twofold. One, it only hits creatures, where Indomitable Creativity can also get artifacts. That means we can both play artifacts, and, you know, it means that we get to actually have much easier mana because Transmogrify is 3 in a red instead of X red, red, red. And where that X sometimes is an upside because you get to hit multiple things or have multiple targets playing around spot removal, that is a weakness of the Transmogrify deck, is you kind of have to target a creature, which means your opponent's removal is live to turn off your card. And sometimes creativity can play around that. Your mana base actually just works a lot better. And that allows you to sort of splash these other colors much more easily than sometimes you see with the creativity decks that need to be base red splashing something. Charlie here gets to be sort of just Rakdos like we talked about before, but instead of playing, Fear of Missing Out and Blood Tithe Harvester and all those other cards, we instead play Transmogrify Atraxa.
Yeah, very, very cool. Very cool, small decisions that mean a lot in deck selection and the format as a whole. As our players are drawing up their first sevens, looks like Jacob taking a mulligan on the play here. Charlie thinking about it. We see a Torch the Tower. We see an Annex. Not sure what else. He's playing it pretty tight. Looks like he's considering. I don't think he has decided on a keep. It looks like we might be sending it back. We are. It's going to be a mulligan for both players. Charlie takes a look at the top card. Do you look when you mulligan?
Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. For the most part, it doesn't really matter. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't really change my decision. But sometimes, I'm a little curious. I never really let it affect me.
I never look. I never want to know.
Is that because it would affect you?
No, the decision's made. I just think it's irrelevant. What if I see it and I'm like, oh, it would have worked. Okay.
I have a question. If you ever go to dinner with someone and you almost order the food they have, do you ask how the meal was?
Sure. I don't.
I think it's very similar. I think it's a little peek of what could have been, because you could have ordered that and you thought about it.
Yeah, but I can ask for a bite of the person I'm at dinners with food. Like I can't like have a bite of my last hand. Once I've shipped it, I've shipped it.
Perhaps. Depends on how you look at it.
Looks like we are both keeping sixes. And Jacob going to start with the Sunken Citadel. Works very nicely with the Nykthos. And Charlie starting off with Mutavault as the first land for turn. And there is Stonebrain on turn 2. Could be very devastating.
Yeah, and I just say I don't think Charlie has like a braid in the deck. These decks sometimes have cards like that, as like these flexible catch-alls. I don't think Charlie had something like that, which means, this Stonebrain's going to go off. And now, if that does happen, Charlie needs to think, okay, how do I win the fair game? I can do it. We saw Unholy Annex and all that kind of stuff. It can be good enough sometimes. And with the Go Blank in hand, Jacob might be so low on resources. So it's really just a matter of how Charlie wants to fight this fight. And I like taking this Kiora with the Torch the Tower in hand.
Yeah, Charlie has an uphill battle ahead of him with the Stonebrain. So we're going to play Besages the land for turn for Jacob. We can activate Stonebrain now. It looks like he might be thinking about if he needs to do that or if he can actually play something from his hand. He's going to play something from his hand. I like this a lot. Oh, play 2 things from his hand thanks to the mana generated by the Trailblazer, because he could play the Elf that we picked up for turn.
Yeah, the Elf for the turn makes it a lot harder. I think in general, I maybe want to just wait on the Stonebrain anyways, because, you're not really worried about it until a creature comes down and you want to develop your mana and have the chance to play this Cavalier. But it would be hard on the next turn. Like, do I play this Cavalier or have it happen, especially when the Fable comes down? But now a lot of plays available to Jacob as he did pick up the land. And it looks like Jacob's going to take a small risk here and maybe allow this Atraxa to happen.
Yeah, very interesting.
And I think I get where Jacob's coming from. Basically, I have nothing. I need to kind of guarantee that I convert, this into a real card and hopefully hit the Nykthos that we did hit and be like, all right, I need to now, hope the game plays out normally from here. And this attack is a big sign. Transmogrify is in hand from Charlie with no block. That Trailblazer is a card you're very excited to get off the board, typically.
Yeah, as we are going back over to Charlie resolving this Chapter 2 Fable trigger, I see another Fable. I see a Torch. I see a Go Blank. I don't know what the last card is. It could be Transmogrify, but it could also just be that Charlie knows that what he needs to do this turn is give himself the possibility to draw Transmogrify.
Yeah. And it looks like Charlie's considering getting rid of a Go Blank. Go Blank's nice to catch a Flashback Storm or some cards in hand. But yeah, it looks like Charlie discarded Transmogrify. I think the
Whoa.
idea. So I wonder, Charlie doesn't have a 4th land, but you could, and
Yeah.
the Cavalier's going to eat the Goblin. And maybe the idea of Charlie thinking is, well, I'm so unlikely to hit an untapped land, maybe knows the mana base better than us, right? And wants to play around it.
Yeah, very interesting. I mean, got to 4-0 because he knows this deck and how to play it.
Yeah, and this is a deck we see Charlie play also a good amount when we go to Pioneer. I remember seeing him play at another one of our events last year. Is a big fan of the strategy and shows a lot of discipline being willing to discard that card here. And I mean, low-key rewarded, doesn't have the land, but
it's about to be a dead card too, right? Like,
yeah,
if you don't play this turn, it is dead, and if you can't find the mana for it, you don't play it this turn.
Yeah, and now though Charlie has to figure out how in the world am I going to win this fair game. Luckily, Jacob does have a lot of bad draws. Green has a lot of explosive draws. Cavalier, hitting a Storm the Festival would be great. We could hit a Seascape Leveler. These are all things that can burst the game wide open. We can also hit Force and Elf. I've had a lot of games where I just draw a couple Elves, a couple Forests when I need to draw anything. And you know what? With great power comes great responsibility on this mono green deck.
Yeah. As we are just going to deal with the Trailblazer with the Torch the Tower and then pass back over to Jacob. This Nykthos taps for 4 mana presently.
Yeah.
Spend 2 of it to activate Stonebrain. Name Atraxa, I assume. But like you said, could reasonably name Transmogrify.
Yeah, I wonder if Jacob was maybe struggling to remember the exact name of the card there, just the way his hand was motioning. Yeah, it looks like he's named Extinction Event.
Whoa.
With Charlie discarding the Transmogrify and not having the land. I think Jacob maybe thought, maybe I'm getting played here.
Very, very heads up play from Jacob. I mean, I think it took real, you have to really steel yourself as Charlie to discard that Transmogrify. I think that took a lot of discipline. I think it also takes discipline from Jacob to be like, okay, yeah, call, I'm going to take out Extinction Event.
Yeah, and there's another Transmogrify in hand for Charlie. So, I mean, it could all still go sideways. Yeah, I mean...
Well, now we have another creature, so if we do attack with the Goblin Shaman, we could still Transmogrify.
Yeah, and I wonder what's in Jacob's hand, too, that we didn't... I don't think we played a land for turn, and we didn't cast a spell, and we had a lot of mana.
Could it be a Boseiju? And, it is a way to deal with the one creature you can Transmogrify on if you don't hit a land?
Yeah, that makes sense. That would be a play that maybe tricks your opponent into doing this thing.
Well, that would work on the Kiki Jiki or the Mutavault if, either way, right?
Yeah. Obviously,
this is intense.
Yeah, the Goblin Shaman would still be targetable. So the question right now is, Charlie's asking for the text on a card. Yeah, he's getting the Oracle text. I would assume we're trying to figure out what card we're trying to play around, trying to figure out why did my opponent make that play.
Okay, we do have the 4th land. That is huge. But we are attacking with the Goblin Shaman. Maybe we're going for a Thoughtseize.
Yeah, I think you nailed it on what the card is. I think that is a Boseiju in hand. And I think Charlie had to interact with one of those elves. Here, you're right. It was the only thing that makes sense.
Oh.
Yeah, Charlie, you can tell notably is like, oh, I didn't think of this.
Yeah.
And now I think you did a great job of thinking about why in the world would my opponent make a play like that? And that's something you have to do in these spots, You can't just assume they made a mistake. There has to be some logic behind it.
Yeah, and Jacob, really played well there to, know that he had the answer to Kiki Jiki, to Mutavault. And really all Charlie could have done was play that land and play the Transmogrify on the Goblin Shaman.
Yeah, and Storm of the Festival post-combat actually misses the Ulvenwad Oddity lethal, but you know what? We'll take it given everything here, as Charlie's at 2. We got a Stone Brain.
Yeah, Stone Brain for your trouble is pretty nice. So we go back over to Charlie. I mean, an Atraxa could still hit the board if we get another Transmogrify, seeing a Fatal Push, a Go Blank.
I just
don't know.
Yeah, and part of the problem is even if Atraxa hits the board, we can transform the Oddity and force the chump block.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously the Atraxa will kill the Oddity. You'll draw a bunch of cards. It won't be like over, but it would be not the place you want to be, as Go Blank. It just has to get played to get out of the graveyard. But on board lethal.
Well, we can push the Oddity at any moment.
Yeah, that's true. I guess you can chump block with the Mutavault, so you have a turn. But if Jacob goes for Stone Braining.
Yeah.
All right, there's Fatal
Crack
Push.
the Treasure, Fatal Push, the Oddity, attack, chump with the Mutavault.
Land
there you go. I mean, Charlie, we've got to go for the throat. That's like it in terms of cards that can stop this. We're just chump blocking again.
Invasion here. Gonna get us some redraws.
Yeah, very strong.
Plukernos Reborn's a good one.
Plukernos Reborn, a very good one. Go ahead and make 3/4 mana. Castle Plukernos. Go ahead and Stone Brain. I mean, at this point, you think you name Atraxa or Transmogrify? Are there any cards that beat you? Do you think you go crazy and name? Well, I don't know, one of the kill spells.
Yeah, Jacob knows every card in the deck. I think Unholy Annex might be the name, but like I don't know,
sure.
Because you have the Mutavault has to block the Cavalier this turn, right?
Yeah.
So you're not going to get really transmogged.
Well, it looks like Transmog was the named card.
Yeah. And you see it from Charlie here. He's like, when you go to attacks, I will block.
Yeah. I mean, no Extinction Event left.
Maybe it was Go for the Throat was the name. But even the problem is if you go for the throat, the Cavalier, I just don't really know how Charlie is supposed to win from here in general. Yeah. So it does make me think you're supposed to actually name something weird with the Stone Brain a second time.
Sure, we jump with the Mutavault. 1 draw for the rest of your life. And it's going to be a Fountain Port. That's going to be it. Congratulations, Jacob. We're going to go back to the booth real quick. Very well played by both players, but Jacob taking it down on Mono Green Devotion, a deck that has been around in Pioneer for a long time and really, really showing results today. And I think we're actually going to get a interview to talk to him here in just a second.
Yeah, I mean, should be able to double draw into the top 8 unless something weird sort of happens. We've picked features that we think are in that sort of position. And that's also going to be one where I think Charlie's going to go back and watch and listen to you mention Boseiju and be like, yeah, I just didn't think of it. And it's a huge learning moment for everyone who's watching as well. When your opponent does something weird, you should assume that there's some reason they're doing it, right? And that was also a spot where Charlie could have played around it. If you were Charlie, you could have been like, well, I could just play land, transmogrify this goblin straight up, get Atraxa, and beat the card Boseiju. Is there anything else that matters? And that's going to be one where he's kicking himself. Charlie's still very live for top 8, could easily win out in our last couple rounds of the Swiss, but has a spot where it definitely feels like, dang, let them get away with something.
Absolutely. Absolutely one that you kick yourself for a little bit.
Yep. As we are waiting a second here for Jacob to come in, but the green deck, I was a little skeptical. As much as I love the green deck and I played it a lot, I felt like not much had changed, but I think just the raw power of this deck is something that's pretty great. And it sounds like Jacob's actually ready to talk to us here. So let's talk to Jacob about the deck.
Hey, how we doing?
Good. How are you? Congratulations.
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, I mean, it's the first time I've done pretty all right. So.
Oh, so this is like your first time at a tournament having a really great start to it, is what you're saying?
Yeah, honestly, yeah.
That's great. Well, congratulations. I mean, you're in a prime position. You seem to be a big fan of this Mono Green Devotion deck. We were commenting in the booth of how, nice your deck was. Is this sort of your go-to deck in Pioneer?
Oh yeah, I've been playing this deck for I don't know 2 years, like ever since Karn, like all those iterations.
Awesome.
Yeah, well, I mean, clearly pilot it very well. Congrats again on
Thank you.
taking it down. I wanted to talk to you about the first Stone Brain turn where you name Extinction Event in that last game. Kind of walk us through what was going through your head, how you were feeling, what led you to the Extinction Event naming.
Oh, I just thought I was ahead enough on board, and I just didn't want to get blown out. Like,
Sure.
I think there were a few turns away from being able to transmog, so I wasn't too worried about it. I just wanted to keep my board presence up.
Sure. Gotcha. That makes sense. And sort of, you mentioned you've been playing this green deck a lot. Have you liked some of these new things that have entered the green deck since, Pioneer kind of has taken the backseat in the format, things like Sharpshooter, stuff like that. Have they been great for you this weekend?
I haven't faced anything that I need Sharpshooter for, so I can't really talk too much on it, but
Sure.
I'm really loving having, I'm playing an Emrakul main board. I'm really loving having that. I have Pelokonos main board. It really helps the Phoenix matchup. And what else? I think that's about it, really.
Great.
Yeah, so I mean, going into this weekend, like you said, this is the first time you've done this well at a big event. So I guess, how are you feeling going into the rest of the day as well positioned as you are, possibly just able to draw into top 8 from here?
Oh, I mean, I feel great about myself right now, but I'm trying to keep expectations kind of low. Like, I don't know. If I lose, it is what it is, right?
Yep.
Sure. Yeah.
No, totally. That makes a lot of sense. Well, Jacob, we're going to let you go have a moment, enjoy this big victory for you. We'll hopefully be seeing more of you later today on our top 8.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Yeah, and that's awesome. We get to, sort of Jacob's first big event top 8. Very awesome. But we still have another match going on in our backup feature match now, and we're going to see if one of those players can get a win so they can draw in the top 8.
Yeah, as we're looking at Blake M on Rakdos Demons versus Kamari on the Acer combo that we saw earlier today. And it looks like we are kicking things off with a turn 1 Thoughtseize, taking out, not sure which creature that was.
Collected Company.
Oh, that was a collected company, not a creature at all.
Yeah, it just looks like a lot of creatures.
It does look like a lot of creatures. We are going to get a Mystic down and then a Fear for Blake. So both decks really, I mean, doing the things that they are trying to do. Are we going to see perhaps a Relic? Yep. Relic coming down for Kamari on turn 2.
Yeah, and we talked to Kamari after the round 3 feature win and how this is a deck that they want to avoid.
Yeah, so we're going to get in for a little bit of damage here. Still a couple cards off of Delirium, but there's going to be a Fable, making that Goblin Shaman, passing back over to Kamari. We know the Atraxa and the Otawara in hand. Kamari playing those face up. And we've got like 5 mana available to us.
Yeah,
well, 4 and then 5. There's Rona.
Yeah, and Plaza of Heroes is a great draw, as that is a card that can actually help give us protection for one of our combo enablers when the time comes.
Yeah, and then Rusty here, also part of the combo enabler, discounting all these creatures by 1.
Yeah, I mean, Kamari can play Atraxa next turn if nothing changes.
Yeah,
Rusty
that is
makes it
crazy. It's just incredible.
And Kamari was talking about that too, right? Like how he can easily sort of cast the card. And, I think a lot of people imagine it with Kinnan, but Relic of Legends is really good at just giving you a lot of mana.
Yeah, absolutely. As we are seeing Blake, kind of think here, it looks like we do have a Torch. So getting rid of some of these creatures is very much on the table.
Yeah. And this is
we can also bargain it if we need to. We have a bunch of different ways to do that.
Yeah, that could be a great way to maybe answer, Rustine or Rona. One of the things that, Kamari mentioned to us in the interview was this deck doesn't really get played on Magic Online or, on Arena because it's like not really feasible to do time-wise through all the clicks, which means a lot of players, if they haven't played a lot of Pioneer, might have issues playing this matchup because they haven't played it before. As you see, Otawara actually saved Rusting there.
Yeah, Otawara, discounted by 2 for the 2 Legends bounce, but then the Thoughtseize, you're not getting away that easy.
Yeah, but it's true, but also now a land off the top, Kamari could still play Atraxa.
Yeah, that is pretty intense. But I mean, do we have Delirium? I think we might be one off. We have Sorcery, Instant, Creature. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So not quite. We are gonna play an Annex though. Draw a card, lose a little bit of life. And we're going to activate Rona immediately. Discard another Rona. Play another Rusty.
Yeah, and now the Rusty, I mean, even if it just picks up another one, you can just always loot that away to Rona.
Mm-hmm.
I think Kamari might be thinking about, do I want to loot in response with Rona? Because you could loot and discard Atraxa and then pick it up to Rusting.
Sure.
But
it looks like we are picking up the Rusty. Yeah, we're tapping. 1, 2, play another one, untap Rona.
We're really close to, I think we have a combo here. Because now
this does loop, right?
Yeah, because you pick up the Rusting off the Rusting, and then you tap your Rona to loot. You can kind of keep, I guess you'd go down a mana, but we can do this a couple times to sort of move through our deck a lot. And if we had, something like a Thassa's Oracle type card, we could win from here, as we would just be able to sort of, repeat over and over again.
Yeah. So we are going to see maybe this Rusty get played again. Definitely thinking about it.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what we're looking for, if not what we have here, but I think just honestly getting the Rusting back and having it untapped is a good enough endpoint if you want it to be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and discarding a land. I mean, we can do it one more time if we want to. Okay, it doesn't look like we do. So Fable going to flip. Still no Delirium for Blake over here.
Yeah, and we were just an ace rack away from winning there. Kamari had a lot of it going on.
Yeah. Here we go. That is summoning sick, which I think is why we're putting it upside down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks like Blake's knowing a big turn's coming ahead, doesn't want to forget.
Mm-hmm. And then we're going to just activate Mutavault, attack with these 3 creatures. Very interesting, because if you block the Mutavault and kill it, you do turn on Delirium.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's a little bit unblockable.
Yeah, and here's Blade of the Oni.
Blade of the Oni. And we're going to draw for our Annex.
All right, so the question really becomes now, can Kamari win this turn? We could see the Rusting stuff happen a bunch. Looks like we're going to start off with Atraxa. That's going to give us...
That's a good place to start.
Yeah, that's going to give us a ton of looks at Acerak and have this backup plan. And there's Acerak. And there's Gwen.
Yeah, can't take them both.
But
we have the Rusty, so pretty nice with the Ace Rack and the Relic.
Yeah, I believe that's...
I think that's enough.
Yeah, because the Rusting makes the Ace Rack cost 1 less, excuse me. Then Rona taps for a mana. The Ace Rack, then once it comes down the first time, it taps for its own black mana. Right? So you just need to have that starting point of 1. And now Kamara's going to say, hey, I'm going to do this a bunch. Do you have like a Fatal Push or a Kill spell? And Blake's saying, hey, how does this work exactly? Because they might have some piece of interaction. But of note, we do have Plaza of Heroes in play. we could end up, protecting it as well.
Yeah,
But
and it looks like that is going to be game. Congratulations, Kamari, for comboing off there, taking down the first one. As we get ready for our game 2, let's take a look at these deck lists. Here is Blake Madsen's Rakdos Demons list. Now, we've seen Kamari playing this combo deck. It is pretty hard to disrupt. Do you see anything in the sideboard here that is of interest? I mean, I see the 2 Damping Spheres, an Anoint.
Damping Sphere does stop the combo because it will make, the Acer X become exponentially more expensive. You can't keep up with that. It's infinite mana, but you actually are breaking even. So it won't really work in that regard. So I imagine we're going to bring those in. And then beyond that, Liliana the Veil actually, to me, strikes as a card for a critical mass deck. I might just want this, even though it's not great. Just being able to sort of put, Kamari on low resources seems really good. And yeah, there's going to be a lot of miscellaneous creatures, so the minus isn't going to be great. But I'm really here to sort of put Kamari just on low cards. I want to pick things apart constantly with a little bit of pressure. Liliana does a great job of that. In that same vein, I might do something like Withering Torment, just to have more kill spells. But for the most part, I'm just bringing in interaction. I want to break up these key pieces and not allow Kamari a chance to win.
Yeah, and looking at Kamari's list here, I mean, 4 Fatal Push, 4 Thoughtseize, got some more removal. We've got Hearses, and a Frillback. I mean, I feel like there's a lot here that you could make a pretty solid case for bringing in.
Yeah, and I think, Kamari, like mentioned earlier, Phoenix and this Rakdos Demons decks are the ones that Kamari wants to sort of avoid. So it makes sense that we have a lot of cards we might want to bring in here. Shaper's Sanctuary is a great way to sort of, I just mentioned, hey, if I was in, the Rakdos player seat, I would like to have a lot of removal. This card does a theoretically good job of stopping that. It is always so awkward. You need to have enough things that actually matter. But this deck does do a good job of that, especially with cards like Rustine to sort of, re-pick up these cards, make you fight through them a lot. And then cards like Thoughtseize can be a good way to clear the path for your combo. Fatal Push could be a good way to protect yourself from getting beat down too much. I imagine we're not going to see all of these things come in, but maybe some sort of combination of them, as it looks like the players are getting started already.
Yeah, it looks like already in turn 2 here, Blake playing a Blood Tithe Harvester. Turn 2 for Kamari playing a Rona, very important piece of the engine. Thoughtseize.
See Kamari expecting that to be a Fatal Push, but it was not. It looks like Coco is going to be the take once again.
Yeah, we see a backup Rona. We also see a Kinnan. And then a bunch of lands. Another Harvester. That's going to take care of one Rona.
I like this play a lot from Blake. Kamari has a ton of lands in hand. Having that Looter could be a great way to get out of this position. Even though you do sort of want to have pressure, just don't let Kamari have a chance to sort of, turn this sort of middling draw into a good one.
Yeah, and then the second Blood Tithe Harvester able to take out the second Rona. We're going to play Fable here, get our Goblin Shaman, pass back over to Kamari. And here comes Kinnan, Bonder Prodigy.
Yeah, and Kennan's going to allow us to make extra mana from things like Llanowar Elf. Looks like players are just double checking life totals. There is a Pain land in play.
Yeah, so we're going to crack one of our blood tokens on the instep there. Fable trigger at the start of Blake's turn to the draw step. Looks like we're getting rid of I think that's a Fear and a Thoughtseize.
Yep. Unholy Annex was the keep.
Yep, and there's the Fatal Push. We're going to tap 3 and our Plaza to give the Kinnan Hexproof. Able to do so because Kinnan lets the Mystic tap for extra mana.
Yeah. And we're seeing, just Unholy Annex activate the Mutavault, drain a little. Blake's trying to work through it all. And it's one of those spots, too, where it's a little awkward, where it's like you need to fight through it all, but you don't want them sort of untap with the mana, too, and have maybe some other thing you don't know about or a collected company. So Acer Rack, not infinite here, This is one of the weird sort of, we're actually just going in to a dungeon, and it looks like the first dungeon I believe is like scrying.
Mm-hmm. And then is that our only black source at the moment? Or is that a swamp?
I can't, I think it's a forest, but it might be a swamp. Because it looks like
it looks like it is a
with
forest,
shaders.
yeah. So we Beseiju the annex down. That's going to get Blake a land. We're going to see what he goes for here. I mean, he's got onboard plays with that blood token.
Yeah. If you don't like the card in hand, could be a great time, yeah, just to get an actual swamp and pop the blood. Thoughtseize is a great draw here. Normally isn't in the mid game, but this spot is a really strong one.
We are going to pop the blood token, flip the Fable. And looks like we might be activating some Mutavolts and just getting in for some damage. Make a treasure, swing with 2 Mutavolts. Really puts the pressure on. I mean, what are you going to do? Block with your Kinnan?
Yeah, and you just sort of need this. Kinnan is a great way. We never really talked about its activate ability, but you can find things like Atraxa off that and other combo pieces. It looks like there's Gwenna.
Yeah, Gwenna, very, very powerful, very strong piece of the engine, especially with that Kinnan on the board.
Yeah, and now we're going to go into the next part of the dungeon here. If we make it to the next turn, we are going to have lethal.
Yeah, we will have the combo wrapped up. But we do have to get there with all the pieces. Like a bunch of lands in Blake's hand.
Yeah, we did a lot of rummaging this game, but we had to discard a lot of spells during that because we just had spells at the time. Looked like they didn't line up great. And
it looks like we're making a 6/6.
Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, Blake just has 2 lands in hand. This might be one of those spots we talked about where, Kamari's opponents aren't used to this deck and doesn't realize the situation we're in.
Well, we can make a copy of it, but it's just not enough. It's the problem.
Yeah, attack here, putting it to 8. Gets a treasure, which is nice, but
sure, we can chump the 2/2.
Yeah. Looks like, yeah, and then Kamar's explaining, hey, with Acerak, I have you dead. And yeah, Blake, unfortunately, not able to get that one there, but still in a great position to potentially top 8, has a couple more rounds ahead of them. And Kamar really showing just how resilient this Acerak combo deck can be.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw him a couple times in the booth today, and I mean, I feel like both times it's like we saw 2 different sides of his deck, and both of them, I mean, ended in the same result of looping this Acerak, but still, like, how he got there was different almost every single game, which is really impressive, and like you said, really shows the resilience of it. And I think he has really demonstrated himself as a very competent pilot of the deck, and we'll be excited to see how he does in the top 8.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it and see if maybe get some of those points and try and rejoin us for champs this year. But speaking of seeing it, Niall, that's how you and I are going to be watching the rest of these rounds.
Yeah, that is right. This is the last round that Mason and I will be bringing to you, but you are going to be left in the very capable hands of Corbin and Doomwake for the rest of the day. And we still have a couple of rounds before our top 8, and then they're going to take you all the way through the finals. But Mason, it has been really great commentating this event with you. Really fun to see, high stakes Pioneer event going on right now. So thank you for joining me for that.
It was a great time to have you in the booth as well. I can't wait for the next event, May 10th and 11th in Chicagoland. And we'll be seeing you all from here. So make sure to follow and have fun watching the rest of the magic with Devin and Corbin.
That's right. All right. See you guys later. We'll be back soon after a break.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back into the booth. Corbin Hostler, joined by Devin Doomwake O'Donnell here, and we are here to bring you the back end of our tournament, picking it up from Mason and Now, who, of course, took you through some great Magic this morning. Thank you to them. Shout out to them. It was great to watch. And now we're going to take it the rest of the way. Looking forward to it. Devin, how you doing today?
Corbin, I'm doing fantastic. And the Pioneer is a format that is near and dear to my heart. I spent a lot of time for the better part of the past couple of years playing just tons and tons of Pioneer. And it was myself, I was pretty sad to hear when they, WotC had removed it from the competitive, rotation for the better part of 2025. And getting to commentate basically the first Pioneer event with Aether Drift is something that I'm very excited for, and we may have a couple of Aether Drift cards in our feature match for this round.
Well, we've got some pretty this format. Looking through all the deck lists that are present today in Madison, there is a lot going on in the format. While it's been tinkered with, sort of away from the spotlight, so that's really cool. It'll be fun to watch play out, and we've got some players who have been right at the forefront of that. Let's move over to the players to watch who we have been following throughout the weekend. You see right there, kind of a mixed bag, but Wesley Hickman, who you saw top 8 yesterday, 4-1, and as you're talking about yesterday, Sean Gallagher, 3-1 right now. Pretty good day yesterday as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Ray Zhang, CFT Suck on Magic Online. They are 3-2. Battling it out along with Fire Shoes. We got Garrick Alfred at 2-1, and then players with more than 2 losses. Andrew Fanshan, who was our winner yesterday, and then Ben Ungar, who has dropped from the event. So a lot of sick players. But other than the main event itself, Corbin, I've been hearing a lot about this value vintage. Talk to me more about this.
Well, yeah. Look, are you someone who ends up with some downtime when you go to events, whether it's in between rounds or in between events? I'm sure you are, because we all are. And that's where Value Vintage comes in. It is the official side event at all 2025 NRG series. Google that code right there. Get that QR code, scan it. $30 vintage ban list. That's it. That's all you need to know. You can play Value Vintage at an NRG Championship Series event coming to you. Look, we all I've seen all kinds of games in between rounds, and you can't really beat Value Vintage just playing with your friends. And then you can level up and play it in an event at our series as well. So a lot going on there with Value Vintage. If you are trying to check out something new, it is worth the time. I think we're heading down to our match now. Our players are ready. That is Logan Long on the left with Dredgeless Dredge. We've got a treat for you, Blake Matson. You've seen today on the right with Rakdos mid-range, but I'll tell you, we're in for a treat watching this Dredgeless Dredge deck go to work.
Yeah, Logan's deck is an absolute banger. Just at a 4-1 record right now. There's we mentioned there's a couple of Aether Drift cards. One of them you see on your screen right here, Dredger's Insight, which is a card that allows you to mill some cards. I believe it's mill 4, and then whenever one or more creature or artifacts leave your graveyard, you gain a life. And when the mill 4, you get to put an artifact, creature, or land from among the milled cards into your hand. Now you'll notice there's Stitcher Supplier, there's Dredger's Insight. There's also a lot more self-mill here. We have Cash Grab, Tome Scour, and Otherworldly Gaze. So 20 cards that allow you to self-mill. And then you'll see that Narcomoeba that just hit the battlefield. So whenever that gets milled over, you can get that back. We have Bloodghast, we have Prized Amalgams, Silver Smoke Ghouls to pair with Creeping Chills. There's a lot going on here, Corbin, and I am very excited to see how this deck goes. And there's a lot of power in the battlefield already. That's 4 power on turn 2.
This is wild. I know we called it Dredgeless Dredge and then immediately called out Dredger's Insight being played, but maybe shout out to Wizards for the naming there. They knew what they were doing. But this is you look, Torch the Tower to exile the Citrus Supplier. That's great and all, but having any piece of spot removal when your opponent is just looping all of these creatures that you've seen, if you're a modern fan, a veteran of that format, you've seen these creatures before. And if not, if you're newer to the game, well, Narcomoeba is one of the most messed up Magic cards ever printed, and you just wouldn't expect it. It just gets milled. It usually historically powers Dread Returns by putting them into play along with the Dread Return into your graveyard. In this deck, you're just milling enough cards through that it just comes into play, gives you power to do everything you want. And if you sacrifice engines, and all of these creatures just come back through removal. And Cash Grab, here we go, talking about recent additions to the deck. Another way to get 4 cards into your graveyard while putting one of them into your hand. And that in the dredge deck often equates to drawing 2 or 3 cards.
Yeah, Corbin, we got a reader here for Driven to Despair. I don't know if we can get that one up on screen. That is a card that probably a lot of people have never seen before in their entire life. This is in one of those Aftermath cards. So basically, on the front half, you can cast the Driven, and then if it's in your graveyard, you can cast the Despair half, which is until end of turn, all of your creatures gain whenever this creature deals damage to an opponent. That player discards a card. So if you can imagine you're putting a lot of small creatures onto the battlefield, like Narcomoebas, Bloodghasts, Prized Amalgams, all that kind of stuff, basically for free with all of your self-mill. You put a lot of stuff onto the battlefield, flash that thing back. Basically your opponent discards their entire hand. As far as the matchup is concerned, we said Steve Blake playing the Rectos mid-range deck. One thing I want to touch on that you mentioned is Blake has a lot of kill spells, right? Fatal Pushes, Torch the Tower does exile, but Fatal Push, Go for the Throat, all those kinds of removal spells, those don't really work that well against Prized Amalgams, Bloodghasts, and Silver Smoke Wolves that can just come back over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, and you mentioned Driven to Despair. Narcomoeba has never been so threatening.
That's why we play it. I mean, look, I every time my opponent flips over a Narcomoeba, I don't know about you, but I'm pretty threatened because that means they're up to no good. So
that's right. Nothing good has ever come of that card. I remember when I first got into Magic, I had heard of sort of the mythical dredge deck in Legacy, and the first time I loaded it up on Magic Workstation and looked at a hand of 7 cards, I legitimately did not know what to do. I quite literally did not know how I was supposed to make my deck do anything. And I think that honestly excited me about Magic, right? That's really cool piece of discovery. And that's what I see when I see the Dredgeless Dredge deck is just cards coming together in ways that were not expected.
Yeah, and as this game is progressing, there was a duress there from Blake, and getting a look at Logan's hand. So the dredge deck is very good when it can kind of chain a bunch of enablers, but looks like Logan has drawn a lot of the cards you don't want to. The leftovers in the hand right now are Narcomoeba and 2 Prized Amalgams. You want those in the graveyard, not in the hand. And then Blake has developed a second copy of Unholy Annex, and you actually just saw there Logan use a Boseiju on the blade of the Oni and not one of the annexes to prevent the life loss there, rather than kill one of the annexes to draw cards. So really, that's a sign that Logan is just, trying to protect his life total as much as possible. I mean, at 10 life against 2 annexes and a Mutavault, I'm not sure he's going to have the ability to do that, as I think he picked up another Narcomoeba. And like I said, that's not really where you want those cards.
Yeah, this is we're seeing the downside, the fail rate of the deck play out here as you rip Narcomoebas off the top of the deck into your hand, not into your graveyard. Yeah, I guess it is nice that you can play the Amalgam out, right? And it doesn't take a ton to start a bit of a parade of creatures out of the graveyard. And it is true that the Dredger's Insight, the new addition to the deck, that 1 point of life you gain every time something leaves your graveyard. Now, it may not be hugely relevant in this one, but it does come up, right? It's not irrelevant, certainly, over the course of a game. But here we go. More follow-up from Blake, who, of course, has just access to all the cards he could want, thanks to the pair of Unholy Annexes there.
Right. And you see here, I mean, Blake is playing a whole bunch of creatures. Maybe he doesn't have any great attacks into the Prized Amalgams, but the thing is, Blake doesn't have to attack. He's dealing 4 damage a turn to Logan. And, with the life gain that Annex provides, it's going to be really hard for Logan to sort of mount any sort of lethal attack. We talked about that Driven Despair in the graveyard. Doesn't look too bad here. There's 3 creatures in play. Blake's got however many cards in hand. But problem is, if you Driven to Despair and attack with all, you're just dead on the crackback, even without, just having creatures in play. Just the 2 annexes and the Mutavault represents lethal by itself. And Blake, unfortunately for Logan, just, had a couple of the enablers early, but kind of didn't really get any of the crazy mills off, and just ended up drawing a bunch of cards that you're not supposed to draw. This is usually how the post board games of,
Right.
I'm sure you're used to dredge decks. This is kind of how dredge plays post board when your opponent has graveyard hate. It's just, cast Prized Amalgam, cast Prized-Amalgam, cast Narcomoeba, and not what you're looking to do game 1.
This is just a really interesting game because, I mean, Logan's objectively ahead with the creatures on board, but those Unholy Annexes just completely took it over. It also kind of matters, right, that Blake's removal, as we now see him fire off even more removal, but that his early removal was Torch Tower, so he was able to exile that citrus supplier and prevent another 3 cards getting milled.
We see a reconfigure here on the fear of missing out. That is what we call a comp. I've never seen anybody reconfigure that. I think it turns it into what, a 5/5? Is it a 5/5 flyer? Let me look up Blade of the Oni. It reconfigure turns it into a 5/5 menace. So Blake cleared the blockers there and was able to attack with the fear. And you can untap itself too. But as far as the sideboards, what is Logan working with here in the sideboard here, Corbin?
Yeah, well, so sort of the one of the issues is that if you're Logan, you want to pick up that game 1 before your opponent has access to their graveyard hate. So that's gonna be difficult. We look to his sideboard; it's actually more reactive, right? Like all of these cards are reactive cards. So I comes down to what he's willing to trim. I mean, we were talking about otherworldly gaze, right? In the pregame is barely being a playable Magic card, and yet pretty decent in this deck.
Hey, don't
pretty
besmirch the
decent
name of
in this
Otherworldly
deck,
Gaze.
I'll say. But you look, Tome Scouring himself. Surely you can cut it somewhat at the edges here. I'm not sure. Obviously, Logan does where you can afford to trim, but you can trim and then kind of adjust to what you want. Now, looking at that sideboard, do you want any of those cards against your just generic Rakdos mid-range value opponent?
Well, you brought up a great point here, Corbin, which is, game 1 versus post board games. And when you're playing a deck that's sort of this all in as the Dredgeless Dredge deck is, you expect your opponents to have copious amounts of graveyard hate. So you see a lot of kind of generic answers here, like Into the Floodmaw, Pick Your Poison, Witherbloom Command. Those can take care of most of the sideboard cards that are played, like Leyline of the Void, Grafdigger's Cage, Soul Guide Lantern, Rest in Peace, stuff like that. So if you expect your opponent to have lane lines, the Pick Your Poison seem pretty good. Maybe the Floodmaw as well. I don't think you want to bring in the kill spells because a lot of the creatures in the Rakdos deck are sort of interchangeable.
Right.
Like, they're all just kind of random threats. So I think you just want to target the lane lines specifically if you expect those. Past that, maybe not a ton else here.
Yeah, let's move on and look at the Rakdos sideboard, because I mean that's basically what this comes down to is these post board games. How much sideboard graveyard hate does Blake have? And that's where we start, and it looks like a decent amount, right? Extinction Event, if he wants it, Exiles, that could be relevant. But hey, those unlicensed hearses are certainly where we're going to start.
Yeah, hearses, and I think the Hidetsugus are going to come in as well. Now, it's a little weird because Hidetsugu doesn't exile the graveyard until chapter 2, so it's not graveyard hate the turn that you play it, in the sense of you play the Hidetsugu, then you're giving Logan 1 turn to do whatever he wants to do with his graveyard, and then chapter 2 flips, it gets the graveyard. So Logan can still have an explosive turn in the face of Hidetsugu.
Right.
But it kind of cleans everything else up. So I think you want it. And then the hearses as well, probably coming in. The torch is fantastic too. Just being able to exile that Stitcher supplier. I think that's something that Blake really wants.
Yeah, so Blake doesn't have, and I don't even know how many years since it's been playable, but sort of the best sideboard card in many games against these dredge decks was always Anger of the Gods, because it was a sweeper that exiled, and there's no access to any of that for Blake. So once you get the graveyard hate, you're then still leaning on your 1-for-1 removal, or your other removal in the deck as it pertains to the creatures Logan puts out, and then you exile them. So you do kind of have to deal with them on the front end and then have the graveyard hate for the back end, as opposed to one card being able to catch you up in all ways here.
Yeah, and one thing that Hidetsugu does do, if Blake decided to keep in some of his kill spells, is you can say you tap out for the Hidetsugu, and then Logan has a turn where he puts a couple of creatures into play. You can respond to the chapter 2, use your kill spells, then resolve the chapter 2, exile the graveyard.
Right,
So
exactly.
that could help clean up some of those like amalgams and silver smoke ghouls that could potentially come in on that 1 turn window that Logan has.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it looks like Logan also dredging deep into the mulligan well here, which is maybe not where he wants to be.
I mean, I will say, as far as decks that mulligan well are concerned, I feel like this is one of the ones that does mulligan pretty well, because if you look at the deck list, and this is kind of exactly the problem that Logan had game 1, he drew a bunch of cards that you didn't want to draw. Bloodghast, Narcomoeba, Prized Amalgam, Silver Smoke Ghoul. These cards don't really do anything in your hand. right?
Right.
So if you mulligan, say you mulligan to 5, you look at a 7-card hand that has, 2 of those creatures, 3 enablers, and 2 lands. You just easily put back the 2 of those creatures, keep 2 lands, 3 enablers, and your hand is not necessarily where you are getting value. It's the top of your library when you're putting cards into the graveyard. So if you mulligan to a hand that has 2 enablers, that's going to be better than, a 7-card hand that has 2 of those creatures, for example.
Yep, that's exactly right. Well said. And there we go with the classic Pioneer opening of Botanical Sanctum.
Tome
Tome
Scour
Scour myself worked out kind of in that not great, but I saw one ghoul in there. There's a Creeping Chill that was exiled that drains for 3 when it hits your graveyard. That was the big addition from Guilds of Ravnica to the deck that kind of was a big part of the resurgence, along with Silver Smoke Ghoul around that same time.
Yeah, and I mentioned, Logan wanting to have a hand of a couple of lands and a couple of neighbors. Looks like we had 1 land, a Tome Scour, and then still had a Bloodghast and a Silver Smoke Ghoul left over. So not really exactly what Logan is looking for. And I think is
Yeah.
seeming not finding land number 2 here. Maybe picked up a copy of Cash Grab or a Treacherous Insight, but just unable to cast those yet.
Yes, I fear we cursed the cool deck by putting it on camera
Yeah.
here to show off. But I promise it doesn't always look like this, folks. No, Logan kept this 5 and gave a little shake of his head. He had the turn 1 Tome Scour and knew that it was tap the top of the deck time. We actually saw an example of this yesterday where it did pay off for a player where they kept a hand that, hey, if I draw it, it looks great. And if I don't, it's going to look terrible on camera. But the odds say to keep it. And they did. And it worked out. And here we do see the Dredger's Insight off that second land. Maybe it's too late for Logan. Maybe not. I mean, there's a bunch of value, but no explicit graveyard hate from Blake yet.
One thing that I also kind of didn't register with the Dredger's Insight, so Silver Smoke Ghoul is a card that typically only comes back off of Creeping Chill,
Right.
but if you can have a turn where you can have a good enough mill where you put 3 creatures from your graveyard into play, that's going to gain 3 life off the Insight, and that will also trigger the Silver Smoke Ghoul, which I think is kind of cool.
Yeah, just some added redundancy for the deck.
But we're not getting to see that this game.
Yeah, Kiki Jiki, or the reflection of it anyway, is flipped over.
Look, Logan is 4-1. I promise he's done the thing at least a couple of times today. But like you mentioned, the caster curse, as it were. That's how it always goes.
Yeah, looking good for Blake, though. About to move to 5-1 here. Classic Rakdos mid-range. Piloted it very well. The deck, of course, is able to react to anything your opponent is doing. And while I would actually think that maybe this could be a challenging matchup for it, he was able very effectively in that first game to leverage a good removal suite, including that key Torch the Tower. But all right, Logan's going to try to work his way back into this. We have another mill. Okay, here we go. There's a Narcomoeba in play. We're going to surveil 3 with the Otherworldly Gaze. Creeping Chill.
I love how Otherworldly Gaze, for those of you at home who don't know, it's 1 mana surveil 3. Logan didn't even look at the top 3. He just immediately put them in the graveyard. Like he knows what's going on, and I respect that.
Well, this wasn't bad. The Narcomoeba came back. We gained life off the Creeping Chill. We gained life off the Dredger's Insight. The Silver Smoke Ghoul now back in play as well. Now, clearly, Blake is still very, very ridiculously far ahead, and you're seeing Fatal push on a Narcomoeba, Torch the Tower on the other creature, just a 1 citrus supplier left. But hey, if you're Logan, I guess that was step 1, was at least getting something going here.
Yeah, I don't know if Blake can present lethal. We can copy the demon. That's 14 plus the annex is 16 with Logan at 17. So kill spell would not quite do it because kill spell would mean the 16. Because as of right now, Logan can chump block one of the 2 power creatures, which presumably he will do. So that'll take 12 and fall to 5, then 3 off of the annex.
Well, and this was a game here too. Blake didn't have any of his sideboard hate. At least we didn't feel the need to play any of it, and he probably would have by this point. Logan's deck in a sideboard game had the potential. Like, it's done a lot. If he hadn't missed that second land drop, this would have all happened before there were Kiki Jikis and before there were demon tokens, and everything obviously looks very different. As it stands now, I'm not sure. His deck is sort of a win by accumulating value on the board deck. You don't think there's anything we can draw here that can dig us this far out of a hole.
Yeah, Logan's deck is not great at playing from behind. A lot of his creatures also enter the battlefield tapped, right? Prized Amalgam and Silver Smoke Ghoul. As good as those cards are, they do enter the battlefield tapped, so they can't block the turn they come into play. Same with Bloodghast. Bloodghast also can't block. So you kind of really need that one turn window to be like, okay, here's a bunch of stuff. Give me one turn, then I can untap and do some stuff. But yeah, even if Logan has a pretty big pop-off turn with such a low life total against Annex, Demon, and Reflection, not really sure that Logan's going to have the ability to answer them all. And with Blake at 16, it's also really hard to even if you have a kind of a Psycho Mill with multiple creeping chills, and you can think about that, because I think what do we have? I think we still have 3 left at this point.
Yeah, you're right. The big life swing would be the way to go here. Amalgam into the graveyard. So this is the Haunted Dead can return and makes a token, I believe, when it does.
Yep. Yeah, Haunted Dead is 2 mana, discard 2 cards, return it from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped, and when it enters, it makes a 1/1 flying spirit. You notice Logan discarding the Prized Amalgam. Because discarding is part of the cost, you can discard the Amalgam to the Haunted Dead, and then the Amalgam will see the Haunted Dead come back.
Haunted Dead's a one of in the list, one of those nice, just kind of like the Driven to Despair, just added value that doesn't always come up, but occasionally does. And I mean, for as far behind as Logan was last turn, you can see this deck working. Look at, we refilled the deck. We're back up to 7 life. Don't think it's going to be enough here, but pretty good for a game in which you missed your second land drop for 3 turns.
Yeah, like you said earlier, going back to what you were talking about, imagine this game if Logan just hit that second land, maybe, a couple, 3 turns earlier, the turn that he could have hit it. So, yeah.
There we go. All right, handshake out. Blake Madsen picks it up, moves to 5-1. Remember, there's only 7 rounds today here. We had just over 100 players in this Pioneer event, and that means we are just 1 round away from the top 8. And that means that our Rakdos player there finds himself perhaps a handshake, perhaps 1 win. We'll see how it plays out away from that top 8. We're going to see if we can get an interview with them. Cool Drudge deck, but hey, sometimes it feels pretty good just to be on the side of the nice, fair, I'd say Jund deck. In this case, it's a Rakdos deck, but it's all kind of the same fair red-black deck.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, the printing of Unholy Annex really changed the game and how these Rakdos decks can play. Because Unholy Annex provides you a consistent source of card advantage, but also provides you with a win condition that doesn't need to use the combat step. And makes Mutavault a lot more potent. We see Blade of the Oni in these decks as a 2-mana demon to be able to have that curve of Blade into Annex to pressure them. That's 5 damage by turn 3, and you're drawing extra cards. So it gives you ways to race those combo decks, but also a ton of built-in card advantage to play into the late game, which Rakdos decks had in the past, but this is one of the kind of more upfront ways of doing it.
Yeah, we've come a long way from the days of Reckoner Bankbuster being banned because it was the best 2-drop in the Rakdos deck, which was a thing that was once. Obviously, Fable has been a real backbone of these decks, but this new angle has really leveled it up in these formats. And let's talk to Blake about it. Let's head on down to the booth. Blake Madsen, congratulations, just moving to 5-1, I believe, is your record with Rakdos Demons. Congrats.
Yeah, thank you.
Tell us about obviously that that match was a little, I don't know if you expected to see Dredge today, but your annexes looked great for you there.
Yeah, this deck has been feeling pretty good. It feels like one of the best things you can do in this format right now. Still, opponent's deck didn't really get to function, which was unfortunate, but it is what it is.
Well, yeah, tell us about your deck, like specifically the annexes we saw go to work there and everything that kind of comes with that in this iteration of the deck.
So I've been playing red black since the beginning of the format, and it's gone through a couple different iterations. I haven't really had a chance to play with the actual demons list a whole lot. This is my first time playing it in a big event. But it feels really, really good. You have an engine, you have plenty of ways to grind and go late, and just kind of tools to fight almost everything, it feels like. So yeah, that feels great. The Annex is an awesome card. Huge fan of just the deck in general, I would say.
Awesome. Yeah, well, you mentioned you're crushing this event so far. As far as matchups are concerned, is there any matchups that you're looking to potentially avoid, ones that you're potentially looking forward to playing against?
So last round I was the backup feature match, and anything where I'm just not familiar, like I got comboed the round before and didn't sideboard as well as I could have. Think I could have done some things differently, but yeah, anything like that. I mean, I know most of the decks in the format, so anything that's just kind of, unexpected, catching me off guard, stuff like that, I guess.
Well, and there's been a decent amount of that actually out there today, it
Yeah, there
seems
really
like.
has.
So people are having fun with the format. We expect to see you again throughout the rest of the evening.
Yeah, let's
So,
hope so.
Blake, congrats. How you feeling about your odds the rest of the way?
I feel all right. If I can get annexes going, draw some cards, make some demons, cast some fables, some thought seizes, that should be good.
All right. Well, good luck, man. We appreciate it.
Thank
That
you.
was a great match. Well played. Let's move now. I believe we should be able to get down to a backup match because remember, this is round 6 here in Madison NRG Championship Series. That means the top 8 is being played for in this round for many of these players who are sitting at 4-1, 5-0. Even this is what it all comes down to is these last 2 rounds.
Yeah, and here we have Matthew McGuire on the right-hand side of your screen playing Rakdos Sacrifice. It says Rakdos. It's actually technically Jund. There are some Yigra Eater of Alls in this deck list. So, but basically Rakdos with some Yigras for the combo, and then Daryl kind of playing the more traditional Rakdos mid-range, demons, that kind of stuff. As far as the matchup is concerned, I think this is kind of maybe one of the reasons you would want to play Sacrifice instead of the mid-range deck, because I think that but behind the like Witch's Oven plus Cauldron Familiar, you have Scavenger's Talent, you have a lot more ways to just kind of nickel and dime them, and their removal is not nearly as good against the card Witch's Oven and Cauldron Familiar as well. So I think the Sacrifice deck is in a pretty good spot here, but we'll have to see how everything plays out.
Yeah. Scavenger's Talent there, you see the one drop is giving it a pretty different angle as well.
Yeah, no, and as far as the combo is concerned, for the folks at home who are not aware, the combo involves Yigra Eater of All, which is basically a giant elemental cat that turns all other creatures into food. So if you have Cauldron Familiar X2 with Yigra, one in the graveyard, one in play, you can sacrifice the cat to bring the other cat back, loop that infinitely, and that's infinite drains with the Cauldron Familiar. So it kind of gives the deck not only a way to, you're very good at nickel and diming, but then you also have this kind of just end game of, I'm going to put a Jaeger into play. And what's also nice about Talent is Talent mills yourself, and then you can mill over the Yigra, and then Chapter 3 allows you to, or Level 3 rather, excuse me, allows you to sacrifice some permanents to get the Yigra back from your graveyard into play.
A lot going on for a 1 mana card you just kind of deploy and use when you need it. These sacrifice decks. I've seen a lot. I was there working through the years of the online events that were just absolutely run over by Cat Oven. So I've seen a lot of Cat Oven in my life, and I have to say I like the Yigra versions of it much more than the versions that plan on just grinding you down 1 point at a time.
Yeah, and for the people who play Arena at home, this Cauldron Familiar actually can block. This is not the nerfed version.
The Arena specific cards then showing up in Mystery Boosters 2 with the
that would be
the
so
Alpha.
good.
A+. Loved it.
That'd be great. All right, what's going on here? So there's we got some Cat Oven shenanigans going on. There's a Fable here from Matthew. We got a couple of foods. And I would guess this talent's going to be leveled up this turn. And then what's nice about that, as I mentioned, when you have the talent leveled up, every time you go through the cat oven loop, you're milling 4 cards because you're getting 2 from sacking the cat and 2 from sacking the food. And that basically turbo self mills you a bunch to eventually find the cat. And then in the process of milling, you might mill over a second cat as well. So it's kind of like it in this weird way. Talent is sort of just a 1 card combo by itself. You don't really need a ton else to do with it. And yeah, it's quite the impressive card here.
Yeah, and we do see leveling it up, as you mentioned, and passing back because Matthew has everything, more or less everything he needs in play. You've got the cat, you've got the oven, you've got a Fable, you've got a talent. Those 4 cards, and I suppose you have a food token to go along with it. That's going to keep the old-fashioned Rakdos mid-range deck that's trying to attack and block when the annexes aren't going anyway at bay for quite a while.
Yeah, and speaking of attacking and blocking, I mean, this is kind of the exact reason why I would rather be on the sacrifice side of things.
Right.
Is in the situation where Daryl is not applying a ton of pressure early on, Matthew just has infinite time to kind of sculpt and set up the combo eventually. The games that you typically lose from the food side of things are the ones that involve, early annex or maybe blade into annex and get you a little bit of drain along the way. But if there's really no aggressive start here from Daryl and just Daryl's plan is to trade 1 for 1, you can't really do that against the food decks.
Yeah, we also saw Matthew able to fire off a deadly dispute there. You mentioned it, just sculpting the hand accumulating value, and I think Daryl's on 3 lands, just kind of sitting back. Yeah, I'm on the other end of cat oven. I know how this goes.
Yeah, and you can imagine Daryl's hand is just full of, fatal pushes and cards that don't really work against Cat Oven, you know.
Yeah.
And Matthew also milled over a Mayhem Devil here. So you could potentially even see Chapter 3 on talent, maybe sacrifice a couple of things, get back the Devil, and then have Devil with Cat Oven. Or we just have a Devil in hand, which also does the trick.
I suspect this may end up prompting something from Daryl as Matthew goes to begin here. Maybe. All right. Deadly dispute. Sacrificing a cat. Daryl has seen enough, and honestly, so have I. That's game 1 right there. But that one in the books. Get to the sideboarded games where Daryl has a reasonable chance of interacting with those cards because that's how that goes. So there's not much you can do there. So let's hop straight in to game 2 where we see if Daryl Arrows is able to come up with some graveyard hate for the deck.
Yeah, looks like we're going to be getting into game 2 in just a second here. But yeah, that was kind of a dominant performance from the Jund Fu deck. Basically, exactly kind of how you would draw it up if you're Matthew. And now that maybe it's possible that Daryl didn't know the matchup and maybe is more willing to mulligan to an aggressive hand, or how about willing to mulligan to a Leyline of the Void?
There you go. Always looks pretty good. Now, certainly not unbeatable from the Jund side, but if you're Daryl, that's the cleanest possible start you could have.
Yeah, looking at Matthew's sideboard, we have 2 Paw Patch Formation and 1 Withering Torment. So 3 ways to remove Leyline from the battlefield, assuming that those came in. And, from Matthew's side of things, this is kind of exactly a similar thing to what I was talking about with the Dredgeless Dredge deck.
Mm-hmm.
Is you kind of just always have to assume that your opponent has, some form of graveyard hate. So even if you don't know their full deck list, you're usually going to want to bring in some combination of anti-graveyard hate. And I think most of the Rakdos mid-range decks that I've seen are on Leyline.
Fable on 3 here for Daryl, also pretty good. Obviously, the token can get blocked, but that's going to provide value throughout the game here. Mayhem Devil is the reply from Matthew. Pretty strong in its own right. We'll see if he's able to actually untap with that Mayhem Devil and set up any value. But all right, Fable token down, and we'll see what Daryl wants to do here.
Yeah, and you don't even necessarily have to remove the Leyline if you're Matthew's side of things, because if you
Right.
just have a draw that involves, Devil and some other stuff, then that might be good enough. As we see, it looked like an annex here, and this is kind of what I was talking about in game 1, where Daryl didn't really have any pressure. Now going Fable into annex Animate Mutavault, that's going to be a drain for 2 a turn in combination with that Leyline, buying him a bunch of time. This is kind of exactly how Daryl wants to play this.
That's right. That is such a strong turn 4 play. Annex, animate the Mutavault, get the trigger immediately. You just do that over a course of a few turns, and it basically represents paying 1 mana to drain your opponent for 2 life. And that goes a really long way. But what else can go a long way is Double Mayhem Devil. Now, no ways to get the triggers on them going yet for Matthew, but they are 3/3s, so
Well,
the board is being pressured a little bit and may prompt some kind of interaction from Daryl. We see the reflection of Kiki Jiki flip. It can't activate quite yet, but it is going to be a consideration from here on out.
remember, Matthew does have that blood token from the Blood Tithe Harvester with the mana up, so does have the ability to potentially shoot, something X2. So
Mhm.
it's a question of, do you want to kill the reflection, or if Daryl animates the Mutavault, do you want to kill that? Kind of depends. Daryl may also not give you the opportunity. Like if Daryl doesn't want the Mutavault to die, he probably just won't animate it. So it kind of depends on what Daryl's working with. But at the bare minimum, even if there's a kill spell that targets one of the devils, you can at least use the blood to kill the Fable. Ooh,
Okay. Second annex
second Mutavault. Yep.
and second Mutavault for Daryl. This is just like we saw Rakdos in the last round play. Don't need to even worry about attacking when you can just drain your opponent for a bunch. And there we go. We do see the blood token. This will get sacrificed, pitching a cat to get exiled. That gets rid of 1 Mutavault. Second Mutavault, though, gets animated. And that means that double Unholy Annex still drains for 4 life.
Yeah, this line would have been fantastic for Matthew if Daryl didn't have the second Mutavault. And I almost, this is kind of exactly how you draw it up for Daryl. Now, still facing down 2 Mayhem Devils. If there's something in Matthew's hand that can trigger them, that can take care of the reflection. I mean, I think the card that Matthew's looking for here is something like a Blood Tithe Harvester, or maybe a Deadly Dispute. Although you don't really want to sacrifice one of the devils, but you do what you got to do.
Yeah. Looks like we're thumbing a Paw Patch recruiter or a Paw Patch formation.
Formation targeting the reflection. Interesting. Okay. So prioritizing getting that off the battlefield, which signifies to me that there probably isn't a way to sacrifice, because if there was, there's a good chance that Matthew would just say, use that to kill the reflection and maybe save the Paw Patch for one of those other 3 enchantments.
Ayers down to 16 after the Mayhem Devils hit. Talent is the follow-up. Well, for all that Ayers has working now, he did lose a land last turn to those Mayhem Devils, so a little constricted on what he's able to do here, especially if he is planning on taxing 1 mana again to activate his Mutavault, which he probably has to do. He doesn't have a ton to work with here, and we're actually going for a tap out, maybe a land. Well, okay, just kidding. Take me out, juked me.
And I think I saw a fatal push in Matthew's hand. We're gonna get to see the other card after the Thoughtseize. It was the Deadly Dispute. Okay, so a bit awkward. So interesting line that Matthew could have taken, where you could go. Yeah, I guess you could go Paw Patch, cycle, draw a card, make a food, and then sack the food to the dispute, and then use the 2 devil triggers to kill the Fable. That could have been an option, but chose to go for it. That potentially saving the dispute if he drew, something good to sacrifice next turn. But now it's probably just going to get met with a Thoughtseize. Yeah.
Okay. That goes away to the Thoughtseize. So last card in hand for Matthew is now a Fatal Push. Well, this seems like may prompt it. Animating the Mutavault is Daryl.
Yeah, and you can go to end phase. You can go to end phase and respond to the triggers.
Another Mutavault.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. So I think Daryl might have gotten the attack in there. I'm not sure if the damage got through or not, but a second Mutavault does follow. So just full on drain plan right now, and then just keeping Daryl's somehow it's actually just racing the Mayhem Devils, who are hitting for 6 a turn.
Yeah, and kind of unfortunate here for Matthew that we couldn't sacrifice the talent to the Deadly Dispute. Probably would have if we could have. But from here, okay, we're gonna do that level 2, and then really wants to try and find something like maybe a Blood Tithe, or Thoughtseize is not what he was looking for. Is that annex number 3? God.
Card of the weekend. He picks them up. Look at that. The drain from the Unholy Annexes, making the combat step an afterthought for Rakdos midrange, but Daryl picks it up. Okay, on to game 3 will be these two after that. Some back and forth.
Yeah, and I mean that's kind of what I mentioned, where you don't even necessarily need to use the combat phase to kill your opponents with just having like, and I think this is a lot of why you don't see as much Unholy Annex in Standard. Is Mutavault makes that card so much better. The ability to just have what like in your mana base, you don't even have to put a creature in your deck that has the word demon, that has the type demon on it. Just in your mana base, a 1 mana way to animate and turn on those annexes, it turns it into like it's a completely different card when you're involving Mutavault.
And oh, by the way, it attacks and blocks should you need it to.
It does. It dies to Fatal Push too, but
how about another turn 0 ley line for Ayers here, making things
pretty good.
hard on Matthew.
I think he might have even had it on 7 this time. I don't even know if we had to mulligan.
Okay, well, Mutavault on turn 2. I don't know if that necessarily portends a turn 3 annex, since you wouldn't be able to activate it, of course, till that 4th turn. But Blood Tithe Harvester is going to eat a Torch the Tower, so a little exchange of resources, leaving behind a blood token and a level 2 talent here. And the Duress is going to show what's up. Okay, so we're going to activate our blood token before the Duress, pitching
Trying to
Fatal
blank
Push.
the Duress. Did we do
Yeah,
it?
did it.
We did. Ygritte 3 lands. I was gonna say, what if we potentially just go to the mill plan, right? Where we got a ley line in play. What if we just mill them out? They draw a second talent, go to level 2, mill you for 4 every time I sacrifice a permanent. If we can't find an answer to the ley line, that is. But Ygritte, not a potentially a bad card down the road, because it does have that ward cost on it. So you do have to sacrifice a food. Now remember, it does turn all creatures into food, which would mean that Daryl only has to sacrifice a creature to pay for the ward cost, but not nothing.
Yeah, and I'm not sure. Matthew's plan kind of worked there, right? I'm not sure if he really wanted to blank the Duress by hitting another land, but it did set up his draw step, where we're able to hit another spell. We're able to play talent. We're able to level the talent. And okay, hope we find an answer to Shieldred, because it's all about more draining 2 at a time.
Look, I was going to say maybe there's a chance that Matthew can mill out, because we did draw the second Scavenger's talent, but
right.
I mean, we're not going to be able to race a Shieldred with 4 mills a turn, so that's
All
not
right,
on the
tapping out
table
for
anymore.
Ygritte. Ayers is going to read it again. We'll read it too. Ygritte, Eater of all 5 mana, 6/6. Ward cost is sacrifice of food. Other creatures are food artifacts in addition to their types. And whenever food's put into a graveyard from the battlefield, you can put counters on your Ygritte. So the ward cost, essentially, if I understand this right, would be sacrifice Shieldred to target Ygritte. Or
Mutavault. Yeah, it could be Mutavault. So if there's a point removal spell. Speaking of which, I'm going to look at Daryl's deck list, because these decks don't always have a bunch of 2 mana kill spells. It looks like Daryl has 2 Go for the Throat in the main and 2 Invoke Despair in the sideboard if those came in. So it looks like instead we just attacked and traded for the Shieldred, which I think you're pretty happy if you're Matthew, because you didn't really have a clean answer to it. So getting it off the battlefield is good.
Anything's better than that. I mean, the anything in this case was another Mutavault and a Fable. The answer's with a Fable of his own. I mean, anything's better than Shieldred in that spot, though.
Matthew deciding not to level up the talent, instead hold up 3 mana. I think that might signify to Daryl that there is a copy of Deadly Dispute in Matthew's hand, because I think that might be the only thing he would want to hold up. Either that or maybe a Paw Patch.
Okay, we're animating 1 Mutavault. There's been very frisky Mutavaults this game. They've been getting in for basically 3 turns in a row now, I think.
Daryl's got 2 of them too, so I mean, he can really go beatdowns if he wants to.
This is something we
So-
saw come up yesterday, just the 2-color mana vases versus the 3-color mana vases, being able to play utility lands at different rates coming up. So it was actually an Abrade that Matthew was holding up there, and is able to use that to clear the token from the Fable. Another Fable arrives, but okay, Matthew, here you get a shot to draw something new, and board's clear for the moment. Cycle.
Yeah,
Pitch for the
discarding
Fable there. Yeah.
Blood Crypt to the Fable. Really wants to try and find. I'm trying to think of what would even be his best draw from this spot. Like maybe
It's very behind on resources just overall.
maybe a Mayhem Devil, but doesn't really have a ton of ways to utilize that. Deadly Dispute, nothing to sacrifice to it. Not when you're in this spot with an empty graveyard versus a ley line, it's really hard to, because you kind of do need you need something else going on for a lot of the top decks to be good, because there's a lot more synergy involved in these decks.
Shieldred's Edict is the card. Okay.
Yeah, and this is another thing that I was kind of talking about early with in terms of the matchup, right? Where the Rakdos mid-range deck is all about one-for-oneing and, in gaining a little bit of card advantage here and there, and the Jun Fu deck is a lot more about synergies. But you'll notice in this game, Matthew drew the Abrade, the Shieldred's Edict, Fatal Push, a Thoughtseize, like a lot of one-for-ones. I think that's the cards that Daryl wants Matthew to draw on average. Daryl's trying to avoid all of those high synergy cards. So it's, kind of a situation where if you're playing those one-for-ones, it's almost like you're playing a worse version of Rakdos mid-range.
Exactly. Oh, full level on both of the talents now. Transform
Just in case.
Transform the Reflection of Kiki Jiki for Matthew, but he's got to feel extremely far behind here. Obviously, Daryl was even comfortable enough to let Mutavault go to that Edict. The Annex is still sticking around. So a lot going on here for Daryl. And this makes the Demon, we'll tapping out for that. But hey, the Demon is going to be enough that even without the Mutavault, he is able to ensure the drain. Plus, it's a big flyer on its own. So, Matthew, unless there's something great on top of the deck here, we're going to see Daryl complete the comeback here.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of sort of night and day, right? You saw game one, Matthew kind of just easily ran away with the game without any graveyard hate. And then both the post-board games, Daryl had Leyline of the Void, and that's really all I needed.
Yeah, that did it. So, all right, Daryl Ayer is moving to 5-1. That is 6 rounds in the book, Doom. That means we have one more to go here in Madison before our top 8. And I think we probably have that waiting for you not too far around the corner. So stick with us here. We will be back with more Pioneer action from Madison, Wisconsin. Thanks for hanging out with us in NRG Series. See you on the other side. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. NRG Championship Series here in Madison. We, Devin Doomwake O'Donnell, are headed to our final round here, round 7, with the top 8 on the line in our Pioneer 5K.
Yes, and we've gotten to see a lot of awesome Pioneer action today. It's a format that is, like I mentioned earlier, near and dear to my heart. I love this format, and we got some really sweet decks. Well, we got one sweet deck at least in the hands of Joel Wrinkle on the right-hand side of your screen, playing Gruul Cookies. And when Gruul Cookies, when we say cookies, we mean cookies. There are 3 copies of Tough Cookie in this deck list against Jake Conan with Izzet Phoenix. As far as the rest of Joelle's deck, she's got Hardfire Hero that you saw there. There's a lot of counter synergies, right? You have Hardfire Hero pairing with stuff like Inti to trigger it. You have Voldaren Thrill Seeker, which is a way to not only trigger it, but a way to provide a ton of damage with the Hardfire Hero. And then you're pairing Agate the Soul Cauldron with the Thrill Seeker and Tough Cookie. There's a lot of cool synergies in this Gruul deck. And then for Jake, typical Izzet Phoenix. As far as this matchup is concerned, I would say probably not Joel's best matchup, with Jake providing a whole bunch of kill spells, can kind of break up a lot of those synergies out of the Gruul deck. But Joel does have some tricks up her sleeve, has some creatures that have 4 toughness, like 4 copies of Sentinel at the Nameless City, really good against the Fiery Impulse.
Yeah, Sentinel in the Nameless City is an extremely powerful card that's sort of like always on the verge of being standard playable and in a format where everything's getting bounced. It doesn't necessarily work out, but it's a really cool, powerful card. And a lot of the features of this Gruul deck is, and a couple of the decks we're looking at for this round, is how many of the cards are legal and standard with just a couple upgrades for Pioneer. And you're seeing obviously one of those here with the Smuggler's Copter getting crewed up by the Tough Cookie.
Yeah, out of Joel's 38 non-land cards, only 4 of them are not legal in standard. There's 2 Smuggler's Copter and 2 Shrapnel Blast. Every other card is standard legal. So we were talking about this in the interim. I may have to fire this deck up in standard a little bit and see if it maybe can compete there as well, because it looks really sick.
Yeah, I mean, this was a pretty decent start, right? Your first creature ran into removal, but you followed up with a Copter, followed up with a Tough Cookie, kind of doing what your Gruul deck wants to do in this kind of game. If you're Joel, that said, on the other side, your Izzet Phoenix player Jake Conan is picklock prankstering, kind of just doing all your Izzet Phoenix stuff, trying to set up, and his life total is at 15 when the first treasure cruise resolves. So not even under that much danger quite yet.
Yeah, Artist Talent discarding Arclight Phoenix too. Yeah, for people who haven't seen this Phoenix deck with the introduction of Bloomburrow, Artist Talent was really a card that kind of just put this deck over the edge. It kind of turbocharged it a little bit.
Yeah.
Where it was, I believe, at the RC, there were some players were maybe not sure about Artist Talent and how many copies they wanted to play. Some people had 1 or 2. Few people had 4 copies, and the people who had 4 copies definitely did the best out of the Phoenix players. And that card is a lot. It just allows you to churn through, discard Phoenixes, more ways to get Phoenixes out of your hand, more cards in graveyard for Treasure Cruise, just kind of does everything that this deck wants it to do.
All right. Well, the churn begins with the Consider, and here we go. The first 2 Phoenixes have arrived for Jake Conan. They are getting into the red zone, down to 14 drops. Joel Wrinkle, who is going to untap with a little bit of ground to cover here as the Phoenix train has begun.
Yeah, there is a Thrill Seeker in her graveyard. So if we see something like an Agatha Soul Cauldron, which she is playing 3 copies of, that could maybe, get the Thrill Seeker under the Cauldron, put a counter on something that could threaten a lot more damage. And we see an Inti here. That's another interesting thing about Joel's deck is, Agatha Soul Cauldron has some pretty good uses with Thrill Seeker and some other activated abilities, but it is also just a piece of graveyard hate. You can just get a Phoenix out of there, put a counter on something, and is a way for Joel to kind of stop these Phoenixes from coming back.
We see Lightning Axe used by Jake there, shoots down the Copter, so Joel doesn't get the attack, doesn't get the loot effect out of the Copter, will get your Inti effect on attacks here with the Tough Cookie crashing in.
Yeah, there's a Sentinel. Not exactly the turn that Joel wanted the Sentinel, because I don't
No.
believe she can deploy it this turn with only 1 land available, even with a land drop is only 2 mana. So would have been nice last turn, but not
she
able
does
to
at
cast
least
this
have
turn.
the land drop, so more spells unlocked here. And it's a Fountain Port, so if the game goes long, which seems probably unlikely, we might get some use out of that one. But
Yeah, if by long you mean 2 more turns.
yeah, it's been an incredible pickup in almost every deck. I'm not sure it's quite going to grind enough in a Pioneer here, but and certainly not against Phoenix. All right, big turn for Jake. You actually got to untap with both Phoenixes. You now have a chance to try to finish off the last points of damage here. And Picklock Prankster is Free the Fae, going to get the first spell of the turn going. Temporal
Oh.
Trespass among the revealed.
That is a
Straight into
time
hand.
walk. That
Yeah.
is a time walk. And, one interesting thing to note about Jake's deck list, there is a Temporal Trespass that I don't think every Phoenix deck has Temporal Trespass still. That was a card that people had played in combination with the copy spell that I can't remember the name of, Galvanic something or other. Iteration, yes, that's the one. So, there's no copy spell here, but just kind of, I guess you would call it a value time walk. And it's decent here. Jake has the ability to just cast Time Walk here after attacking for 6, and that it might be the difference between winning and losing, or at least winning this turn as opposed to giving Joel one more turn.
Yeah, I mean, it's just huge in this circumstance. Plenty of cards to exile to discount that cost of it. And look at it in a direct sense, it equates to 6 more damage off the Phoenixes. But it also is just going to mean a lot more mana spent because Jake spent 3 mana on that Time Walk, and that means the other 2 mana was spent on something else. And now this 5 to 6 mana is going to be spent on something else. And obviously we see those Picklock Pranksters just hanging out in the Adventure Zone. And why not? A fourth one's going to join him to free the or third one's going to join him to free the Fae. A fourth one's going to actually hit the graveyard and free the Fae. Shows us Lightning Axe and Treasure Cruise, Opt, and Land. So if Jake wants to reload even more, it'll be an option available.
Yeah, and Jake does have 1 copy of Prophecytic Memory. So if we can, if Jake can find that off of maybe the Treasure Cruise, say, for example,
Right.
potentially could present a lethal attack this turn in combination with Artist Talent drawing extra cards, the Cruise getting 3 more. That could very easily mean that, Jake is presenting a lethal attack this turn. But it looks like we are deciding to
doesn't go
not
digging
go
any
for
further.
it. Probably wants looks like I think I saw at least a Lightning Axe in hand for Jake. So maybe it just wants to hold up some interaction here.
Yeah, there's
just
a sleight
in
of hand
case.
in there as well. I think I caught. So
Yeah.
definitely just holding up.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're Joel, can you even threaten a lethal attack, right? You have 5 in play, plus the food can be animated off of the tough cookie. That would be 9. So that's not still like that. Jake still doesn't even have to do anything about that. Could just take 9 if
Right.
he wanted to. So
Now-
yeah, Joel has to present a little bit more damage here.
Now, remember, these are, of course, not open deck lists in the Swiss. So, Jake, you're playing against a Gruul deck. And if you've been playing any standard, which I'm sure Jake has been playing at least a little bit, you're well aware with what Gruul can do out of nowhere. So that is a consideration, I think, why you see him, opting to hold up removal and use it as opposed to maybe just going all out digging for that third Phoenix to find lethal there.
Well,
just doesn't want to miss.
There are those 2 copies of Shrapnel Blast that we highlighted earlier as cards that are not legal in standard that are present in Joel's deck. So if she has land Shrapnel Blast, you can go animate the food, hit for 7, put Jake to 5, and then go land blast. That's 12. But it looks like we do not have that available to us because that would potentially be a lethal line, but not something that Joel's going for here.
Okay, looks like it is a chainsaw is the eventual play here from Joel and Duskmorn edition there. You see it on the screen, 2 mana, bolt something when it comes into play, but then after that it revs up whenever a creature dies, putting counters on it, and then eventually you equip it to something. It gets plus a lot based off of every creature that's died. So been a really kind of flexible card for these mid-range Gruulish type decks where they can use it as removal on the front end, and then hey, later on it'll kind of turn into a win condition if it's been stuck around for long enough.
Yeah, unfortunately for Joelle, it puts the Phoenix into the graveyard, not where she wants it. She'd much rather have something like a Torch the Tower to be able to exile that Phoenix, which she might have in her hand, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Food activation here to go up to 5.
Yeah, this is a pretty heads-up play for Jake here, just tapping Joelle out because she's going to go up to 5, but then Jake's going to play a third spell. Then with 2 Phoenixes, that's going to be enough for lethal damage.
That'll do it. There we go. Game 1 going the way of Jake Conan. Is it Phoenix? Tightly played game there. Got all the way down to 9 in a game that honestly it felt like Joel's Gruul Cookies deck kind of stumbled. And it did. I mean, it had an early start, but a lot of tempo lost when that copter went down. And Jake could just piloting his Phoenix very cleanly, very well. And now we move on to the sideboards, which is where things can certainly change a lot. Let's take a look over here at Joel's sideboard at that Gruul Cookies list. What do we like here against Is It Phoenix? I spot some Scavenging Oozes.
Yeah, definitely wants to go towards the Graveyard Hate. So 2 copies of Scavenging Ooze seem like a pretty good card here for Joel. People sometimes go towards Damping Sphere against Phoenix. Personally, I'm not a huge fan of it just because, if the Phoenix deck is expecting a lot of Graveyard Hate in the post-board games, they can kind of mix and match their threats a little bit. Like some have Crackling Drake, some have Fable the Mirror Breaker, these additional threats that kind of don't really use the graveyard that much. and those can kind of sidestep the Damping Spears pretty easily. So not a huge fan of that one, but definitely the Scavenging Oozes. Past that, I mean, you could maybe go towards Paw Patch formation if you expect the Crackling Drakes. Not really a ton else here. Maybe Paw Patch Recruit, because there is a lot of kill spells on the Phoenix side of things.
Yeah, definitely options. I'm just going to say that I am also just taking a look at the main deck here, looking at this list, and just really appreciate the Shrapnel Blasts and how many artifacts just sort of worked their way into the deck, not just the one-drop artifacts. We didn't call out the Ginger Brutes earlier, but then you got the cookies, the chainsaw, the cauldrons, the copters, the tokens from the Citadel, all kinds of fodder for those Shrapnel Blasts. But yeah, we can go ahead and take a look over at the other sideboard here. Jake Conan's Is It Phoenix. A lot of what you expect here. Kind of playing against an unknown Gruul aggro-ish deck with Smuggler's Copter. What do you think you're looking at here in this sort of mid-range matchup?
So from what Jake saw, right? Let's kind of think about, because like you mentioned, deck lists are not open. Jake is necessarily not aware of what Joel is up to. So from the cards that Jake saw, he saw Inti, Tough Cookie, Smuggler's Copter, things of that nature, and seems like Torch the Tower, Abrade, Anger of the Gods. Those cards are going to line up pretty well against at least what Jake saw. So those seem to be cards that are coming in. If he again expects a lot of graveyard hate, could go towards something like Third Path Iconoclast, maybe Brazen Borrower for additional threats. And other than that, I mean, Prismari Command kills artifacts, and then the Proph's Eidetic Memory, again, more stuff against the graveyard hate if you expect a lot of it.
Well, Proph's Eidetic Memory has been, and I know there's been other additions like the Talent that have maybe been more transformational to these Phoenix deck, but Eidetic Memory has been the card that's really impressed me over the last, I don't know, year or whatever since it's been printed, of events of really allowing the Is It deck to just kind of sidestep a lot of the common both sideboard plans against it and just sort of game plans that work against it. That Eidetic Memory just sort of can make anything threatening. And we'll see if Conan ends up wanting more of it. It looks like a pretty decent sideboard setup. I'm not going to lie for Conan here. It's the question of how much do you do to dilute your own game plan to interact, but certainly a lot of options to go towards. Do you like the idea of going towards the token makers?
It depends, right? Because if you're like Joel's a red deck, right? So you're expecting that maybe Joel has some number of Torch the Towers. And if you expect Joel to keep in her Torch the Towers to exile Phoenixes, I don't know if I like the Third Path Iconoclasts as much.
Right.
I think that plan is a lot better against decks that have access to less red mana, where they're more kind of in on Fatal Push and Go for the Throat, where those are cards that are more likely to take out of their deck because they're so bad against Phoenix. And when your opponent boards those out, that's where you kind of sidestep and board in the Third Path, and more against like blue black or even Rakdos with less copies of Torch, things like that. So I don't know. And the other thing is too, the 1/1s, Joelle can kind of play wide to the battlefield. Like she can make, go 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop, and maybe doesn't care as much about a bunch of 1/1 tokens as something like Rakdos would, they don't play as many creatures and can't really keep up with on the battlefield with those 1/1 tokens.
It looks like both players going to mulligan here. Of course, we know the Is It Phoenix deck extremely proficient at mulligan. You do need a critical mass of spells, but the whole deck just churns through to find you more spells. It's pretty good at this. And I don't know, I suspect the Gruul Cookies deck does fine. It's a Gruul aggro deck. What I do think is interesting here is if you're Jake, you saw, Gruul aggro cards. There's so many Gruul versions going around. If you think about standard, who's to say you're not playing against a Leyline of Resonance? Like there's all kinds of things that could be going on here without the benefit of having the deck list that we do. And that's kind of why the closed deck list tournaments, I think, are still pretty fun when you have the opportunity for them. The Pro Tour, of course, is not like that anymore. But this is, and that's neat because if my opponent played turn 1 Ginger Brute against me, I would certainly do a double take.
Yeah,
that's what we got here. Is Joel crashes in with the Ginger Brute, knocks Jake down over these first couple turns to 18 life rather. And Scavenging Ooze, the perfect follow-up.
I mean, I know Gingerbread's good, but I didn't know it hit for 10 damage. One thing that I
gotta put a hammer on it for that.
yeah, I know. One thing that a point that you brought up is there's a lot of different Gruul decks in Pioneer, and even I know a lot of people maybe haven't been keeping up with the format, but I tend, I still keep an eye on the metagame and see what people are playing. There's a lot of different Gruul decks. There's some that are built around mice, some that are built around Atarka's Command and Reckless Bushwhacker. A lot of different variations within the Gruul archetype. And a nice little 1-2-3 here for Joel, and specifically that Sentinel of the Nameless City. Against a deck like Phoenix that has a whole bunch of Torch the Towers and or not Torch the Towers, Fiery Impulses. Not only Lightning Axe can touch that one.
Yeah, and it gets going pretty quick, right? It generates its own growth as it comes into play. Jake was able to find one bird there off of the Free the Fae, and we do see the Iconopath hit the battlefield. So I'm going to try to make some blockers, is Jake, especially if, don't know if he's sitting on removal, but there is now Scavenging Ooze mana available for Joel. So that graveyard for Jake is not safe at all. And I think he knows that, and that's why we see the 2-drop instead.
Yeah, I'm guessing probably not a kill spell in Jake's hand, because if there was one, you would probably want to fire it off on the ooze before Joelle got to untap with all of her mana, because now she can eat the Arclight Phoenix. So, I mean, if you're in Joelle's seat, you're pretty happy about this outcome, because this is kind of a show of weakness here from Jake. Does have the third path Iconoclast and maybe can make some 1/1s with cantrips, but your battlefield is big enough where you don't care about a couple of 1/1s. You could even attack with everything, put a counter on the Gingerbrood, and then kind of go from there. So that
and remember, Sentinel is a little mini Titan. It triggers on attacks. So if you're just trying to play this game where we're both building up a board and Jake's trying to go wide with tokens, having a bunch of extra map token triggers around to grow your own team, draw some extra cards, if the game goes that way, not the worst. So we actually see it get bounced there by Into the Flood Maw. So with Joel having tap mana for Inti for this combat step to get the triggers, that means the Sentinel's actually answered, at least for a few turns, avoid attacks.
Yeah, pretty awkward here for Joelle. I think if maybe she knew if she knew that there was a Flood Maw in Jake's hand, probably, maybe wouldn't have played the Inti pre-combat, but she has no way of knowing that. No harm, no foul. Still able to play a land post-combat off of the Inti. Can maybe use that land to pop the map. Potentially want to put it on the Gingerbrood. Yeah, because that one can get around all of these blockers over here. And you can also use the Inti next turn to put more counters in the Gingerbrood. And, with Jake already down to 9, it doesn't really have, I was going to say doesn't have any haste creatures, but fortunately for Jake, Arclight Phoenix can block that Gingerbrood.
That's a great point. I don't know if we get Gingerbread back up on the screen, but it has some of the more unique lines of text I think you'll ever see on a Magic card. And it doesn't just say, get sacrificed to Shrapnel Blast. It says, can't be blocked except by creatures with haste who famously don't do much blocking. But who knows? If you get enough counters on this Gingerbread, that might be what an Arclight Phoenix gets forced into.
I wonder, and I don't know if there's obviously no way of determining this statistic. I wonder if Arclight Phoenix is the creature with haste that has blocked the most in Magic's history. It has to be up there, right?
Possible, yeah. Unless there's some, designed blocker that's a pinger with haste. Is a Staticaster type card sort of thing, right? That was made to block, but has an activated ability it uses. I don't know. Jake, though, is starting the token army that we mentioned, is able to find the lands, is able to use a treasure cruise, has enough of a graveyard for that, because Scavenging Ooze, unlike, some of the other graveyard hate options, doesn't just eat the whole thing at once. It eats very targeted options. So while the Phoenixes won't be coming back, it does mean that there was enough fodder there for Conan to get off a big treasure cruise and start filling up some tokens. And suddenly the evasion on this Gingerbread really does look like a key part of this game.
Oh, yeah, especially with the Inti, With Jake at 7, you can go crack with the Gingerbread this turn, get it to 3, that puts Jake to 4, and then next turn, Gingerbread plus Inti is 4 more damage. It looks like Joelle choosing to not attack with the Gingerbread probably has some plans for her mana, if that's where we're going.
Finds a 1-drop worm there. We haven't got a chance to talk about that one yet, but here you go. Jake's going to read it. Maybe we can get a chance to do the same. We're talking, of course, about Teething Wormlet. It has Death Touch as long as you can control 3 or more artifacts. And there are a lot of artifacts in the deck, as we discussed. And it also gets bigger every time an artifact enters the battlefield.
Yeah, and one thing I want to point out about this battlefield, bunch of 1/1s look pretty good at chump blocking a big ooze. Not when there's an Inti on the battlefield.
That's
Inti
right.
gives the creature trample, and you notice there is one creature. No, is there? What's that other card? There's 2 creatures in the graveyard here for Joel. So that is currently potentially a 7/7 trample that's attacking, and Jake's at 7. He's got to do at least some amount of blocking here. Yeah, 3. We're just soaking up 3 damage here. This is a pretty good spot to be in if you're Joel.
Yeah, all of those, like, if you're going on the go wide token playing with the Phoenix deck, your plan is typically to attack with those, not to get involved in bad blocks. So the Sentinel makes a reappearance, and unless Jake can come up with something pretty nuts here, and the thing is, even the sweepers don't necessarily handle the 4 toughness of any of there's 5 toughness now on the Scoos. So multiple things now that are too big for Jake to sweep away. So really tough spot for him here. And that's why everything hits the graveyard as he goes digging.
Yeah, this is kind of exactly what happens when you, like the Phoenix deck, for example, has a bunch of cheap kill spells, the fiery impulses, lightning axes, all that kind of stuff. But when you take a turn off and you let these creature decks have, 1 turn, maybe 2 turns where they get to, kind of cook with their creatures, it really just kind of snowballs out from like this exactly kind of what happened. And Jake was just really never able to keep up on the battlefield. He's got some 1/1s, and maybe those 1/1s are good if Joel doesn't have something like Inti. But yeah, if you can't find an answer for it, Jake eventually does, but it's not even a 1-man answer. It's a 2-man answer.
Yeah, and we'll see. It may or may not be too late because that he had to clear away so many of them already of his tokens, and now there is still the worm has appeared, the sentinels reappeared. It's just too many all around. And okay, we're gonna tap out for a treasure cruise. Why not? However, that tapping out for a treasure cruise means you've tapped out, and that means it's going to be shields down almost entirely for Joel here, just as
not so
1
much.
mana represented from Jake.
How about I want to see a Shrapnel Blast. That's what I want to
That
see.
would be
Joel
great.
have.
Just 5 life for Jake, huh?
What are you at? You're at 5? Convenient.
All right. Okay. Oh, wow. That was the best one there. Torch the tower on the Ginger Brute means that Joelle can't just evade her way in there. And there's no trample at the moment.
Yeah, Jake's
That
got
was a
one more
big
token.
sequence from Jake.
So 5 tokens here. There's a 5/5 ooze, a 3/4 sentinel, and a 2/2 worm. So trying to think of how many things can Jake profitably block. You can go chump ooze, chump worm. No, I guess you can't do that. You can go chump ooze, chump sentinel, triple block the worm. That's 5 creatures. Yeah, that would work. And then you could at least, soak up some damage, trade for the wormlet, and kind of figure it out for next turn. Looks like that's what Jake is lining up here. Yeah, that block makes the most sense to me.
And Jake's going to have a ton of mana when he untaps. And I don't know if Trespass is still in the deck or not. There's not necessarily enough cards in the graveyard right now. But it is the kind of thing where, despite being obviously very far behind on board right here, Heartfire Hero is a follow-up from Joel. And we'll put the map token onto that.
Yeah, that's some good synergy right there. Map token with Heartfire Hero. Going to get another counter.
Ginger Brute on top is the reveal. So Jake knows what he's staring down. He's got a lot of cards. He's going to need a way to spend a lot of mana to catch up. That's why I was thinking about something like Temporal Trespass just to give him an opportunity. I don't know, though. And with only 2 cards in the graveyard, that doesn't seem like a realistic possibility. Needs a bunch of big removal spells, Lightning Axe type cards to get started. But even then, you're looking at taking 3 from the Heartfire Hero, and then a Ginger Brute's going to be coming in evasive. So tough spot for Jake all around.
Yeah, I'm looking at Jake's deck list. There's 1 Torch the Tower in the main deck and 2 in the sideboard. That's kind of the cleanest answer for the Heartfire Hero. And you can even sack a token to the third path Iconoclast. But I don't know, Corbin, with second Iconoclast here, Jake there's a good chance Jake can make more than enough blockers to not die next turn. And
Yeah.
I believe
A lot of
I
tokens.
believe Joel kept the Gingerbrute on top, so we know what we're drawing next turn.
Jake does have one removal spell in the hand, I think I saw. So a bunch of cards. If he's able to pull this out with the Iconoclast sideboard plan, that'd be pretty impressive. Okay, here we go. And a null. That's what that is.
Yeah, that is respect. That's what we call that.
I like that. An old school, a null counter target artifact or enchantment spell runs that Gingerbrute right into it.
Gingerbrute is too strong.
Yeah, that was an annul on a Gingerbrute in Pioneer, and it was probably the game-deciding play. Should Jake be able to turn this around, of course. Now, Joelle still has this Heartfire hero that I guess she needs to both get to 5 power and then lose in combat. Not as easy as you might think. And therefore, the attack is the 3 creatures that can attack. And we're on to the next round of chump blocks here from Jake.
I actually like no attacking with the Heartfire hero. And I think Joelle recognizes that, given that Jake is at 5, she's not really going to be able to make any headway on the battlefield anytime soon, given that there's 2 Iconoclasts. There's just going to be infinite chump blockers. So I think maybe her plan is to eventually get to a spot where she can get the hero to 5 and then start attacking. Because Jake could also just say, triple block the hero now. But that would only mean 3 damage, and she does get the map token off of the Sentinel, which can potentially grow the hero post combat as well.
So if you're Joelle, you're looking at how do I come up with the last 5 points of damage here? What are my outs to do that before these tokens overwhelm me? Even though I'm at 20
Shrapnel Blast, baby.
Shrapnel Blast is the exact one. So having that map token from the attack from the Sentinel. Kind of relevant. And is that a Mirrex?
That was a Mirrex. That actually, it's not going to keep up with the third path Iconoclast.
Well, they need to hold up. Oh yeah, the Valiant trigger is what got the mouse up there. If that had revealed a non-land, it actually would have put the counter on we would have got up to 5 power on the Heartfire hero. But Mirrex is almost as good because you can make those mites that are going to be a source of value throughout the game, which importantly means that they are artifact creatures, which can be sacrificed to Shrapnel Blast.
Yeah, the mites, if you think about it this way, Jake is spending 1 mana to make 2 tokens, and Joelle is spending 4 mana to make 1 token. So you're not really going to be able to keep up with the third path Iconoclast. But as you mentioned, importantly, it does provide Joelle with a steady stream of artifacts, not just for Shrapnel Blast, but also for the Wormlet as well.
That's right. Yeah, because I think we look at the board right now. I don't know if that's necessarily what Jake was looking at, or if he was more concerned with the Heartfire hero getting pumped by it. But the Sentinel is gone, so there actually was no other way to make an artifact should Shrapnel Blast be the draw for Joelle. So in that sense, Mirrex turns on more cards in her deck that can win. So here we go. We're getting in with the Scavenging Ooze and the Heartfire hero.
Yeah, and Joelle shocking there. I think recognizing that her life total doesn't matter as much and just wants to make sure she has more than enough, as much green mana as possible for the ooze. Because if you think about it from this point on, Jake basically is not going to have a graveyard with how much green mana that Joelle has. So as long as you can keep Jake's graveyard in check, make sure you have enough mana to get the Phoenixes and keep Jake off cruise as long as you can. That's kind of what her plan is here. Although I guess with this Prismari command, that's going to put 3 in the graveyards, and one of them being a Phoenix. Interesting that Jake deciding to discard the Phoenix instead of rather just hard casting it. I think the leftovers we kept were Consider and 2 kill spells.
Okay, line up our chump blocks, does Jake, and we'll move through that. Phoenix gets eaten by the Skoos.
Ooh, and I think Jake might have a torch. So the Heartfire hero is a 4/4. It got blocked by a 1/1, so it's a 4/4 with 1 damage on it. Jake can now go torch, sack, deal the remaining 3, get 2 more tokens off the Iconoclast, exile the hero, and scry, assuming that Jake remembers the scry off of the no harm, no foul. We didn't scry off of it, but
yeah, and yet another set of triggers with the opt there. Now untap. Is it Phoenix doing these? Is it Phoenix thing now with a completely stacked graveyard for something like that? another treasure cruise. Joelle, arms crossed, knows what she's staring at here. Still live to, I guess, Shrapnel Blast is
Shrapnel
probably
Blast.
the answer.
You know
The
what?
Heartfire Hero
it's about
line
to
was nice. That was a very nice lineup of a block and the exile piece of removal there by Jake. But that Heartfire was a legitimate line to victory. Plenty of life, at least for Joelle. Now that the tokens will start to overwhelm pretty quickly at this point. But the scavenging news can give you a few more life points, and you're basically giving yourself what amounts to a couple draw steps to try and find a Shrapnel Blast as the removal. I'm trying to see exactly what we're looking at here. Some lightning axes and a lot of tokens.
There's a lot of stuff going on.
All right. The worm hits the graveyard. There's a bunch of tokens in play for Jake, who is going to have lethal from a token swarm in just probably 2 turns or so. So a second treasure cruise of the turn. Why not?
Yeah, 2 in the same turn.
Got all these cards in my graveyard. Might as well get rid of them.
I think that might be the 4th cruise. It's at least the 3rd. I might be the 4th.
Pretty silly game.
Just
shout out to the table crew for having all of these extra cards ready to go for tokens.
Well, no, I mean, I'm surprised they didn't have 40 actual soldier tokens.
That is the next step. Yeah, we used to in the old GP days when we were doing it every weekend. We had the binder, the god binder of tokens. Every token printed.
All right, here it is, Corbin. I'm calling it. Shrapnel Blast on top.
Oh, all right. Flip it over. Let's see it. Oh, I don't think it was.
About Shrapnel Karplusen. Shrapnel Forest. Not quite good enough.
Yeah, the Karplusen Blast, not quite as deadly as the Shrapnel.
Oh, yeah, Karplusen Blast is way better, yeah. I wonder if Joelle can survive one more turn. I'm trying to count the number of tokens that Jake has, and I'm going to be honest with you. I have
5 green mana open for Joelle.
I think it's impossible to count how many tokens Jake has. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 13. I want to say
that it's enough.
15. It might be 15. That's my best guess. Yeah, no, Jake's counting.
I think, Joelle has 5 green mana open as well, right? So assuming there's enough creatures in the graveyard, I believe there are, can go up to 18 life here. And if that is enough to survive, you earn yourself another draw step at Shrapnel Blast. Just turn them all sideways, including the Iconoclast.
Yeah, I can't imagine we can survive here. Because like you mentioned, we can gain 4. Yeah, we can only gain 4, right? Because the forest is break even. Because it's pain land. So we can gain 4 up to 17.
Up to 17.
I assume it's lethal.
Well, the cards didn't just immediately get picked up, so our players are at least counting it out, doing the math. It's not quite Matt Nass swinging for 60 or whatever he had to do to win the Pro Tour, but it is a complex attack step here with a lot of counting.
All right, how many tokens you got, Jake?
1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, gosh. I can't keep up.
10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 17 tokens. That's 19 coming across.
Yep. Oh, that is a perfect amount. That's enough. That's lethal. That's Jake Conan moving to 6-1 and very likely advancing to the top 8 of our tournament. That is some round 7 matches down here in Madison NRG Championship Series, headed to our top 8. Corbin Hostler here with Devin Doomwake O'Donnell. That was a really nice match, back and forth all around. We're going to see if we can grab an interview with Jake, but really well played by the Phoenix player there.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely spots for Joelle where she looked like she was in a pretty good position. I think before the 2nd, 3rd Path Iconoclast was played, when she was kind of popping off with Inti, definitely some spots there. But have we see, Jake, congratulations on your win.
Thank you. It was a fun match. We were talking before our match started, my opponent and I, and we both were saying like, yeah, I don't think either of us played against the same deck twice today, which is
really
yeah.
We noted
fun, so.
We noted a lot as Devin and I have come in this afternoon. We've seen different decks on camera almost every round, but we've also noted, just looking down through the standings, how many unique decks there were this weekend.
Yeah, I think just with the format not being an RC format this season, like everybody is just playing kind of whatever. Like it's kind of a place to explore, which is cool. So
Well,
I'm
and
playing
you're
Arcade
on.
Phoenix. So
You're playing some familiar territory, but you're playing it very well with Is It Phoenix. What led to your choice for the weekend?
it's the Pioneer deck I owned, which is a big plus. I was playing it before when Pioneer was relevant, and I think Artist Talent is one of the best cards in the format. I was talking with some of the folks that I test with, and we're like, we should probably start calling the deck like, is it Artist Talent instead of Is It Phoenix? Because that's really the core piece that like makes the deck hum. It's just like Artist Talent and Treasure Cruise is like a very, very powerful package. And then Phoenix is pretty good too, but it's just like an engine that's really hard to keep up with. So
Yeah, and I wanted to kind of touch on the specific list because I noticed you have one card that not a lot of Phoenix decks have, and that is the Temporal Trespass. That's one that I know was very popular before with the copy spell, the Galvanic, but it looks like you're still playing the Trespass. Talk to me about the inclusion of that card.
yeah, it's really easy to support a 5th Delve spell with the Artist Talents, especially in Game 1 when people don't have Graveyard Hate. And this is just kind of the best one. You can't play 5 Treasure Cruises, so we'll play a Trespass instead. I don't think you need Iteration. The deck really doesn't struggle to like find something cool to do with 5 or 6 mana, right? Like Iteration
Yeah.
Trespass is cool, but like you have enough other things plays you can make when you have that kind of mana. So I just played the 1 Trespass, no Iteration. I did that, I've been doing that for a while when I've been playing the deck, and I think it's pretty good. It just kind of gets you out of some tough spots in Game 1, and it's really good in the mirror. So.
All right. Well, that is 7 rounds down today. Perhaps 3 more to go. What are you hoping to see?
I'm just hoping to play Magic. I don't know. I'm having a good time.
All right. Well, Jake, congrats on that match. Congrats on the win. It was really well played. That was a fun one to watch for us. And I know there's Phoenix fans in the chat who enjoyed it for sure.
Glad to hear it. Well, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, man. All right. Well, I believe that brings us to the close of this because coming up next will be our top 8. We'll have that top 8 announcement, that bracket, and then we will march towards a champion here in Madison, NRG Championship Series. Corbin Hostler, Devin Doomwake O'Donnell on the other side. We will be here to bring you through that top 8 towards our champion. We'll see you there. Oh, all right. Actually, just kidding. We were able to deliver a
Surprise.
backup match. So as it turns out, we have some more magic for you. We could look good and go to break like we planned, or we can give you some magic. And I think I know which one of those you prefer. It's Matthew Holderness on the left with Rakdos Demons taking on Kamari Bolger on the Acerak combo.
Yeah, and we've seen Kamari a couple times on camera playing this really, really sweet Acerak deck. And one thing that Kamari had mentioned a couple of rounds ago is you can't really test this deck on Magic Online because it's not possible to do with the amount of clicks that you need to when you're involved with the Acerak combo.
Yeah.
So for the people who want to test this deck out, you really got to do it in paper. So you got to be committed to the bit. But this deck is really sick. It's utilizing some really cool kind of Legends pieces like Rona and Kinnan and Honest Rutstein to Gwen Eyes of Gaia to kind of ultimately set up this combo where you are reducing the cost of Acerak in some form and basically just casting it over and over and over again to go into, I forget which dungeon, but I know one of the dungeons deals your opponent 1 damage. I don't remember the name of that specific dungeon, but basically TLDR, you cast it over and over and over again, and you deal them a bunch of damage.
Yeah, I actually learned about this combo in Commander. That's where
Okay.
someone had this as their commander.
That makes sense.
It was about what you would expect. It looked a lot like this combo deck.
I guess it would be weird as a commander though, because then you couldn't play any of you couldn't play Gwenna or Rutstein or Kinnan or anything. You got to be mono black, right?
Yeah, they had some kind of there was some kind of ridiculous plan with it, and just resulted in it being cast for 1 mana over and over and triggering a bunch of stuff. Pretty silly, just like it can be in this format. But Pioneer is the place of many silly things. For instance, 4 treasure cruises or whatever we saw last game, along with 11 mana turn spells or whatever Temporal Trespass costs. You can do whatever you want. It turns out many days in Pioneer, the Rakdos decks have become Rakdos Demons. The format kind of not being in the spotlight this year, it's kind of opened up as players are experimenting with lots of different things.
Yeah, and then for the for Matthew here, Rakdos Demon's kind of the what you would expect from the Rakdos mid-range deck: Thoughtseize, Fatal Push, Blade of the Oni, Fear of Missing Out, Bloodtithe Harvester, Unholy Annex, Fable, that kind of stuff. I will say there is kind of a little bit of not everybody is playing the Blade of the Onis. I think some people in our feature match area have had it, some people have not. I do think personally I like it because it does kind of up your clock when you have turn 2 Blade, turn 3 Annex. Just having a demon that you can curve into the Annex is pretty powerful. But at the end of the day, it is a 2-mana 3/1, so some players, want to up their card quality, as it were, which that would mean they're not playing it.
Also want to call attention to the fact that both of these players, of course, are playing for the top 8 here, and it's closed deck lists. So if you are staring this down as Matthew, if you're familiar enough with the format with the decks, you know what's going on. But think about the people Kamari has played against throughout the 6 rounds of this tournament today. Not everybody familiar with the depths of Acerat combo.
Yeah, we actually had Blake on an interview a couple of rounds ago, and Blake was one of the people who lost to Kamari on a backup feature match. And Blake said, he's like, I don't really know what's going on. I've never seen this deck before. Maybe didn't sideboard appropriately. And I mean, you have to imagine that a good amount of Kamari's opponents probably felt the same way. They don't really know how they're meant to sideboard, because while this deck is a combo deck, it also can just cast Atraxas, which we've seen Kamari do a couple of times. You can also Kinnan into Atraxa. It's a collected company deck, so that's just a clean 2-for-1. This deck can and frequently will win a lot of fair games.
Matthew has had to do a lot of reading today on camera. It's been some wild decks he's been up against. The number of reader cards that have come across. So you're just playing your Rakdos cards, I got some spice. I got the Demons tech. Your opponents are just playing the most ridiculous card you've ever seen in your life.
Yeah.
Pioneer.
Love it.
Taking stock of this one, though, both players have gotten out onto the board some. Kamari has been knocked down to 12. Matthew's untapping here. He's going to get a second chapter on the Fable. So the ability to sculpt his hand. He's staring down some just an assortment of creatures from Kamari's side. If
just
you're
some
Matthew,
legends.
you
Some
start by
legends.
Yeah, you start by reading Kinnan again, because it has a lot of words. Essentially, it doubles mana from many sources, and then it can later activate to put things into play, and you have to worry about all parts of the card. So if you're sitting in Matthew's seat here and you do have what looks like a pretty decent start for you, but you have no idea what you're staring down, what do you and not that we'd know if that's the case for him, but what do you look at this board and what do you try to evaluate here? Are you trying to advance your own game plan, or are you trying to at all costs remove what's on the board?
Presumably you gotta kill some stuff. But what's interesting about this particular board state is that Matthew has picked up the Kinnan several times, and reading the Kinnan, understanding that it provides extra mana and the ability to look at the top 7, put any creature into play, and it might look like on this battlefield that Kinnan is the scariest card.
Right.
The thing is, if Matthew only has 1 kill spell and he kills the Kinnan and Kamari has Acerak, we're done. So look at that. Matthew actually killing the Gwenna instead of the Kinnan. And I wonder if that maybe means Matthew knows what's up here. Because I feel like if maybe he didn't know what was going on, maybe would have tried to kill the Kinnan instead. So at least has some idea as to what Kamari is up to.
Yep. Well spotted there by Matthew, giving himself a chance in this game. I mean, he's got...
Or we just had 2 kill spells.
Yeah, well, I mean, that works out too. I believe that this is Kamari. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and use Takanuma here and find a replacement Kinnan in the top 4.
Okay, so now we have access to... Yeah, not quite enough mana to use the Kinnan after an untap, and a second copy of Fable here from Matthew. A lot of pressure on Kamari here to find the combo. Now, if there is an Acerak drawn, we don't have the ability to combo, but we can cast the Acerak, I believe, just once. Yeah, I think just once, but ends up finding an elf instead. But if Matthew doesn't have a kill spell next turn, that elf is going to represent a Kinnan activation, which potentially, as we mentioned, could find an Atraxa. Yeah, Kamari's working with 3 copies of Atraxa this weekend.
Yeah, here comes the The big turn, I think, for Matthew here, if he's able to slam the door here. Not a lot of cards in hand. I can't actually spot what that one was. We do have a Fable act. It might have been a Fear missing out.
Yeah, I
We
think it
got
was
a
a Fear.
Fable activation he's thinking of.
So might as well just say no to the Fable since the Fear
Yeah.
just gives you a card anyways. But yeah, Matthew really does need to find a kill spell. Now, granted, if he finds a kill spell, Kamari's working with not much, right? Some mana and a Rutstein. But if no kill spell is found, we're gonna get a Kinnan activation, and that could potentially lead towards an Atraxa. Although with Kamari at 7, this is a really big attack.
Well, that's where
has to do
Delirium sits as well.
Yeah.
He's got that Fear missing out in play, becomes a consideration later. This is a big swing. And
Ooh.
there's a Fatal Push. He had a huge one. The Fatal Push on the Kinnan is enough for Kamari to pick him up. Wow, what a finish there for Matthew. You nailed it. He had to really read that kid and understand that, okay, I think that I can survive from this turn. I need to go after this Gwyna instead. Find the line that allowed him to navigate through to the end there. Nicely played game one.
Yeah, I mean, kind of everything just kind of lined up for Matthew, right? He just had early pressure into the turn where he went kill spell, and second Fable, and was very easily just able to clean up the game from there.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll see if he's able to clean it up the match. We'll move on to game 2 here between these two players here in Madison, playing for the top 8 of our Pioneer 5K.
Yeah, and we got, there was an interview with Kamari a little bit earlier, I believe, when Mason and Niall were in the booth, and they were talking to Kamari and, asking, what matchups Kamari wanted to play / didn't play. And this was one of the matchups that Kamari highlighted as a match he did not want to play. And I think part of that is just because the Rakdos deck is so good at picking apart so many different pieces of, with all the removal spells.
Right.
And the Acerak deck is really all about a lot of synergy on the battlefield, and that's no second land here, Corbin. This might be a fast one.
Yeah, so Kamari kept one land, Mana Dork there, and honestly, he seems like a pretty reasonable keep in that the follow-up was Shaper Sanctuary. That's the enchantment there, which allows you to draw a card whenever your creatures are targeted. So the idea is if you are able to untap with your elf, you can then play the Sanctuary and this other elf, and you're able to draw a card even if they get removed. But Matthew had the 1-mana removal spell, bolts the bird, and the result is an extremely slowed down Kamari. Although I guess finding, another Land of War Elves here is a start, but if there's not an actual land on the top, card of, or maybe 2 of the deck, Matthew is likely to just run away with this. This Rakdos deck is too good at drawing ahead and resource advantage if it gets to spend that much more mana than you.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one here. Matthew already, more than ahead on the battlefield, and in the situation where Matthew is using kill spells on Kamari's creatures, the Sanctuary looks great. But Matthew is kind of in a position where now that he knows Kamari is missing land drops, he doesn't even necessarily have to fight over the creatures. He can just keep deploying more threats and say, okay, I'm not going to use my removal spells. I'm just going to race you. And with already 3 types in the graveyard, with 2 Fear missing outs in play, if we can discard the 4th type, that's going to represent 8 damage next turn.
I'm not there quite yet. We've got Instant Enchantment Creature in the graveyard as that Shieldred hits the bin for Holderness. All right, we'll see what Kamari is able to find. Is for the first time this game has 2 mana, and unfortunately is able to do nothing with it and sits back, crosses the arms, maybe senses that this is not going the way we hoped it would. Matthew gets in there for 4, knocks Kamari down to 12, follows up with Blood Tithe Harvester. No second land of, or no third land of his own, but both players, I guess, on 2 mana. But that 2 mana was able to be put to use much more early and efficiently by Matthew. And unfortunately, Kamari still not getting there. So a bit of a downer here in this last round of Swiss.
Yeah, Matthew can do a lot more with 2 mana than Kamari can. Matthew's 2 mana threats are so much more impactful than Kamari's 2 mana cards.
Uses the blood token to go digging for that 3rd land, pitching an extinction event, and does find it. It's an old school Soul for a Spring there. You got that little devil just hanging out in the lava pool.
Love that artwork.
Yeah.
Classic. So good. I've been trying to pick up some more like old school Painlands. I have one copy of that Sulphur Springs. It is in loved condition, we'll say that. But
Yeah,
it's nice.
Those are quite old. I don't even remember Invasion or something. Maybe I don't even remember what it says. Early
Ice Age.
2000s type set, maybe, or late 90s even. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, Ice Age.
You're right. Yeah, you're right because he's in a hot spring, isn't he? There you go. Okay, Assassin's Trophy for Kamari. Pointed
Assassin's
at
Trophy and Blood Tide. That's when you know you're in a bad spot.
Yeah,
you do what you got to do, but that is
discard
tough.
to hand size. Otherwise, I imagine.
Yeah.
By the way, we of course saw that sorcery hit the graveyard, so there is Delirium now for Matthew, right? So all in all, looking very good for our Rakdos player to take demons perhaps into the top 8. The Unholy Annex, Blade, what is it? Silent Blade of the Oni tech with the mythic Kamigawa 3/1 demon that gives you that crucial 2-drop demon for your 3-drop Annex.
Yeah, I got a feeling our top 8's going to have, with how diverse and how many different decks we've seen today and in terms of the Pioneer field, I think our top 8's going to have a good amount of Rakdos, but we'll see when we get there. Hey, there's a third land for Kamari. Probably a little too late to the party, but yeah.
There we go. All right. Well, that does that. Unfortunate end for Kamari and the really cool Acerak combo deck. But for Matthew and Rakdos Demons, that is a 6-1 record, a probable top 8 spot, an excellent tournament for him. And for us, we are moving towards our top 8. I believe that's our last match of the round here. So on the other side, we'll have our top 8. But before we do that, we want to take a look at what we have going on here. Let's take a look at the prize pool for this event. You can see it there, this 5K trial regional championship invites out to the top 2, in addition to thousands of dollars being rewarded here. And those all important tournament points for the end of the season. They build you up towards the NRG championship at the end of the season that everyone wants to qualify for. And here you can see the players who are in a good spot to do that. Of course, the players in yellow, or in orange rather, are already qualified for that end of the year championship. Grayson Nimitz leads the leaderboard, but that doesn't matter to him because he's already there. He punched his ticket immediately, as did Fanchen Yang by picking up the win yesterday. You can see Jake Conan, who we've been watching, is third coming into this weekend, and a lot of other great names there, including another top 8er from yesterday, Sean Gallagher. So lots to like on the leaderboard here. And Jake Conan's going to attempt to overtake Ben Unger, who we know dropped out early in this one, for second place.
Yep. And then I believe the last, just in case you guys want to go out to one of these events, we have the next event coming up here in Chicagoland. That's going to be Saturday, 10K Modern Showdown, followed by a Sunday 5K Standard Trial. That's going to be May 10th and 11th. And after that, we're going to be in Indianapolis. And Corbin, this Indianapolis event is going to be a heater. We have a 10K Standard Showdown on Saturday and a 10K Team Sealed Showdown on Sunday, which is going to be Final Fantasy Team Sealed. That's June 28th and the 29th. Team Sealed, love it.
That event is going to be wild. We talked about this yesterday. Final Fantasy likely to be a huge set for Magic, likely to be a ton of fun. And when you pair that with team events, the most fun you can have playing Magic regardless, yeah, you're going to want to be in Indianapolis for the NRG Championship Series, June 28th and 29th. We hope to see you there. We also hope to see you on the other side of this break, because when we come back, it is time for our top 8 here in Madison for the NRG Championship Series. We'll see you there. Welcome back, everybody. NRG Championship Series here in Madison, Wisconsin. Corbin Hostler with my partner, Devin Doomwake O'Donnell. And Devin, it is time. We have been building all day. Nylon Mason this morning, you and I this afternoon, and this evening, we are going to take you through the top 8. It is time. Devin, why don't you take us through what we're looking at here in this top 8? What are we about to watch?
Absolutely. So on the left-hand side of your screen, you see Charlie Dusterberg on Rakdos Transmogrify against Daryl Ayers on Rakdos Demons. We got Matthew Holderness and Will Kruger in a Rakdos Demons mirror. We got You guessed it, Harrison Canfer and Blake Madsen in a Rakdos Demon's Mirror. And the match that we're going to be starting on, which is free of Rakdos, which is Jake Conan and Jacob Tano, which is going to be Is It Phoenix against Mono Green Devotion. Now, we've talked all weekend or all day about how, diverse the format is and how we've seen a lot of different decks on camera. But when push comes to shove, a lot of demons rising to the top here.
Yeah, we saw all the really cool decks, and then last round the Rakdos decks beat them all. So look, we had a 7-round tournament. A lot of those cool decks, a lot of the way this went, this comes down to one match, right? And we talked about it in round 6. Like the rounds you were playing now, this is what determines top 8. Is this round 6, round 7, round 5? Those late rounds when the rubber really meets the road. And the Rakdos Demons build has been really strong. I think we see people, and I don't even know how you necessarily prepare for Unholy Annex, but the 2-drop demon creature into Unholy Annex on turn 3 has been a really strong piece of the deck that has led to not necessarily its dominance this weekend, but has been a part of its dominance this weekend.
Yeah, Unholy Annex is a crazy card, and I'm going to take a look at some of these deck lists. So the 5 demons decks we have, Daryl has 2 Blade of the Oni, Will has 2, Matthew has 2, Blake has 2. Harrison is the only person who is not playing Blade of the Oni, so it's kind of interesting to see how a lot of people did decide to play that Blade of the Oni, which is kind of that 1-2 punch where you have the demon on turn 2, curve that into the Annex on turn 3, immediately get the drain going. It really speeds up the clock too, right? Where you have Rakdos is normally a deck that's a lot about 1-for-1s and killing all your opponent's creatures and kind of like leaning on the card advantage. But the curve of Blade into Annex really allows you to have a lot more of a faster clock against these combo decks like Mono Green Devotion, like the deck that we saw Kamari playing as well.
Especially when your turn 1 on the Rakdos deck is likely going to be disruption of some sort, whether it's going to be a Fatal Push or a red removal spell, or whether it's going to be a Thoughtseize. Your turn 1 is spoken for in an interactive way, which means you can use turn 2 to just tap out and play a 3-1, and you can use turn 3 to just play an enchantment that doesn't really do anything for a while, right? Because you're guaranteed to be interacting with your other turn 1 and turn 4 and turn 5 after that, and the ability to just turn on the Mutavault so you don't have to commit to paying 5 mana for that demon from the Annex also goes a really long way. But yeah, just working the pure card advantage, and of course alongside Fable, the Mirror Breaker, the staple of Rakdos decks, the selection, the churn for a red-black deck is a lot higher than maybe you might think in a vacuum.
Yeah, and I mean, on top of that, another card that I kind of wanted to highlight from these Rakdos decks is Fear of Missing Out, which is somewhat of a recent card, right? Duskmourn's not too long ago, and a card that has really picked up in popularity over, in these Rakdos decks. Just allows you, again, another one of those cards that allow you to have a much faster clock where you're untapping your 3 power creature like Bloodtithe Harvester or Blade of the Oni, hitting for an extra 3 points of damage. And once you start getting into the later turns, you can copy it with Fear of Missing Out. You can use the Fear, or copy it with Fable, excuse me, sorry. So you can copy the Fear of Missing Out with Fable, and you can also untap your 6/6 demon token to get a huge attack in. So really allows you to provide, that card selection, but also a ton of pressure on as well.
Yeah, it's been a big piece of these decks. Honestly, and you mentioned that it's been catching on in standard too, right? In a lot of different, even in sometimes in modern, like it just kind of does a lot in a neat little package. It's been a strong card. So I guess the question is, do we think, and this will be the question for the format moving forward, was Rakdos great this weekend because this new demon tech is super strong, or is it generally true that red black is good in open metagames, which is what everyone we've had on camera on interview talk to us about? Is they, last round they say, well, both of our players hadn't played against the same archetype in 6 rounds. That seemed to be the state of the field today. And I think it makes sense that, Thoughtseize is going to be pretty good in that format, especially when you pair it with a proactive game plan. And we've seen Rakdos win a number of games on camera this afternoon without ever taking more than 1 or 2 attack steps. They don't have to get control of the game and then get around to turn 10, 11 by the time they deploy their win condition or their shieldred finally grinds you out into nothing. They can just turn the pressure up extremely quickly now, especially like you mentioned, those fear of missing outs, even adding on to that. So a whole different angle to the Rakdos decks. And of course, while you're busy draining them, you're also not losing any life, right? Because you're gaining life as opposed to typically taking it from you. Everybody. Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, kind of Jund, right? No good matchups, no bad matchups, all great matchups. You can win against anything. Hopefully, we'll get down to the table soon. Hey, we hit the top 8. I guess that means it's when the tech problems strike. Sorry to curse you, Devin, but hey, welcome into the show. Here we go, top 8 bracket. Uh, all the Rakdos, as we mentioned, we'll get Devin back in the chat. We'll figure it out. But thanks for hanging out because it's been a great day of Pioneer action. And now it's time for Is It Phoenix? That is why we see all of these Rakdos decks. And we've been watching basically Rakdos be offset against, we saw Dredgeless Dredge earlier. We've seen lots of decks on the other side, and Rakdos has kind of been the offset. And it's worked out pretty well in that role. And that's why you see so many of these players in our top 8. Also, by the way, a lot of NRG Series regulars among that group. In fact, among this entire top 8 as they play for points, as they play for the money, all of the above. So that is where we are at. We're, of course, working on our technical difficulties in the back end. The one deck we didn't talk about, I can talk about now, is the Mono Green Devotion deck from Jacob Tano. Now, if you're somebody who plays a lot of Arena, and I am, you will be very familiar with this deck. It is the most mana efficient deck in the format in that it can make the most mana. It can play a ramp on turn 3, it can on turn 1, it can then play a 3-drop on turn 2, it can then gets to a Cavalier on turn 4 or even on turn 3, and it just gets out of control. It has Storm the Festival to come from this the graveyard. It can really rebuild out of nowhere, and against Is It Phoenix, that may be what it has to do, because as we saw Jake Conan earlier, he was able to just remove all of his opponent's creatures with the Is It Phoenix deck and prevent them from accomplishing that late game plan, which is what he's going to attempt to do. By the way,
am I back?
Devin back for you.
I'm hoping you guys can hear me now. I'm not really sure what happened with my camera. I just kind of everything just stopped working it all at once. So let me know in the chat if you guys can hear me. We should be good to go. I think Corbin, you can hear me, right?
I can hear you. I think everyone
right.
can hear you. We're back in, and we're glad to have you because I promise you, this chat did not want to listen to me do this match by myself. I promise you that.
Well, we're back. I hope it doesn't happen again. I'm not really sure what happened there. But yeah, we are about to, looks like players are reviewing deck lists right now. So we're almost ready to get down to the feature match. As far as the matchup is concerned, so Phoenix versus Mono Green, that's where we're going to be starting. It's kind of an interesting matchup that there is a lot of play draw dynamic in place, but you know, the Phoenix deck is pretty good at keeping the early elves, early mana dorks off of the table. It's really going to come down to whether or not Jacob has a copy of Leyline of the Guild Pack, because that is a source of mana combined with Nykthos that is pretty hard for the Phoenix deck to get off the table.
Right. Well, and we'll head down to our match as soon as it's ready, which hopefully will be quite soon, because these two players have been really putting it on today with decks going against the the mainstream, right? When everyone's a field of Rakdos and you're the guy playing Llanowar Elves, for instance, that doesn't necessarily feel great, but Jacob has managed to make it work. And really, the green deck can just overload on cards that you need to lightning bolt, and then it just goes over the top, and you can't lightning bolt anything at all. But there's going to be a lot of that dynamic at play here against Izzet Phoenix. As the early turns are going to be a flurry of just, I think, removal and creatures, and it's going to be kind of, okay, well, who has the small advantage left at the end of that? Is Jacob able to get a creature with value into play, or is Jake able to fill the graveyard with a couple Phoenixes? But a lot of the game deciding is going to happen in the first probably 2 turns of these games, I think.
Yeah, and another big card that I want to mention too is Cavalier of Thorns. The important number against this Phoenix deck is 6, right? You have Fiery Impulse and Lightning Axe, which both respectively deal 3 and 5 damage. 6 toughness is kind of the sweet spot. That's why Unholy Annex is so good, because you make a 6/6 that doesn't die to Lightning Axe. And Cavalier, sort of the same thing, where it's going to be hard for the Phoenix deck to get that off the battlefield, and is going to provide you with a little bit of card selection and a little bit of ramp as well. And here we go. So Jake Conan, the 3 seed, is going to be on the play with Izzet Phoenix. Got to be pretty happy if you're that. Just being able to deploy the cantrip first, set up a little bit, even if you don't have a kill spell, just Artist Talent on the play. Just a much better card when you can kind of like untap with it before your opponent has too much going on.
All right, as expected, turn 1 Mana Dork for Jacob, and let's see what Jake does to interact with it here.
Got a red pathway. Presumably, we're going to be bolting the bird, or there you go. There's the Artist Talent, though. Really respecting getting that onto the battlefield, and I like that because it's gonna allow Jake to kind of sculpt his hand a lot more, find the pieces that he's missing. That's gonna be Kiora here. Ooh.
Yeah,
A lot of mana here.
We had Jake in the booth. For everyone who's been sticking around with us, we had him in the interview booth last round, and he told us about how we should rename the deck to Izzet Talent, because it's all about this enchantment now, and you see him actually opting for it there over anything else, including, I suppose we don't know if he has removal in hand, but either way, that was the card he prioritized on turn 2.
Yeah, and now that there's 2 elves in the battlefield, Jake has a red mana here, but now needs to find a second red source and another kill spell, unless there's already one in hand. Dumps a Phoenix into the graveyard, which is a good start. So if we have a third land and preferably for Jake, a kill spell here to kill the elf, get back the Phoenix. It's at least a cantrip, which is going to get back the Phoenix and put Kiora to 3. Kiora's a weird card because usually you don't want to be attacking that thing, but given the situation and Jacob, kind of maybe a little bit later on mana and has the ability to maybe kill it over the course of 2 turns, I think Jake is going to want to hit the Kiora here.
Yeah, I've played against. I've been playing against the green deck a lot more so than playing with it, and Kiora is kind of the card. If you can get it right away, or if it's early enough like this, you want to try to take it down, because 2 turns from now, it basically, if it gets 1 activation on Nykthos, you're kind of cooked regardless. But you might be able to handle this Kiora before that point. And of course, getting off the battlefield, it removes 1 devotion for the Nykthos. So Jacob's going to activate it here to make mana.
And Polukranos, also a pretty important threat here
Thank you.
Yeah, Polukranos important for Jacob because that one does have reach, so that one can and likely will block the Phoenix if allowed. But if Jake can find something like a Lightning Axe, can go ahead and take care of that. I will say it's a little awkward for Jake here, the mana, because we do have, we had to play the second pathway on blue to be able to cast the cantrip to get back the Phoenix. But with only 1 red source available, may not be able to deploy 2 kill spells. So we might see a situation where Jake can only kill 1 thing, presumably would kill the Polukranos, but that'll still at least let Jacob untap with the Llanowar Elves.
Yeah, and that Polukranos, the one of in the deck, when you transform it, it's actually pretty nuts. Where it has reach and lifelink, which lifelink is pretty relevant as it turns out. in a lot of these matchups we've seen today. And also, whenever Pelucranos or another non-token Hydra, I guess, dies, you get a 3/3 life, 3/3 with reach, and a 3/3 with lifelink. So it's kind of a Wormcoil-esque design there, and it makes it really difficult for aggressive decks or decks that want to hit you for 3 or 6 in the air at a time with a couple of Phoenixes to close the deal before your green deck is able to just completely go over the top.
Yeah, this is a really big turn here for Jake because if Jake cannot remove the Pelucranos, therefore won't be able to remove the Kiora, and that Kiora is going to provide a whole bunch of mana next turn. So, really, I think looking for, okay, there you go. Floodmaw, not a permanent answer, but good enough to take care of the Kiora. And if Jacob does not have a green source in hand, may not be able to redeploy that Pelucranos. And more importantly, taking care of the Kiora means a lot less mana for Jacob next turn.
Yeah, really taxed Jacob's mana very effectively to Jake this game through a series of removal spells and even bounce spells. And now, like we talked about, if you can get rid of the Kiora before it gets out of control, you want to do that. And Phoenix is able to take a few turns off of going after face to finish it off. And this is what we talked about before the match, how in that flurry of early spells, who's going to stick something? In this case, it was almost Jacob sticking that Pelucranos, but instead it was Jake getting back that one Phoenix that he was able to successfully deploy into his graveyard in those early turns. And that has been the difference now, because if Kiora was in play here, Jacob would be able to reload much faster. He'd have an additional mana off the Nykthos in the first place. And it would just be in generally a much different spot. So those early turns were decisively won by Jake Conan. And now we're seeing him reap the benefits of it, where the mono green devotion deck just can't even find enough ways to make and spend mana.
Yeah, that last turn was the big one, right? If Jake didn't find the answer for the Pelucranos, wouldn't have been able to attack with the Phoenix. Cure would have stayed in play, still would have had 3 devotion, would have been able to make, I can't 9 or 10 mana with Nykthos. But now, instead, there's no battlefield. Jacob has no relevant permanents in play, has 2 devotion and no additional mana. And Jake is just sort of left up to his own devices now. Has, the artist talent going. I believe I saw a cruise in Jake's hand. So can maybe try to find a second or even third copy of Phoenix here to put Jacob on a potential 2-turn clock. And yeah, it seems like Jake is kind of poised to just run away from here, because the mono green deck is extremely powerful, but it does not do very well on a battlefield like this, where you need to have a lot of stuff in play to be able to utilize Nykthos and all those kind of permanents.
Yeah. Yeah, that jolt you felt was the corner turning quite abruptly, because we have gone in a completely different direction. And this is now Jake with complete control, mono green trying to find a way back in, and it's just not going to be there in all
2
likelihood,
Phoenixes
right?
too.
Like you're able to make you need something that gets multiple things in play. Maybe, a Cavalier would ramp and have reach, but 3 Phoenixes, that's a whole bunch of damage. And this one may be over pretty quickly here. That we went just from one turn of, will I have Kiora and Pelucranos, to I have nothing at all, and I probably have no way back in this game. Really, again, well navigated by Jake over the early turns to sequence his spells in a way that allowed him to turn the corner there when he needed to.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, if Jacob does get another turn, if Jake doesn't have an answer, well, that's not going to happen. I was going to say, if we don't have an answer to the Pelucranos, maybe we untap with 5 devotion, can do something with Nykthos. But yeah, there's the axe was found to clear that. And then at this point, Jake can find lethal with either the Profs or the 4th copy of Phoenix, or even the Trespass.
Yeah,
we're going to go for a cruise here. Maybe
well, and remember, Jake tapped out for that talent on turn 2, and the entire game, it has just fueled him as he's discarded cards and drawn cards off of it to find what he needs, as he has been able to just churn through the entire deck. All because he was able to opt for that on turn 2. And there we go. 4th Phoenix hits the graveyard. That represents lethal. Jacob knows it. He picks up the cards. Game 1 to Jake Conan here in the top 8.
Yeah, that, like you said, just a masterclass here. Now, as far as sideboards, what do we have what is Jacob working with here, Corbin?
Yeah, so looking at the sideboards here of mono green, obviously you're going to be a little constrained, but hey, we've got some colorless options here. Those Stone Brains, uh, the Might and Wellstone, but then some others, some green spells, some removal, right? Monstrous Emergence. We got Elesh Norn, which is a card that has shown up in this mono green deck, but it can make white mana when it needs to for Elesh Norn. And Elesh Norn is pretty difficult, as it turns out, for a lot of decks to beat. So that is one of the important options over the course of this tournament. In this particular matchup, I think that you are looking for your graveyard hate, right? Of which I'm not sure that there's a ton of, but
Yeah,
how do you
there's
feel about that? I mean, do you go as deep as like the Stone Brain at this point to try to name Phoenix? Where are we at with not a lot of clean graveyard hate here?
I don't know about that. That one might be a little too out there. Although I guess Stone Brain is maybe more reasonable on the play, where you can cast it and activate it before your opponent has an opportunity to get too many
Mhm.
Phoenixes in play.
So we've
But
got
I think that one still
the
might be a
Keen-Eyed. The Keen-Eyed is the Scavenging Ooze replacement in the mono green deck.
yes.
It's got the double green. So obviously you're going to pull those in. But
Mhm.
yeah, after that, I think it's a little more open ended.
Right. Yeah. Past the keen-eyed curators, I mean, you could consider Scrap Shooter because it does have the keyword reach, so it has
Mhm.
4 toughness and can block phoenixes. And it also does kill artist talent. So now that I think about it, that one is maybe more likely to come in because artist talent is such a huge part of
True.
Jake's plan. So the Scrap Shooters and the keen-eyeds. But other than that, I mean, I don't think you're gonna bring in these monstrous emergences. In the
No.
past, maybe you would have against previous versions of Phoenix that had 4 copies of Ledger Shredder, but since those have mostly left the deck, there's not really a ton of good targets for emergence. So probably just the shooters and the Keen-Eye Curators.
All right, let's take a look over at Jake Conan's sideboard here. Is it Phoenix? You know what you're up against. It's mono green. So what's I'll say this is like somewhat interesting against the mono green deck. When you're sideboard, you obviously want removal. You need to remove their early creatures, but they have big spells, and sometimes those big spells are non-creature spells, right? So some amount of counter magic can be a consideration as well. What are you looking at here for Jake Conan, who really honestly handled that first game pretty well? What does he want to tweak in the sideboard?
Yeah, I mean, he's got some options here, right? Like Brazen Borrower, I think is pretty good because that is one of the few ways that Jake has to remove Leyline of the Guild Pack from the
Right.
battlefield early. So I think you're maybe going to want to go towards those. A null doesn't really have any targets. Yeah, I don't think there's a single target for a null, so not going to want to go towards that. Torch the Tower, if you wanted more cheap kill spells for elves, could be kind of interesting. You mentioned the Negate could be kind of good because it
Mhm.
counters both Storm the Festival and Kiora. And then past that, what's nice from this, or what's nice for Jake about this matchup, is because both players have open deck lists. Jake knows
Right.
that Jacob does not really have a ton of graveyard hate. There's no ley lines, there's no rest in pieces, there's none of that stuff. Really, just the 2 keen-eyed curators, which his deck is very capable of killing. And you don't really have to go towards like the iconoclasts and the extra profs and all these kind of alternate plans. You can
Mhm.
kind of just stick with your plan A and know that it's probably going to be good enough.
Yeah, because even if he, worst case scenario, right? You have an early Phoenix and he's able to play Keen-Eyed and get it. Well, okay, fair enough. But you probably just kill the Keen-Eyed after that and just wait for your next Phoenix, right? That's sort of the advantage you have as he is at Phoenix deck. I mean, it's the reason that it's been so good for so long is that it just has the ability to solve the game and inevitability, whether that's through the birds or the treasure cruise, or just the pure card selection of the deck, right? So, yeah, I think that Jake has got to feel pretty decent about his odds here, as long as he doesn't, get overrun by that turn 1 mana dork, turn 2 Kiora, turn 3, massive spell. The thing I thought about though is we watched Jake earlier bring in those iconoclasts and win the game off of them. They were very good. And we were looking at the monstrous emergences in the green sideboard, right? Is that something you think you fear out of the mono green deck, or do you think you just shove in my couple of keen-eyeds and kind of keep doing my thing?
I don't think you want to go towards the iconoclast because so the 1/1s I guess in theory, the 1/1s could potentially be used to pressure a Kiora early on. But as far as like the big combo turn,
Mhm.
the big kill spell here, I know that we don't have the Karn, the Great Creator anymore, so we're not going to go get the I can't remember the name of the artifact, the thing that you played on the backside or what have you. So we don't have any of that stuff. But the kill condition now these days is Ulvenwald Oddity, which is an 8/8 or well, it's a 4 mana creature that you can flip over and it gives all of your other creatures +1/+1 haste and trample. So you're not really going to be able to use the 1/1s to prevent like a big lethal swing. You could maybe chump block early. You can chump block stuff like Cavalier of Thorns. Old Growth Troll does have trample as well. So I don't know. I don't know if you want to go towards the iconic class, but I don't know. They could be interesting at pressuring Cure at least.
Yeah, it's also, again, like many things and many of these matchups, sort of a play play draw. The kind of class would be much better on the play, etc. Looks like we had one mulligan over there from Jacob, who's gonna keep this 6, ship that one to the bottom, and here we go. We're off and running. Top 8 play. Ley line on turn 0.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, I think Jacob in this matchup would rather have a turn 0 ley line than a turn 1 elf because,
Yeah.
99% of the time your elf is dying, but there's a lot less ways for Jake to remove the ley line from the battlefield. So I think this is kind of a sort of the perfect start and see if we can find the Nykthos here. This is going to be huge. What's that representing? 5 mana on turn 3? Yeah, there it
Sure
is.
did.
And now for Jake, we have 3 outs post board. We have 1 Floodmaw and 2 Brazen Barber, and really wants to find one of those bounce spells here.
Yeah, he's threw that consider into that torch into the graveyard super quick.
2 mana. There it is.
Hey,
Yeah,
nice.
that's the Brazen Borrower.
Nice find. So, normally Brazen Borrower, when you petty theft something, you're just kind of buying time, etc. In this case, when you're bouncing a turn 0 ley line, you're actually gaining yourself +4 mana, or +2, but you're costing them 4 mana in the exchange that they otherwise wouldn't have had to spend at all, and it made that Kiora much less devastating here. And here we go, talent to start things off for Jake on turn 3.
So what you're saying, Corbin, is that Jake cast 4 Stone Rains on turn 2. Is that what you're telling me?
Something like that, I would
Okay.
say. Yeah, something
All right.
like that.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're in Jacob's spot, what do? You just replay the ley line? I mean, I guess if you have nothing better to do and you still have the Nykthos to follow up, maybe it's not completely unreasonable. He's going to go for Cavalier instead, which is still a pretty powerful play. That's going to get a card off of the Kiora and going to dig 4 deeper to try and find a copy of Nykthos, or 5 deeper rather, excuse me.
Yeah, even
Did we
with
miss?
wow, okay.
Oh no.
I was gonna say, even with the petty theft on the ley line, it's still kind of rough for Conan here, right? Because it's still a ramped out Cavalier of Thorns. It's drawing cards. Now, I guess it didn't itself ramp any further. But I mean, it's still just a massive threat, and you've still got a very long way to go. And your opponent still has a Kiora, and so lots of mana is going to be available to Jacob on this turn.
Yeah, Tano does have a Nykthos in hand off of that he found off of the invasion. So
Right.
with the Nykthos presenting 5 devotion, that's going to be 2, turning 2 into 5. That's 7 mana plus the Kiora untap down to
6.
5 plus 5 is 10.
And we'll see what he's able to do with it. That, of course, is the question. Do they have a payoff? Now the green deck is stuffed full of payoffs, and Storm Festival can come from the graveyard. Petty theft number 2.
Could think of some things to do with 10 mana.
Yeah. Petty theft number 2 here.
No, that's Picklock.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Yeah. So we're freeing the Fae here, triggering the talent, discarding a Arc-like Phoenix, which we're then able to keep in the graveyard, is Jake when he casts Treasure Cruise here. So this is a big turn for him, regardless of what he is staring down, whether or not it's enough. He is doing exactly what the Phoenix deck wants to do. That said, there's looks like 1 bird right now coming back at the end of it, unless he was able to pick one up off of the cruise.
Yeah, and Jacob missing off of the Cavalier, Jake also missing on the Picklock Prankster. So both decks operating at peak efficiency. Really wants to try and find, I think maybe the best would be, I mean, I guess something like a Floodmaw to bounce the Cav, get the Phoenix back, and you could deal
And there you
3
go.
to the Kiora. And what's nice about that, it looks bad, right? Because you're giving Jacob another Cavalier trigger, but I didn't see the second.
He's got
Phoenix.
he
This
was
is way
able to
better.
discard.
Okay.
He must have drawn the Phoenix off of the cruise. He was then able to discard it to the
Got it.
The talent is able to bring it back and knock the Kiora down right away. What a huge swing there from Jake.
Yeah, because I only saw the first Phoenix, so I didn't realize we had a backup one ready to go. So yeah, that's a huge turn because now you're basically sort of time walking Jacob, where you're making Jacob spend 5 more mana on Cavalier. That's his entire next turn, and doesn't get to untap with the Kiora, has a lot less devotion. So a lot of good things here for Jake. As I think we lost our feed. Not exactly sure what happened, but I don't know if you guys can hear us. We're going to try and get you back real quick.
All right.
Corbin,
He does. Yeah, I think I've got it. So Jacob does go for the recast the Cavalier here, is able to find Sunken Citadel off of it, and does play out Nykthos. So fully devotion for mana next turn with 3 off the Cavalier, 1 off the Invasion. That gets him to 4. And now Jake's Phoenixes have a blocker to worry about as well. So he's going to start with Sleight of Hand, discard a talent.
Yeah, so 2 Phoenixes here for Jake. Jacob was able to redeploy the Cavalier of Thorns and see exactly where we can go from here. Now, we have gone through 2 bounce spells, right? We used the Floodmaw and the Barber, so there is only one left, one possible bounce spell left here for Jake. So see if he can maybe find that to, just continuously, just basically keep time walking Jacob over and over again. And how about a Profs? That's going to represent a lot of damage.
Well, yeah, and I guess you can get a Phoenix large enough to swing into the Cavalier with that way. But these bounce spells too for Jake have just done so much work when you consider, and there it is, number 2, the Petty Theft this time for real, hitting the Cavalier back. So Jacob has just spent 10 mana on that Cavalier to have it bounce twice, and now he is taking 9 in the air. This has been just a wildly impressive game by the Phoenix player, and that the Green Devotion player, usually when they spend this much mana, they win the game. But as it turns out, he's just had all this mana go not to waste, I suppose, but just been locked away in his hand after bounce after bounce. Now, the ley line has been redeployed here, and that Sunken Citadel means he can actually activate Nykthos because it can provide 2 mana for land abilities. So is able to, I guess, net some amount of mana, probably 3 mana off of that. And Jake's gonna read this one.
We'll that's Scrap Shooter.
Yes, it must be. It looks like a Bloomborough card. Second Nykthos comes down.
Right, so we made 5 off of the Nykthos. We used 3 to play the shooter with 2 floating, and now we're playing a second Nykthos, which means we have 7 mana, right? 4, 5, 6, 7. So we calve down to 2 floating, and 2 floating means if he finds another Nykthos, we can use that. Looks like did not find another Nykthos.
Okay. Well, this is, I mean, we just talked about how well it was playing out for Conan last turn, but this is the power of the mono green deck to come back. You're seeing Nykthos really do its thing here. But Sunken Citadel was a nice, quiet MVP of this turn, allowing it to continue. And at the end of this, Jacob's going to end with at least 1 blocker. I'm not sure that this is going to be enough, but was able to cobble together a really nice turn there by the end of it.
It seems as if that creature in play is Keen-Eyed Curator.
Okay.
So I've lost my license to be able to describe alt art cards anymore. We're going to leave that up to Mason because I'm apparently not good enough at that. But yeah, we have a looks like a cruise here. That's going to be 3. A lot of power here off the profs. Now remember, we've already gone through all the bounce spells. At least we know that, right? And Well, I guess everybody knows that because it is open deck list, and that's probably something that Jacob is keeping track of, right? How many bounce spells have you played? And oh, never mind. That's the Barb were in the main deck, right? There's one in the main and two in the board, so that was the last bounce spell, right?
Mm-hmm.
Never mind.
And there we go. what a set of plays there from Jake, really, right? That was pretty nice all around. I can't say that you see the green deck spend 20 mana very often and just lose the game in a really decisive way, not be able to do anything about it. So that was what we saw in that first one. That one, sorry, excuse me. That one was really nicely done. All right, so we have more magic for you here from the top 8. And that means we're heading to the backup. Now, remember, this was a big Rakdos top 8, and we brought you the non-Rakdos matchup first. Here is the more interesting of those Rakdos matchups. You have Charlie Dusterberg on the right, playing Transmogrify, and of course, Unholy Annex, because everyone's playing it this week. Daryl Ayers on your left, playing Rakdos Demons, but actually Spot, I believe, a Croxa in the graveyard over there was his turn to play this time.
I mean, you wouldn't look at like if you came in to this battlefield and you saw a Bankbuster and an Unholy Annex, you would think this is just a Rakdos Demons mirror match. So, yeah, interesting that Charlie has sort of adopted a lot of the things that you would see in a Rakdos mid-range deck, but kind of mixing that into the Transmogrify deck. This matchup is interesting because the card Transmogrify is sort of difficult to resolve against a deck that has Fatal Push and Torch the Tower and some other one mana kill spells. So I think this is going to be, a situation where Charlie in the post board games is going to lean more on the sort of fair plan with Annex and Bankbuster and kind of try to go toe to toe with the Demons card on Daryl's sides.
Of course, the top end of the Transmogrify, when you destroy your own creature and go get a creature card from the top of your deck, is Atraxa, as it is in basically every deck across Magic these days. As the reload, the smattering of keywords on that card, is generally just too much value to overcome for opponents. Daryl, though, is, he's playing it real, Rakdos close to the vest, the Shieldred, the classic. I play this and it's just going to drain you. And double Mutavaults also for Daryl. So one Mutavault for Charlie. So two Mutavaults actually for Charlie. So a lot of aggression in the mana bases, but also some combo in the mana bases if you're Charlie.
Yeah.
Transmogrify resolving on his Mutavault.
Yeah, I mean, you see a treasure up here for Daryl, but does not have that one mana kill spell. No Fatal Push, no Torch the Tower. That is going to be a resolve the Traxa. And it's a situation where, I mean, you look at this battlefield and you see that, Daryl has a Shieldred and Charlie has an Annex.
Mm-hmm.
That heavily favors Daryl if the game goes, longer to an extent. So Charlie just says, you know what? I ain't got nothing going on. I got a jam, and just did make you have it. And Daryl did not have it.
Yeah, it was just that one treasure token, needed a particular set of removal spells, didn't have it. Atraxa hits the board now, and Charlie is just going to be heavily advantaged from this point, because regardless of what happens to Atraxa, that's a bunch of cards. Now, obviously, if you're able to get a hit in with Atraxa and gain life, that would go a long way here.
Yeah, and I think we might even see Charlie, like, if Daryl doesn't have some sort of kill spell, it just says offer up the Shieldred trade for Atraxa. I think we might even see Charlie just chump block with the Bankbuster because, maybe doesn't want to trade with the Atraxa, but at least has plenty of options available. I believe that looks like a Thoughtseize, a Bankbuster, and a Fable pulled up to the front. And then I think the instance we're looking at is either Fatal Push or Withering Torment, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And then one of the lands, yeah.
Pretty decent Atraxa pile, I would say.
Not bad. Not a bad draw 5.
And your opponent doesn't have a 1 mana removal spell, or they would have used it to prevent that Transmogrify. So the number of cards they could actually have that prevent you from connecting with Atraxa and getting the 7 life, you do need when you're sitting here at 9 and staring down Shieldred. You do feel decent about your odds there, though, if you're Charlie.
Right. Yeah. Charlie, unfortunately for Charlie, did not have an extra mana to animate the Mutavault in the end step to be able to not have to lose 2 life off the Annex. But now Darrow flipping Fable, that could mean something. And we'll have to see exactly, what Darrow's got going on here.
He seems to have a plan. We're not, every time. They're getting me every time, man.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Darrow's deck list, we have 2 Go for the Throat as far as cards that can kill Atraxa.
Yeah.
2 Go for the Throat, and then in the sideboard, there are, looks like 2 Invoke Despairs. But that one wouldn't really work here because you could just crew the Bank Buster in response and then sack the Bank Buster.
Yeah, Darrow went digging there, sacrifices the blood token to go 1 card deeper. Doesn't seem to have found the immediate answer. He's now going to have to think it through. Okay. Shocking in a land to save the treasure token for later. Plays a Fear of Missing Out. Dig 1 card deeper. And move to combat. Does offer up that Shieldred trade that you mentioned.
Yeah, big question here for Charlie. Do you take the trade? Now, we know the 5 cards that Charlie got off of the Atraxa there. I think maybe Charlie is interested in just trading because he values the life.
Right.
Well, no, I guess you could just attack with it and gain the life.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if he does trade, he goes up to 16, but then you're not in imminent danger of dying. Your opponent's low on cards, and you have all the cards you just drew. But it looks like,
I like the chump block. I think it makes sense because, obviously if Darrow had a way to kill the Atraxa, he would have done it this turn. So you figure your Atraxa is good to go. You might as well just, chump block with the Bank Buster, and then, you have a way to kill the Shieldred, and then you can kind of go from there.
Yes, exactly. And Darrow went digging pre-combat, so Charlie knew basically that the way should be clear anyway.
Because Charlie did take the Torment off of the Atraxa, not the push, right? I can't remember. I know he was deciding between push and Torment. I can't remember which one he took. I thought it was the Torment.
He's got a full grip of cards here. Down to 7 life from the draw step, the Shieldred trigger. All right, and there we go. The Atraxa does connect as expected, and Charlie just says, I'll get that out of the way. First thing, I'll go back up in life here. And then
not at 7 anymore.
Yeah, there will also be, if Shieldred's able to leave, you can also then gain more life in the end step with the Mutavault and the Annex. So a lot of considerations here for Charlie.
Charlie in the tank here. I wonder what we're thinking about. Maybe we're thinking about potentially making a 6/6 demon. I think we want to try and get this Shieldred off the battlefield as quick as possible. Okay.
Yeah, I also think the life totals. Charlie should be at 14 after that Atraxa hit.
Yeah, right. Because Charlie went from 7 to 14.
Yeah,
and Darrow went from 16 to 9. So I think we just have life totals flopped.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. And then Charlie stays at 14 because we gain 2 off of the Shieldred, or we gain 2 off of the Annex and lose 2 off the Shieldred. And that was a Fuel the Flames, Corbin.
Yeah, well, I won't put it on the screen for anyone not familiar with that, because that was a big swing here.
Well, it's kind of awkward because you had to lose your own Mutavault to do it, right? Because you had to animate the Mutavault in the end step, and then I think drew the Fuel the Flames off of it, and then decided to cast it.
Well, you just kind of fade. If you can fade, that Darrow couldn't remove Atraxa last turn. Darrow is at 7 life, so if you can just fade the top of the deck here, I guess he might have gone up actually from the Shieldred. Not positive on.
No, I think he actually stayed at 7 because he was at 14, took 7 from the Atraxa. The Annex put him down to 5, and then gained 2 on the draw step to go back to 7, I believe.
There we go. Yes. So he is at 7, which means he is facing down lethal from Atraxa. And if he doesn't have a way to either draw a card to gain life or get rid of Atraxa, he's just going to lose. And if you're Charlie, that was a line you could take, because He didn't remove Atraxa last turn, and that's why
Right.
we see him just take this hit from Shieldred and fall down to 10. You feel pretty okay doing that if you're Charlie.
All right, we're lining up some mana. Looks like a
A
Croxa.
Croxa escape.
Okay. And I'm assuming we have life totals right there. I'm guessing Daryl's at 7. We may have missed a Shielder trigger somewhere in the mix, so it's possible Daryl's at 9, but I can't recall.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, and Charlie should be down to.
And also,
Thoughtseize, so should be at 10.
even if Daryl was at 9, you could just attack with the Traxa, play land, and make a demon.
Oh, it does look like that might have been the case. So there is the land.
We may have life totals.
Yeah, there is the land. There is the demon. There is the incept. There's the trigger, and there is the win. Charlie Dusterberg moving on to the semifinals here with Rakdos Transmogrify. Really, I think well deduced by him that, hey, I need to go for the Atraxa play here, and then to figure out that I can keep this Atraxa around, and I don't need to worry about this trade. Well done by him there, I think.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just a very, very well played game by both players, and congratulations to Charlie.
Yeah. All right. And well, that wraps up our top 8 here in Madison. And that means on the other side of a break, we are heading in to our top 4. So stick with me here, Corbin Hostler, Devin Doomwick O'Donnell. We'll see you on the other side for some top 4 Pioneer action. Welcome back, everybody. It's top 4 time here in Madison, Wisconsin, NRG Championship Series. Corbin Hostler joined by Devin O'Donnell for this top 4 playoff with you. And it's been a great day of Pioneer and 2 more matches ahead of us, Devin.
Yeah, very excited to see what we have in store for you guys. You know, we mentioned there was a lot of Rakdos demons. It is half of our top 4, but at least we have some non-demon decks to showcase you guys. As far as the bracket is concerned, let's go ahead and take a look at that because we have an updated bracket after our quarterfinals. We have Charlie Dusterberg on Rakdos Transmogrify, who we saw on backup in the last round when against Daryl Ayers, against Will Kruger on Rakdos Demons. That's going to be our backup match. And the match we are going to be starting with is Blake Madsen on Rakdos Demons and Jake Conan on Is It Phoenix, which would be pretty interesting. Now, as far as these players of what they're playing for, Corbin, talk to me a little bit about these prizes.
Yeah, I think we can all agree that they're playing less so for the money and more so for the points and the invites, because that's why we all do this, right? For the glory, although the $1,200 to first place does not hurt. But regional championship invites out to the first 2 players, the entire top 8 making at least a few $100s. And of course, those series points that players are building towards for the end of the season invitational. That is, of course, what everyone is hoping to get. But prizing goes all the way down to 128th place. You get an additional point. So something to play for all of those who did not make the top 8. But of course, those who did make the top 8 still have quite a bit to play for. The money ramps up, the points ramp up. This is a trial, not a showdown. Of course, our showdown winners get those tokens and all the other sweet benefits. So lots on the line here for the 4 players left: Jake Conan, Blake Madsen, Charlie Dusterberg, Will Kruger. 3 Rakdos players and a Phoenix player trying to buck the trend.
Hero.
He's looked, I mean, it's not always that Is It Phoenix is the hero, but Jake Conan has certainly played heroically today.
Yes. Yeah, you mentioned the leaderboard. I just wanted to, shout out Jake Conan real quick. Very, very high up on the leaderboard. So Jake is someone who is very interested in those points. I mean, all of our players are, but with how high Jake is on the leaderboard, definitely a lot more to play for. So, as far as this matchup is concerned, this is kind of the classic, I guess. If you've been playing Pioneer for a long time, you've probably seen Phoenix versus Rakdos in some form or fashion. Now, previously, these Rakdos decks have looked a lot different, right? They've had Graveyard Trespasser, they've had more Shieldrids, Archfiend of the Draw. So there's been so many different iterations of Rakdos.
Yeah.
And I think specifically with this version, the introduction of Unholy Annex providing you a 6/6 flying creature, part of the reason that they were playing Archfiend of the Dross before was the fact that it didn't die to Lightning Axe. And Unholy EX provides you a creature that doesn't die to Unholy or Lightning Axe rather, but also, the 3 mana half of that can provide you some, card advantage plus a little bit more pressure as well.
I also, historically, the Rakdos deck in Pioneer has just been kind of fascinating, right? Ever since probably the printing of like a Blood Tithe Harvester. Uh, it's gone back and I mean, at one point, remember, it wasn't Rakdos Demons, it was Rakdos Vampires. That was the Rakdos deck of the format, to the point that Vein Ripper was banned. Channel Fireball broke the Pro Tour format with that one at some point in I don't know, 2023, maybe it was early 2024 at this point. And now we've come all the way around to we're not a vampires deck, we're a demons deck.
Yeah, rip Sorin for rip to the vampire enjoyers who no longer get to play their Sorins.
Oh, you're right. It might have been Sorin that got banned, right? Instead of Vein Ripper. Yes. Yeah.
They didn't want to ban the new card, which I understand, but there were definitely some, before Vein Ripper, there was some cool Sorin decks that, can no longer be played. But speaking of vampires, there's one, Blood Tithe Harvester, kind of the, as we see the namesake card here for Jake. And this is exactly what you're looking for if you're Jake Conan, because Rakdos, not really good at answering enchantments in the battlefield. So that artist talent is going to remain there for a while and provide Jake a ton of advantage. And because we are in a game 1 scenario, doesn't have to worry about any graveyard hate. So it can kind of just, sort of go all in and doesn't really have to think about, curses and ley lines and all that stuff.
All right. Kind of a slow to, after watching Jake play against Mono Green last round and having, all kinds of creatures and removal spells in the first 2 turns. This one is downright peaceful by comparison. Is a decent setup here. We see one Phoenix, at least in the yard here for Jake.
Turn 4 is not going to be very peaceful, though.
Yeah.
This is where it's going to be. This is where, peace ends. As we see a second Phoenix discarded. And I think I might have saw a Treasure Cruise there as well for Jake. It might even be Cruise plus Profs, which I guess wouldn't be good this turn because you can't. For those of you who don't know, Profs needs to have a target when you go to combat. So the Phoenixes that you get back from the graveyard would not trigger Profs that turn. So next turn, Profs would be a little bit better, but until the Phoenixes are in play, not going to be quite as good.
Yeah, and I think this is our second spell of the turn, right? So we need
I'm sure he's got one, right? We got to have one.
Yeah, we do. So, all right. So we've got the third spell here, but is this a Phoenix? It's not. So 2 Phoenixes, it looks like.
I saw a red card. He might have actually drawn a Phoenix off of the artist talent.
One away from having a truly, I mean, I guess, hey, look at it this way. Having 3 of them this turn is having Blake's total as opposed to, hitting for a third of it. So we'll see if that makes a difference. But Rakdos Demons under the gun here. No Mutavault either for Blake. So that means the Unholy Annex, at the moment anyways, looking like it'll actually hit him. Yep.
Yeah, that's going to put Blake down to 10. 6 power in play for Jake. Doesn't really have to do a ton to cross the finish line. Some combination of, Profs plus a couple cantrips or the third Phoenix, and there's the Profs. That's probably going to represent lethal damage. Now, good chance that Blake has a kill spell, but when you're in this position and your opponent has, 7 cards in their hand and you're using a kill spell on an Arclight Phoenix just to not die,
Right.
That's a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, I think there's been some talk about why wasn't there more Is It Phoenix across the room today? And one of the answers was, well, there's just a lot of Rakdos finding success. But, Jake Conan has just shown no problem thus far. Obviously, this is a game 1 scenario here. But he's looked really good in every game we've watched him play today, just putting artist talent mainly to work. Frankly, it's been just a huge, as he called out in his interview, a huge piece of the deck, a huge piece of his success today. And wow, that fatal push is actually not even gonna work out.
He's got 2 to pay, but I think there's a second.
Oh my gosh. Okay. It doesn't work at all. So the Profs actually represents the end of the game. Blake Madsen picks him up game 1 over to Jake Conan and Is It Phoenix.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive. Now, sideboards, Corbin, what are we looking at here? Talk to me. Tell me what's in Blake's
some graveyard hate, and I think that Unlicensed Hearst is probably a good place to start. There's another Torch to Tower in the sideboard as well. There's those Hidetsugu consumes all if you want to even go that deep. So a number of options, it looks like, for Blake to fill out his deck with some interaction here.
Yeah, Hearse, Slam Dunk. I don't hate Extinction Event. There could be, there's a lot of these situations and these big turns for Phoenix where they put, multiple Phoenixes into play, sometimes even 3 copies. And if you can set up a spot where you take one big hit and then Extinction Event even
Yes.
exile all the Phoenixes, that can be kind of backbreaking. So maybe he wants to go towards that. Hidetsugu is definitely a good card. It's one of those things where when Blake was playing against the Dredge deck earlier, we kind of mentioned this where Hidetsugu being graveyard hate on suspend can be kind of awkward because
Right.
the Phoenix deck can just wait to deploy, like wait till after the Hidetsugu resolves or have the Phoenixes before you even get to chapter 2. But the fact that it exiles all graveyards and cuts Jake off of a future cruise the next turn, definitely something that Blake wants.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the Phoenix sideboard here and talk about it again. And when he plays against Rakdos, you just this is very different challenge than the mono green we saw last round. But I'm not sure how much you want to change anything here. Nothing, is going to majorly change from your opponent between game 1 and game 2. So you probably just want to figure out how you can interact with that. So is this where we want to go wide with the tokens, Devin?
I think so. So there's a couple of interesting things that Jake has here. So first and foremost, the Brazen Barbers. I think those are actually quite good. We talked about how Unholy Annex creating a 6/6 token.
Right.
Jake doesn't have a lot of ways to answer that on a 1-for-1 basis. Barber is one of the good ways to do it because you get to answer the demon token and then have an additional threat later on. So I think that one's pretty good. I do think Jake wants to go towards the Iconoclast because if you expect Blake to board out a lot of fatal pushes, that makes the Iconoclast better. And then after that, knowing about the hearses, you probably want the Abrade and the Prismari Command as well.
Yeah, and also, knowing your opponent has a lot of graveyard hate anyway is going to make you want to favor the Iconoclasts as well, I think, in that scenario. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of nothing is going to be drastically different in that the it's not all about the arc like Phoenixes in this one because the Iconoclasts are going to come in. It's not going to be all about one angle. It's not where we saw the Dredge deck earlier. And if your opponent has the graveyard hate, well, then that's what the game's going to be all about. It's not going to be that kind of dynamic. I think we're going to see a lot of back and forth here as both players have plenty of card advantage, card selection, and removal for each other. So, stop me if you've heard this one before, but Treasure Cruise, kind of an important card in this kind of matchup.
Oh, you don't say. Is that card good or something? It cost 8 mana. How good can it be?
That's a great point.
Yeah, that's it's kind of wild to me how Cruz has just been not really wild to me because the card
Right.
is extremely messed up, but how long it's been dominant. It's been basically since the inception of the Pioneer format, and it's just a card that keeps getting better and better with more printings, right? Like Picklock Prankster is not new, but somewhat recent addition to the arsenal of the Phoenix players. They were playing pieces of the puzzle long before that as kind of a less efficient way of milling and filling up the graveyard for Cruz. But Picklock being able, and I think the nice thing about Picklock is it's mill, so it fuels the Cruz, but it also is a buff for the Prophetic Memory, which is a huge get for these Phoenix decks.
All right. Well, all information on the table here as we get started. Duress revealing that's an annul there for you, those of you who weren't playing in 2002 or whatever, next to the Talent and the Abrade, Brazen Bar, like Phoenix, and some lands.
Got to imagine the Talent's getting taken here, unless Blake has a copy of hers.
Wow.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, I was going to say, unless Blake has a copy of Hearse. But this is weird because you can't, take the annul to resolve the Hearse, but if you go land Hearse, then Jake just has the Abrade. So maybe that must mean Annex then. That has to be what that means.
Well, even so, you were going to be able to, Annex was going to get through a null if he taps out for Talent. So it's a Withering Torment on the Talent. Okay.
Yeah, so I think the theory for Blake there was that if you take the talent, Jake is not going to tap out on turn 2, and therefore
Right.
it gets to hold up the annul for your annex.
Yeah.
But yeah, no annex here on turn 3. It looks like Blake's hand, I think, is a Shieldred and a Go for the Throat. It's possible that he had the annex and decided to torment the talent before playing the annex. Okay, yeah, that might be what happened.
Yeah, I mean that talent is he watched it devastate him in the first game. It also the first talent trigger is I don't know about the most important one, but an important one because it is the one that unlocks any phoenixes they have stuck in hand, right? So
Right. Yep.
getting rid of it immediately makes some sense from that angle. Now again, we see Brazen Borrower, the petty theft half of it coming in pretty important, just taxing mana in a really efficient way for the Phoenix decks to buy time.
Yeah, and I mean Blake knew about the Phoenix too. So definitely wanted to kill that talent before Jake got the opportunity to untap and just put that Phoenix into the graveyard. And we see Borrower here doing a pretty good time walk impression, just bouncing that unholy annex. And now the question for Blake is, okay, I was going to say, if you have land 5, do you just make a 6/6? How about a Shieldred instead? And that one, notably,
Wow.
I don't know if you know
That's
this, Corbin, pretty good against a deck that draws a lot of cards.
It sure is, especially if you and just being able to go for it there. Your opponent has open mana, but hey, just going to tap out for this Shieldred, even though I just tapped out for something and had it bounce. But this is a good one to stick, and it has stuck through a draw step at least. And Jake is just tapping out for an Arc-Light Phoenix and coming in through the air. Now, that is 6 damage in the air, which would be a 3-turn clock, except untapping with Shieldred means Blake gains some more life.
Yeah, and I mean, if Blake wanted to, you could even just say, okay, we're gonna go for a hearse here. If Blake wanted to, you could even just go annex, animate Mutavault, end step, drain you for 2, gain 2 off annex, trigger Shieldred, gain 2 more. So you've effectively gained 4 life off of the turn cycle plus the 2 from the draw step. You've basically just negated Jake's last turn.
Yeah, the hearse probably slamming the door here.
Yeah, I mean, Jake is gonna need a lightning axe, and he's gonna need a lightning axe fast.
Okay, it's a talent.
Not great against
Coming
the
down
Shieldred.
first. Jake's laughing. I don't know if there's going to be what we needs following this up.
Yeah, Jake goes to cast a spell, and Blake just points to the artist talent, like, "Hey, you want to do that? I'll let you." Tricky spot here for Jake. We're down 1 bounce spell. We do know that there are still 2 more borrowers and 1 into the Floodmaw in the 75, along with the 3 copies of Lightning Axe. But other than that, there's really not a ton else here that Jake can really do.
Just
Leveling up
leveling it
talent,
up.
that's tough.
Yeah, that's an acknowledgement that we don't have any of those things to do. So now Blake untaps, gets to go up to 13 life. He's got to feel ecstatic about his position in this one, trying to even things up here in the semifinals. He's got the hearse untapped. Shieldred gets in there. The follow-up is that annex, and then we're going to activate Mutavault here. So just a huge life swing.
Yeah, this should have Jake going to 2 to 4 from the he goes to 4 from the annex, then 2 from the draw step. So this is quite literally his last turn to do anything, and it can't even be a into an axe. It just has to be the Lightning Axe.
Yeah, so it has to start with the removal. Okay, there we go. Yes, the trigger was caught. 2 life is for Jake.
Oh, the hidden mode of Artist Talent. I forgot about this. So Artist Talent level 3 doesn't usually come up, which is why we don't talk about it very often. But level 3 says if a source you control would deal non-combat damage to an opponent or permanent an opponent controls, it deals that much damage plus 2.
It works.
So a Braid, math time, Corbin, a Braid deals 3. What's 3 plus 2? I think that's 5.
I think it means, I think it equals the end of Shieldred here. Shieldred hitting the graveyard. Big play for Jake. The secret mode, as you said, and the last possible moment because he's at 2 life.
Well, the problem is he's still dead to Annex. So
and he dies to it. No answer was forthcoming to that. And we go on to game 3. Semifinals.
Yeah, really,
Here,
really
the match,
interesting.
yeah, go ahead.
Really interesting game there. I think specifically like that turn one decision from Blake on the duress really sculpted the entire game, right? Had the
Mhm.
opportunity to take the artist talent, decided not to, decided to take the annul to protect the unholy annex that he was going for. And made a lot of sense the way that game played out. Looked that unholy annex is kind of what won Blake the game.
Yeah,
Well,
and by
with the
getting
shielded
him
too, I guess.
well, by getting him to play the talent on turn 2, you're then able to hit it immediately on turn 3 before he's able to get any value out of it at all. So yeah, really nicely done by Blake there. And I mean, we've seen him on camera a couple times today piloting the Rakdos Demons deck, and we've seen him win via combat. We've seen him win via not combat and just draining. And that honestly seems to be how a lot of these victories are coming. If you go in on Shieldred and Unholy Annex, that's a lot of drain you stack up on your opponent, because even if they get rid of one of them, the idea is you kind of stick the other one, it adds up. And if the rest of your spells keep you alive, which the Rakdos deck spells do, I think that plan kind of gets there. It's a really a different, I don't know if it's, I want to say alternate win condition, but it really has added an additional line of pressure to the Rakdos deck that wasn't there before.
Yeah, absolutely. And, all-star of that game, of course, Shieldred. Still good. After all these years, if your Phoenix opponent cannot kill a Shieldred, they can and will die to it.
Yeah.
And, only 2 copies of Shieldred in Blake's deck. I think I want to say it was Harrison who I believe had
Was
4
on
copies
4
of
of them.
Shieldred.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Shieldred is definitely still a force to be reckoned with. If you don't have the kill spell, it is going to take over the game. And a lot of the ways that you would normally associate like cantripping to try and draw your way out of it to find that kill spell, it's just going to make you take more damage. You can't really cast the Treasure Cruise into a Shieldred. You're just going to die.
Yeah, that's what gets the Phoenix deck that relies so much on having access to cards throughout its deck and the ability to churn through your deck and find the particular cards you need. It's the trade-off you make for so much of your deck being what some people might term air, right? Where it just kind of draws you more cards, like your Free the Phase, that sort of thing. Those spells, that's not necessarily Free the Fae, but your cantrips, all of that just falls apart in the face of a Shieldred. So you have to have the answer basically immediately, or you're not going to be able to dig to find it very effectively. Both players taking a mulligan here. Obviously, we know that the Phoenix deck can mulligan effectively, and for the Rakdos deck, a couple land drops and removal spell or 2 that are interchangeable. One of those mid-range value cards, whether it's an Annex or a Fable, and you can generally be pretty happy with a hand of 6 here.
Game 3, Jake on the play. I'll put you on the spot, Corbin. Who you got?
I got the Phoenix player, 100%.
All right. Yeah, I think on the play, it's just, play draw matters so much in these types of matchups where both players have these kinds of enchantments, artist talent on one side, unholy annex on the other. And there's so much value in getting to deploy that a turn ahead of schedule, basically, before your opponent can, do something similar. And I agree. And now we'll have to see discard spell for a talent, maybe.
Here we go. We'll find out.
All right. So that's the kind of the same decision as last game, right? Talent or annul?
Yeah, we don't lose this time to Shieldred, though, with that Lightning Axe there. And that is...
Well, actually, never mind.
We might be telegraphing a Shieldred 3 turns from now by taking that Lightning Axe.
Yeah, if you're willing to take the axe over the talent or the annul, because last game I assumed that Blake was going to take the talent because he doesn't want to play against it.
Oh,
this game, I love that. So this is exact kind of remember when you were talking about last game where Blake decided to leave Jake or had the opportunity to leave Jake with the annul, knowing he's going to tap out for the talent on 2 and then gets to resolve the hearse. That's kind of exactly what happened here, where Blake doesn't have to take the annul because he knows that Jake is going to tap out for on turn 2 for the talent, gets to resolve that hearse ultimately.
And I'm curious. I didn't catch what Jake drew on turn 2 there. You could have left a null up and played talent plus a null up on turn 3 if you didn't catch a target, if you specifically wanted to play around hearse there. Because talent obviously still very good, but without that Phoenix that you were originally planning on, now we're looking towards the other modes with it, which are still good, clearly, but less free than just getting back Phoenixes, and that's why Jake's going to hardcast one instead.
Beatdowns. Yeah, no point in putting it in the graveyard because if it goes to the graveyard, you're just going to end up getting it under the hearse. Presumably, this is a Shieldred. Yeah, okay. I was
Needs
going
a
to say,
props or something here, right? That's where these alternate
well,
win conditions can come in. Well, maybe not
Prof's,
props,
yeah,
huh?
Prof's
Props
not looking
after
so great against the
removal.
Shieldred. Yeah,
We
and
need
we
to get rid
see,
of Shieldred and then find a way to pump up this Phoenix.
yes, yeah, and we kind of see exactly why Blake took that Lightning Axe,
Yep.
which I guess you would just kind of assume was telegraphed, right? But looking at Jake's hand, having the options of Talent or a Null, seemed pretty obvious that Blake had the Shieldred, but we'll see if Jake can find an answer for it, because I mean, we might just see a repeat of what happened in game 2, where this Shieldred is, when the Phoenix deck is full of cantrips and lots of ways to dig and find, draw towards its outs. Well, it's kind of hard to do that when your opponent's got a Shieldred in play, as we see a Damping Sphere as
Sure.
well.
All right,
Okay.
we've got the Brazen Borrower, the Petty Theft, discounted by 1 thanks to the talent on the Shieldred. This is in response to the Damping Sphere, I'm sure. Okay, so that's a pretty decent. That's going to unlock a turn here for Jake.
Yeah, the thing is, so we get to Borrower the Shieldred, but we don't have a graveyard, so we
And the
can't
Damping
cruise.
Sphere.
And I guess we maybe could have if we have a Profs plus a cantrip. I think the question was, how does the artist talent cost reduction interact with Damping Sphere?
Right.
I believe it works the way that Jake wants it to, where if your spell is increased by 1, like
Just offsets.
it would then, it would offset.
Yeah. But the Damping Sphere, of course, ramps up as we go. And we're not able. Okay, so we started with the okay, there we go. We'll see what Jake picked up off of it. Damping Sphere, of course, it ramps up as it goes. So it does really make the turns difficult for Jake. And answering Shieldred for a turn was very good for him, but Damping Sphere makes it hard to necessarily pay off what you've been given, despite even the discount you have. And if you don't have much to do with the mana anyway, and it doesn't look like Jake necessarily does, it doesn't even matter as we see the talent go up to level 3.
Yeah, that's tough.
I guess this unlocks a number of removal spells against Shieldred.
Yeah, I think the plan for Jake there was to bounce the Shieldred for a turn and hope to have a big turn where he can go cantrip, discard, find another cantrip, discard, maybe get to a cruise, maybe find a Profs. But not only did we kind of stop and basically brick off of that, the Damping Sphere also put a huge, stopgap in that, where, the Damping Sphere limits, even with the artist talent reduction, still limits Jake as to what he can actually do.
And is this an attacking hearse?
Oh yeah, beatdowns.
Wow. Okay.
Get in there. No fear. I
do fear we might have cursed Jake, though. I'll have some fear.
Yeah, I mean, what's Jake gonna do? Use the graveyard to cast a treasure cruise? Like, I think he's okay with that. Oh, well, pretty funny here. So Fiery Impulse, I believe there's exactly 2 spells in the graveyard for Jake. So if that hearse was left untapped, we would not have had Spell Mastery, and therefore would not have been able to kill the Shieldred.
Yeah, big. So again, you mentioned that you called it the hidden third level of that, and it really made a difference turning on more spells there. The class being able to shoot down the Shieldred, and now we don't know. Jake is still obviously behind, but suddenly not quite as bad as it might have seemed not so long ago.
Yeah,
all of the Storm Giants needs what? 1 more land to activate, if in even a worst case scenario.
2 more.
2 more. So in that case, still a minute away from that. But
I was gonna say if Jake had a cruise, I think we could have fired that off last turn.
Yeah.
But
Jake down to 6 life though, and the hearse, while it the spell mastery wasn't taken away, it did get in damage, help get in damage on that turn, and that is why Conan's down to 6 life, can't even swing with his Phoenix. And here comes a Mutavault and the hearse and the token, and just a chump block from Jake is all he has. And the Blood Tithe Harvester, this is Brazen Borrower for Jake. Probably not enough. Board wipe or bust, I think, for the Phoenix player here. At just 2 life, he doesn't have it. Fist bump out. Blake Madsen picks up the win. Moving on to the finals here in Madison. Pioneer 5K NRG series, that was a huge win for him right there, right? That was, we both thought the Phoenix player was going to be advantaged on the draw, even if the graveyard went away. We thought those other win conditions can get there. But man, just leaned in on Shieldred and removal. Not bad.
Yeah, and I mean, game 2 was an example of didn't even really draw any graveyard hate, just kind of duressed your your answer to the annex, and then eventually found a Shieldred later on, and then in the third game had the duress for the answer to the Shieldred, deploy the Shieldred, and then was able to back that up with the sideboard cards. So definitely the general mix of like disruption plus pressure, a little bit of both. That's kind of exactly what happened in those post-board games where game 1 was maybe not able to accomplish both of those.
Yeah, Rakdos has looked very good, and now it's going to have a chance in the finals. As a matter of fact, I think it's safe to say that a Rakdos deck will win the finals, given the state of the other semis. So we will see you on the other side here as we head towards the championship of the NRG Series in Madison. Hello, everyone. Welcome back in to the NRG Series stream. Corbin Hostler, Devin Doomwick O'Donnell here. And Devin, it is time. We have played all day for this 7 rounds of Swiss and Pioneer, 2 rounds in the top 8, and we are down to the finals here in our Pioneer 5K. Cannot wait for this match. So we have the 2 Rakdos players who have survived. We saw a lot of Rakdos today, and that is where we're headed next. But let's look at what these players are playing for and what is on the line here in our 5K trial.
Yeah, so first place, $1,200 and 30 leaderboard points, as well as both players are going to be invited to the next regional championship. Second place, 625 points, so a nice little $600 difference there. And then you see, third and fourth, fifth through eighth, 400 and 200 respectively, along with some points, and then paying out all the way down to 128. Well, technically, everybody in the event at least gets a point. But yeah, that is the prize payout there. So really a lot of these players are vying for those leaderboard points, even though this is a trial, not a showdown. So first place does not get directly invited to the end of year championships, but the points definitely add up throughout the year.
Yeah, they sure do, especially once you've hit that top 8, right? It increases by quite a bit. And by the way, both of these players you'll see in the finals may or may not have already had these, but regional invite championships, nothing to scoff at either. Is of course almost everybody who plays on a series like the NRG series also plays on the RC series and the PT road to the PT, all of that that we have going here. This, of course, being an excellent step on the way to everyone's Magic Dreams, which is a part of it as the invitational at the end of the year that those points add up towards. So that is what they're playing for. And we are about ready to head down into that finals. Here you go. The players who are playing on your left, Blake Madsen. On your right, Will Kruger, Rakdos Demon on both sides. 2025 trial winner trophy in the middle. That's what's on the line. Here we go.
It's a nice looking trophy. As far as the matchup is concerned, you see the names Rakdos Demons, and I'm going to be honest with you, there's not a ton of differences between the deck lists either. So the differences are Will has 3 Shieldred, where Blake has 2 Shieldred and 1 Croxa, and Will has 2 Go for the Throat, where Blake has 1 Go for the Throat and 1 Bitter Triumph. Everything else is the same. So, I mean, you think about it that way. And as far as the differences here, I do think having the Croxa, if the game goes long enough to the point where you can, escape the Croxa, I think that is a pretty significant upside. Like I would rather be the person who has the Croxa rather than the third Shieldred, because there is, enough ways to kill Shieldred. And there's not, there's no graveyard trespassers to be able to punish those Croxas.
Yeah. And I mean, in a resource battle like this, as the first Shieldred arrives, it all just comes down to who has the last threat standing, right? And that's exactly what Croxa is good for, is coming out of your graveyard to be that last threat standing, escaping your graveyard, if you will. We'll see if Blake has an answer here to Shieldred, though. Does have that Annex going and has the Mutavault ready to activate for it.
Yeah,
Second Annex.
I mentioned I'd rather be the person on the Croxa than the Shieldred. Well, not if the person who the non-Shieldred player doesn't have an answer to the Shieldred. As we see, there's going to be some break evens, right? Because
That's an interesting one.
each of the draws will be you lose 2, but you gain 2. So, Blake not losing a ton of life here because the annexes do regain the life. But yeah, without an answer to the Shieldred, it is going to be kind of tough for Blake to just not be dead on the following turn.
Yeah, that's obviously great long-term card advantage, but the fact you have to tax yourself a mana to not just get burned out by your own annexes means that Blake maybe would not have preferred that for that turn. Now he does have extra cards for this turn, but as a result, you're facing down an additional threat, including a Mutavault on your opponent's side. So you basically decide, okay, I have to spend my own mana activating my Mutavault so that my own annexes don't kill me. And all of a sudden you're looking at basically just 4 mana available to deal with Shieldred and try to lift your game.
Oh boy. Well, Blake's only play that doesn't leave him dead on board is 5 mana make a 6/6, which means if Will has basically anything, we're good, because on board he can animate the Mutavault,
Right.
send everything. Blake trades for the Shieldred, goes to 4 because remember the annexes do break even since Blake has a demon in play.
That's right.
But any kill spell is going to do it here for Will, even a fatal push.
And he has the second trigger of the second chapter here of the Fable, the Sculpt of the Hand even more. When we see a Blood Crypt hit the graveyard.
Yeah, interesting. Only discarding 1 here, and that's why.
That go for the throat. Activates the Mutavault, and just like that, we thought it might go long, but instead it actually went pretty quick. Both these players know what's up in the matchup. Will Kruger taking game 1 of Blake Madison there. Rakdos Demons in the not quite 75 card mirror, but pretty darn close over the course of the at least the 60. Says something about Rakdos Demons this week, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely one of the. I think might be the most played deck of the weekend. There were 5 copies in the top 8, and definitely, that was the highlight of the weekend for sure. Now, as far as the sideboards are concerned, because we mentioned how the main decks are essentially identical. There's 2 cards difference in the main deck. The sideboards is where it gets a little interesting. Both of these sideboards are pretty different. So for Blake has an additional copy of Croxa. I think that's going to be something he definitely wants to go towards. Presuming the game doesn't, we don't have a repeat of game 1, I guess. Liliana of the Veil is kind of interesting as this way to, play it, kill the first, kill your creature, just get an immediate edict, and then have this permanent in play that can threaten to eventually sort of quote unquote end the game with the ultimate. So that might be something that Blake wants to go towards. I don't know if you want these additional kill spells like Torch and Anoint with Affliction. The Torments, on the other hand, I think are pretty good because it's one of your few ways that you can get the Annex off the battlefield.
Yeah.
And then past that, Extinction Event is interesting, but it kind of lines up weirdly. Like if you both have evens in play, you don't necessarily want to cast that. But yeah, that's going to be Blake's sideboard. So let's see if we can get Will's sideboard up on screen for you. And I mentioned there was some big differences here. And Will, this is where the differences come in. So Will has 3 copies of Invoke Despair, and if you could pick any one card for the mirror match, I think this would be the single best card because it gets the Annex, it gets the Demon token, and it draws you a card, and all of that in one card is a lot of value. So Will's going to want to go towards those.
That's a great one in this mirror, right? Like, I don't know how many times we talked a lot about the diverse field today and some of the players even getting towards the top 8 saying I'm playing against something different every round. But if Will has played any mirrors today, I think Invoke Despair might well have been a big part of them.
Yeah, so those are definitely going to be a big part of Will's sideboard plan. I don't think there's, again, a ton else here. Probably don't want to go towards the Angers or the Torches or anything like that. No. So everything else seems to be on the back, leaving it on the bench for now. But yeah, we're going to be go back down to game number 2. Blake's going to be on the play this game. I mean, play draw does definitely matter. Like if you're the first person to get your card advantage engine online, or in this case, in the case of game 1, Will was the first person to get children online. You can kind of like press your advantage a little bit more. And if your opponent ever just has one turn of stumbling, it's really easy for the Rakdos deck to take advantage of that and just kind of press the advantage a lot more.
All right, start things off with
Ooh.
a hand disruption spell.
There's the Invoke.
There's the Invoke. 2 lands. Thoughtseize is the one that hits the bin, though.
Huh. That's
Perhaps
interesting.
Maybe protecting another Thoughtseize in hand? Don't know.
Yeah, so Blake sees from the Thoughtseize probably the 2 most powerful cards in the matchup, Fable the Mirror Breaker and Invoke Despair, and instead of that just chooses to take Will's Thoughtseize. Now, that could be, wanting to protect his own powerful play, and maybe Blake's hand is a little weak in terms of he only has 1 payoff, right? Maybe Blake's hand is lands, a kill spell, and say 1 Annex or 1 Fable, and doesn't have the second payoff. Where if you look at it from Will's side, Will's like, okay, well, I have the Fable and the Invoke Despair. If you take one of them, I still have the other one. I think that is something that was going through Blake's mind there.
And we see the second duress, or another duress, hit the Fable here. Will, being a good guy here, playing with the hand face up for Blake and us. Appreciate that.
Oh, love it.
Okay, well, the hand disruption part down under control here for Blake, but still Will as the finds the Blood Tithe Harvester on turn 2. So you're probably not all that upset with the state of things if you're Will. You're building towards that Invoke Despair later on. Another one.
Well,
we're
Blake not building towards anything now.
Yeah, there we go. So we wondered why he did that on turn 1, and the answer was because he planned on playing 3 hand disruption spells. Invoke in the graveyard now.
Yeah, and that kind of does make sense. So basically, when you Thoughtseize your opponent's Thoughtseize, it's either I have a 1 threat that I'm trying to protect, or I have enough discard spells where I'm just going to be able to take every single card you have anyways. And it looks like for Blake's case, it was in fact the latter.
Oh, and he shocked in the Blood Crypt there. Wondered if maybe that was just to set up a trade with the Mutavault on the Blood Tithe if needed. Instead, has to go for the throw to get rid of the Blood Tithe Harvester. And now Blake finally has his own hand Thoughtseized, which targets the Withering Torment.
Not too bad here. Now, the unfortunate part for Blake here is, these decks are playing 4 copies of Mutavault, which is an extremely powerful card with Unholy Annex.
Yep.
Not a very powerful card when you're trying to escape Kroxa.
Nope, and that's why it's just probably you're able to play it up front here. Hit a land. Okay, so you're now, if you're Blake, it at least turns on, because there are 6 cards total in the graveyard, which means you can escape 5 of them for Kroxa. So if you draw any color works, so any color of land source, anything that's just not colorless, you should have Escape Kroxa as a line available.
Yeah, I almost wonder if it was beneficial for Blake to attack last turn into Will's open mana. So obviously, if Blake attacked with the Mutavault, Will has the opportunity to Fatal Push the Mutavault. But I think you're happy with that if you're Blake, because then Will doesn't have the Fatal Push for the Escape Kroxa. And the Mutavault can't cast the Kroxa anyways. So I think maybe he could have attacked with the Mutavault last turn. Yeah.
All right, 13-12. This has been exactly the kind of hand disruption removal game we expected to see. Blake finding his own Blood Tithe Harvester there lines up okay. I mean, Will has double Mutavault and the Fatal Push that we see, and is just going to instead go for the Blood token, discarding Invoke Despair, because not exactly close to casting it with the Mutavault mana.
It is pretty funny how these Mutavaults are coming up for both players, where it's, Mutavault is extremely powerful with Unholy Annex, but it's not free to put it into your deck when you have...
No, it does not cast Master of the Pearl Trident.
No. Yeah. As a Merfolk player, you're the struggles.
Yeah, it is just brutal if you're Will having to throw away that Invoke Despair that you sideboarded in, and knowing that Wag might actually just get ground out by Kroxa.
Yeah, and it looks like no colored source here for Blake. I mean, that was the turn, right? If Will's tapped out, if you find the colored source that turn, you make him discard the Fatal Push, and you say, well, you better find an answer for this Kroxa.
Doesn't work out that way. Instead, Blake just serves with the Mutavault. Now Will gets to cycle a Blood Crypt with his Fable, runs his own Mutavault into the Fatal Push to Blake's holding. So again, Fatal Push in hand for Will, and both players just kind of back and forth.
Yeah, this is a very, very
Here we go.
game. Okay, so here's the Croxa. So that is going to prompt Will. Will's got 2 in hand, one of which we know is a Fatal Push. So presumably Will's probably going to discard the other card, Fatal Push the Croxa, and then both players will be empty-handed. Blake with a slight mana advantage, but Will with a battlefield advantage because he's going to have a Flip Fable.
Yeah, the blood token for Blake will give him the redraw. Pretty interesting board state, I would say, at the end of all of this smoke clearing.
Yeah, and I think Will's other card might just be a second Fatal Push, so I wonder what we're thinking about here. Okay.
There we go. Yep. Well, there's now, redo our count, 2 cards in the graveyard. So 2/5 of the way is Blake from escaping that Croxa again. All right, Mutavault getting in there. Down to 10 for Blake. Huge draw step for him here, and he's got the redraw if he chooses it. So let's see what he finds. It's a removal spell, which you won't say no to for the reflection, and I'll attack you with my Mutavault. Down to 9 is Will. Could not be more even right now. Gosh, look at that. Just snap pass back for Will after the attack, and it's a fear of missing out is the follow-up for Blake.
Yeah, I mean, you get to these spots in the game where it's just, haymaker rope back and forth and who can draw a little bit better. I mean, again, it is definitely, I think Blake is advantage here, not just because of the battlefield, but also the mana. Mana is a big part of this where, Will can say if Will draws Annex, Will can play it for 3 mana, doesn't have the 4th mana to animate the Mutavault. If Blake draws Annex, he can just make a 6/6.
Yeah, that fear of missing out, by the way, also just helping Blake get a little deeper. Happens to hold the 1 life advantage as both players have now finally gotten onto the board with something besides Mutavaults. Fear of missing out for Blake. Will Kruger has up a game here in the finals, trying to finish it off and take down the title. Has a Blood Tithe Harvester in play.
Delirium check.
Yeah, that was the count.
Creature,
I think
instant
so.
land. Yep, you got 4.
3 instant land creature, and just now 1 card away from escaping that Croxa again. So blocking the fear of missing out, like kind of damaging as well. You talked about this before we came into this about how similar the decks were, but how one of the key differences in them was the Croxa, and Croxa looking really, really good in this spot.
Yeah, it was kind of awkward game 1 where Blake was just under the gun with a turn 4 Shieldred, didn't have an answer to it. And when you're that far behind, it's, Croaks is not going to do anything when you're in a spot like that. But in a game like this, that's a lot more about top decking and resources and who can amass more card advantage or just, who top decks better. Croaks is really good in those games.
All right. And there we go. That I believe will send us into the final of the finals, because why not? We want all of our money's worth. That means a game 3 between these 2 players. What a back and forth one that was. I think we were coming up on the 3rd Croxa cast to be the difference maker.
Yeah, that was definitely a lot less of a one-sided affair than game 1 was. We mentioned how game 1, Will just had a Shieldred. Blake didn't have an answer for it. It was just kind of all that mattered. And then in that game was a lot, like you said, a lot more back and forth, where a lot more trading of resources. And ultimately, I think that game came down to Blake just having a mana advantage. And like Blake having 5 mana to Will's 3 is going to be on average a lot better in those top deck situations because has, mana to play Annex for 5 and has the Croxa and, Croxa we highlighted it in the first game. Croxa is the 1 card difference. Well, not the 1 card. Basically Blake has Croxa, Will has Invoke Despair. But that game was just all about Croxa.
I'm going to take a small step back here with the Croxa, because what we did see come up for both players was the Mutavaults clashing with escaping Croxa, with casting Invoke Despair. I don't know if these Fractos decks have quite reached their final form yet. With that that was a struggle for both players in that game. and both of these players are in the finals. So this deck, this Rakdos deck that we saw really dominant today, it has some deficiencies, as we saw there, even though it clearly has the power level to compete with anything in the format, and that's why it's an all Rakdos finals here in Game 3. Blake Madsen, Will Kruger, one of these two will be your champion. Shieldred hits the graveyard from a discard spell.
Yeah, it looks like Will had a tap land. Blake had a Blackleaf and a Thoughtseize. Now not going to have to contend with that Shieldred, at least the first copy. And no 2-drop here for Blake. Yeah, looks like we have a kill spell instead. And I think Blake has a Fable the Mirror Breaker, and I think he might have an Annex as well. Oh, second push, brutal turn here. Whenever you get to these early stages of the game, if you can double spell on turn 2, it kind of, this is how you break serve, right?
Right.
Where you get to, the turn that your opponent, your Will went 2-drop into 3-drop, but the fact that you have double push, untap, play your 3-drop, now you're ahead on the battlefield. You might be behind a turn on mana, but you are ahead on the battlefield, and you're kind of putting Will to the test.
These players played these first few turns lightning quick. I am sure that they have played the Rakdos Mirror plenty of times. Both players with a Fable in play. Will, if you're trying to figure out what you're looking at there, those are the revealed cards, I believe, to Blake from his hand that they're missing out.
Yes.
And go for the throat there as he resolves the second chapter of the Fable. He has more cards in his hand, so both players with resources to go still. We've got a long way to go, but it's been a quick series of trades back and forth. But now Will goes into the tank trying to figure out what is the best way through this. I'm staring down a 2/2 from Fable that can create additional mana for my opponent. We know how relevant that could be. So does thinking about whether he wants to remove that or whether perhaps it's better to just develop his own game plan. There's the considerations going through Will's head right now.
Yeah, the first 3 turns are easy. When you just go 1, 2, 3, you don't really have any other decisions on the first couple of turns. But once you get to these stages of the game, where you get to these like double spell turns, I would guess that Will probably has maybe a land and another 1 or a 2-drop in his hand, and he can deploy 2 of his 3 spells and trying to figure out which 2 spells that I want to cast this turn. Thinking about, should I go for the Throat the 2/2 to keep Blake off mana? Because if I don't, then Blake might just cast Unholy Annex next turn. There's a lot of things going through Will's. By Unholy Annex, I meant the Ritual Chamber, but a lot of things going through Will's head. And chooses not to play the Fear of Missing Out, which is another sign that the last card in Will's hand is very good.
All right. Blake has his own Fear of Missing Out, pitches a land.
Oh, it's funny that he discarded the Urborg, because the Urborg would actually have allowed him to have the Mutavault tap for Croaks and mana, but it would also allow Will's Mutavault to tap for Invoke Despair. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword.
Yeah, say the Urborgs obviously help cover up some of the problems and the that you can run into in corner cases. In this case, it's just good Fear of Missing Out fodder. Fear of Missing Out is what actually meets the go for the throat here.
Yeah, so Will ideally, maybe looking for like draw land for turn, play land, fear into another 3-drop. Even just drawing Annex would be fine too. Okay, we're casting fear. What do we draw? Invoke maybe?
Pitching the second fear.
Awkward.
Oh, slams the Blood Tithe right off the top. Okay. That's not bad at all. Adds to the board, gives you pressure, taxes your opponent's removal, and you're up to 2 blood tokens now, which means that you can churn through a couple draws to give some more utility to your Blood Tithe.
Well, the Blood Tithe is also fantastic with the reflection.
Right.
If Blake doesn't have a removal spell here, Will's going to be able to start copying the Blood Tithe Harvester with the reflection of Higijiki and then sacrifice the copies to be able to kill Blake's creatures. So Will has a decision here. Which creature would he rather copy? And then in turn, which one do you want to sacrifice to Liliana? It looks like he prefers copying the Fear of Missing Out, which is, a little interesting because that reflection on Blake's side is a little scary. So we'll give it a little bit of a think here.
Yeah, I don't know that the 3 mana Liliana is necessarily a sign of strength from Blake here, because you, by making your opponent sacrifice a creature when they have 3, are giving Will a lot of agency in this decision. He gets to choose his line from here on forward. But it may also be setting up another spell. So Will ultimately chooses to pitch the Fear of Missing Out and keep the Blood Tithe Harvester. And so he is going to have an opportunity here to set up what you were talking about, because all Blake does is follow up with his own Fear of Missing Out.
Yeah, and you see Will almost sacrifice that Blood Tithe Harvester, and I think Will is very, very happy with the decision that he made,
Yeah.
given the fact that Blake's follow-up was also a Fear of Missing Out. Now, Will has another decision here. Do you sacrifice both Harvesters to kill the Fear of Missing Out and the Reflection, or do you just sacrifice the copy and keep the original in play? Kind of depends on what he drew. It looks like he picked up an Annex. So I think with the Annex in hand, my inclination would be probably just kill both, but then you end up getting the card that you draw off the Annex discarded to Liliana, so it's a little awkward.
Yeah, and then
But-
you've got Liliana back on 2 after that, which is always a little scarier than Liliana at 1, of course. But it is the Annex follow-up here. So able to set that up, able to still have a Reflection that he's activated in a Blood Tithe Harvester. Honestly, looking pretty okay if you're Will. So on to Blake's side here, you've untapped. You do have access to plenty of mana. You get to tick up a Liliana, and that's what he's going to start with. You better hope that what you've got is great. Instead, it's a Fear of Missing Out. So to the top of the deck we go for help.
Yeah, I mean, Blake drawing a couple of Fear of Missing Outs here, which don't look that great, but I think there's Delirium, right? Enchantment, land, instant, creature, sorcery. So we have 5 types. So his Fear of Missing Outs could provide a good amount of pressure. And because Will was not willing to sacrifice the Harvester to kill the Fear, he's probably not going to trade. So this is pretty likely a 6-point attack here for Blake, putting Will to 12. And then you say, next turn, maybe Will uses 5 mana to make a demon, and then you have the Liliana to Edict. So it's not, this one's going to be close.
All right. Will untaps for his turn. He's thinking about it. I don't think he's drawn here. We're thinking in our upkeep here.
Yeah, I would say at this point, Will is definitely ahead, but doesn't quite have the full stranglehold on the game yet, because let's assume that Will draws a land this turn, right? Because he wants to do the Annex and make a demon. If he draws a land, doesn't have enough mana to be able to make a demon and Reflection copy Blood Tithe. So if you make a demon, you're risking Blake untapping with 2 Fear of Missing Outs,
Right.
with 2 Mutavaults in play for a huge combat next turn. So Will really going through all the permutations of what Blake can draw. What do I need to kill this turn? Do I have to sacrifice my Harvester? I think what might end up happening is Will's just going to go copy the Harvester with Reflection, sack the copy, kill a Fear of Missing Out, and then do the Mutavault trick to drain Blake for 2 and then leave up a couple of mana.
Yeah, I mean, just keeping essentially parity by doing that, right? That seems fine because every activation you get out of Kiki that turns into a Blood Tithe Harvester that then removes a creature is gaining you card advantage. So basically, if you can find a way to not die while doing that, if you can feel comfortable enough with your life total, then you're going to be able to grind Blake out from this point. I think that's what Will's thinking. And it seems like, hey, this plan might work out okay for him here, because he still has a blocker back. He's at 14 life, which feels pretty safe. And he's getting the cards off of Annex here. So honestly, looking pretty okay in this situation if you're Will. Although here goes Liliana. It's going to sacrifice itself to make Will sacrifice. And looks like he's thinking about turning on the Mutavault here, but thinking about it.
Yeah, this is tricky, because if Blake drew a kill spell, Will sacrificing the Mutavault means that the Reflection Blood Tithe loop is going to be broken up now.
Right.
So this is going to be really interesting. It's all comes down to what Blake drew off of for the turn. It looks like perhaps nothing, because we're going to combat, although we didn't fire up 2 Mutavaults, so that's maybe a sign of strength here for Blake, that we at least drew something we can cast.
Yeah, slamming a Shieldred or something like that here would certainly change the math quite quickly. So Will thinking through
Shieldred probably one of the weaker cards that Blake could have here, because there's so many bloods in play where Will could just untap and copy the Harvester, sack the copy, kill the Shieldred.
true, because he can just Well, yeah, this is if he's
kind of has to be a kill spell. But then maybe if Blake drew a 1 or 2 mana kill spell, may have also fired up the second Mutavault. So very curious to see what Blake drew here.
Yeah, that's what not sure what his follow-up would be there. He's leaving up. He's got 4 mana, 5 with since the Mutavault on taps, but Will's actually going to put
Really
the Blood Tithe Harvester. Decides, okay, well, I was a Shieldred.
wow. Oh, you see the shake of the head from Will. Yeah, that is wow, that is something else. So Will had the opportunity, if he had kept the harvester in play, could have just copied the harvester with reflection. But after trading off that harvester for the fear of missing out, is going to be in
I don't know if
deep
his
trouble to this Shieldred.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if his read was Annex plus Mutavault activation there.
Might have been. Yeah.
That may have been his read, but instead it was Shieldred, and the harvester is gone, and Will is down to 8 life.
Yeah, and Will's hand is Fable, Annex, Land, none of which do anything against Shieldred, basically. So, I mean, your best bet is probably just go
shock
in here. Yeah, I was going to say maybe just Fable, Chump Block, or I guess you can go Fable, make a reflection, use Kiki, copy the reflection, Chump Block with the copy. But Will is really not sure of himself now. That might be the decision that is the difference between winning and losing this game.
It certainly looks, unless something changes. I mean, Shieldred's going to clean it up really quickly here. Those blood tokens can't even go digging that deep for Will because of Shieldred.
Yeah, and I mean that's a judgment call. I don't even think Will necessarily made an incorrect play. I think he just made a judgment call of, this is the time where I want to trade off my Blood Tithe Harvester. And look at Will's hand. I mean, he has another Annex and a Fable the Mirror Breaker, plenty of gas in hand. If Blake's card, if he has the read where Blake didn't draw Shieldred, maybe that's an okay play. But just had the wrong read here and is getting severely punished for it.
Yeah, has to just bite the bullet, activate a blood token, pitch an Annex. Blake does not miss that Shieldred trigger, one of the more important Shieldred triggers of his life. And I think
Will drew a second Blood Grip. That
I don't
is
think Will's
not going to do
there.
it.
Yeah, and okay, well, I'm still thinking it through. I don't know if he's going to go ahead and not shot. He's going to go ahead and play it untap, or no, he is going to tap it in. Okay. We're at 2 life at the end of all of it as Will after the trigger from the Annex.
Yeah,
and that does
really
it.
think
Handshake over. Blake Matson Shieldred was enough to finish it off, and he takes it down, coming back to win the finals. In that trophy on that side of the table will be his. Congratulations, Blake Matson. You are the victor of the Pioneer 5K here in Madison. Congratulations. What an ending that was.
Yeah, crazy match. And I think if Will goes back and watches that one, he's going to be kicking himself. Again, I don't really think that Will made an incorrect play. I think he made a judgment call whether or not Blake drew, some big creature versus any other 3-mana card advantage engine. And because Will's hand was all gas at that point with a Fable and an Annex, I think, just a unfortunate, judgment call there. And congratulations to Blake. Played very, very well. And the Croxes, they took it home.
Yeah, the Croxa looked really good in game 2. It was games 1 and 3. Well, Shieldred looked really good, but honestly, those games go how the Rakdos games go. And the sideboards, both players back and forth run each other out of resources. Who can navigate the last couple of pieces of cardboard you're going to have to try to win? And that person was Blake Madsen, who is our 5K Pioneer Trial winner. Blake, congrats.
I'm victorious in the top 8 of Rakdos Demons.
Hey, congratulations, man. Hey, what was going through your mind on the last turn of that game where you draw that Shieldred, move to combat, and how that last set of turns plays out?
Just he's down lands. I'm just hoping he doesn't have removal for it. But yeah, my draw just lined up pretty good against what he had. So.
Yeah, I think specifically his decision to trade off that harvester that one turn with having the reflection in play. That was a very, very close game and very, very well played by both of you. One thing we were talking about in the interim was the addition, because both decks are very, very similar, but you have Croxa and Will doesn't. Yeah. And Croxa was a really big fixture of that game too, wasn't it?
Yeah, so the thought process behind including that one was the blue-black deck that's been kind of popular in Moto, the like Yorion, this town ain't big enough, that kind of stuff, where they make you discard. So getting some value out of your discards is really nice. And Croaks has always just been a good card for these mid-range type mirror matches. So.
Well, talk about, you played through a lot of mirrors. I don't know about on the day, but at least through some of the top 8.
Yeah.
How did you feel? Basically, obviously your deck performed great, but how did you feel you were set up in the mirror, including in that last match?
So I got a couple Lilianas. I have a couple more removal spells in the sideboard. A lot of people are on Invoke Despair, and obviously that card is awesome when it's on the stack and you're casting it, but I think it's pretty bad everywhere else. Like, you have 4 Mutavaults in your deck. I don't know. Some of my opponents weren't able to cast it. Like, I love that card. I liked it when it was in Standard. When it got banned in Standard, it was awesome, but I didn't include it because I just was worried about not being able to cast it. So I think my plan was pretty good for the mirror. I will say I think I played the first game of that finals match a little too loose. I could have slowed things down and tried to drag it out, but I don't know. Happy how I played otherwise. So
Well, yeah, man, congratulations. It
thank you.
was a great win. And I'm sure you've got a car of friends and maybe some dinner to attend to
Yeah.
after this. Anyone you want to shout out as helping you out this weekend?
Yeah, my buddy Sean Gallagher convinced me to come down. He drove us, so shout out to him. He top aided yesterday in Standard.
Mhm.
So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Blake, congratulations again.
Thank you.
We will see you
Congrats, man.
and some future NRG events.
Yeah, let's hope so.
All right. Well, thank you all of you for hanging out with us. Let's talk about those future events before we get out of here. Where can you find us next? It's Chicagoland on May 10th and 11th. 10K Modern Showdown on Saturday, followed by a 5K standard trial on Sunday. Sponsored, of course, by Ultimate Guard. Chicagoland, May 10th and 11th. Don't want to miss that one. And then Indianapolis. And this is where we have the 10K Team Showdown Final Fantasy Team Sealed, along with a 10K Standard Showdown, June 28th and 29th. You don't want to miss it. Indianapolis, Indiana. That is going to be a highlight of the entire year. I already know it. Team Showdown, Indianapolis. But first, we have to wrap it here in Madison. This was a great weekend. All of us here have enjoyed bringing you Magic. Devin, Doomwake O'Donnell, we got to see some great action in the top 8. What is your takeaway from today?
Pioneer, still a lot of Rakdos. I mean, that's the
Yeah.
joke at the end, but I mean, we did get to see a lot of sweet decks on camera. We get to see that Gruul Cookies deck. We saw Kamari playing the Ace Rack deck. A lot of sweet decks all day. But in the end, Batsy's Fatal Push, still hard to beat him.
It's pretty good. Well, thank you, Devin, for hanging out with me. And thank you, all of you, for hanging out with us here at the NRG Championship Series from Madison. We will see you next time. Thanks for hanging out.